Just kidding. Speaker series. Okay, they got lots of songs on here. What the fuck is this? I know. I know. I'm mad at her right now. I'm gonna be getting rid of her. You guys want her? Who wants her? Any Native American rappers? Yeah, Lightfoot. The guy in Indian in the Cupboard. The Indian. He played a Onondaga. Lightfoot. Look him up. I don't listen to rap, especially by Native rappers. If I listen to rap, I listen to good rap, you know? Natives aren't that good at rapping. We're good at our culture. We're not good at other people's shit. I'll say that. Even fucking acting. Natives are terrible actors. I'm sorry, but we are the worst actors out there. And that's a good thing. You know why? Like, look at a native actor in a movie and then look at the other actors. They're better. They're better at acting. They're better at pretending. They're better at being fake. It's not in our genetic makeup to be good pretenders and good fakers, liars. It's not in our genetic makeup, so we're terrible actors, yo. Terrible actors. My head. Hi, 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 hi. Whee! I'm storing my canoe, yo. I'm not trying to square up. Beep, 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 beep. You know what I want to listen to? Forward, backward dance. I haven't heard that since the fair days, yo. Forward, backward dance. I haven't heard that since old days. Okay.
Try my name is Noah, and today I'm going to be singing a frontward, backward dance. Here we go.
He looks like Mason Jones. That's who he looks like. Hold on. Oh, you guys. That's what he looks like, is Mason Jones with short hair and a Kid from My Rise. Are you sure that's oh, it is a forward backward dance. Starting next to each other, and then they take turns going forwards and backwards, and and then until they come all the way back around and they're right next to each other. At the fair, on the Turtle Mound, when we were doing this, we go beep, 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 beep. Going backwards. You're not supposed to do that, but as a joke among all of us dancers, we do that. Thank you. Greetings. Today's my day off. I don't gotta go nowhere. Makes me want to get my drummer ready. Whee! Makes me want to get my drummer. Frontward, backward dance. Okay, here we go.
Men don't doom scroll, masturbate, drink, and smoke because they're lazy. They do it because their overstimulated brain is starving.
He says he's fine. Got the best songs, yo. The best songs, yo. I gotta get it on the Facebook still. Why they're wearing the discourse like Tuscaroras? You know what? When we dance at the fair, sometimes you don't get to dance for your nation. What do they mean by that, bitch? At the fair, right? We dance at the Turtle Mound. Each tribe has their dancers. The six, each of the six. Seneca has a couple. Because Seneca is the biggest. You got all these booths at the fair, these little places where they sell. This is the last sound settlers would hear. No, you want to hear the last sound settlers would hear? The British and the Americans, what they would hear, this is the last thing they would hear. They would hear this coming on the battlefield.
The digital life. It can get a little weird these days. That's why we built web roots all in.
This is what they would hear on the battlefield. This is the last of what they would hear. Of them marching in. Our people marching in by the thousands.
on the battlefield. This is where the military gets their cadence from. The military cadence, the Army, the Marines, the Navy, stole this. When they're running cadence, with the drill instructor running next to them and they're calling out a call and response cadence, is where they got it from. Sometimes I'll play some of the ones that I got on my computer. I got better ones. This one's good though, but I just got other recordings of other people. I sang this for the first time the other day at practice, like with other people. I never got to leave this. Like right now in my life, I'm playing catch up with my peers, yo. My cousins. Cousins are the ones that get to sing all the ceremony songs. Yeah, yo, my cousins are rising up through the ranks. I mean, they don't have any special rank or anything. They're not like above me or anything. They're doing stuff, and I'm playing catch up. I decided to take another route. You can be hella weird, dude. I know. I can be very rude. I can be very mean too. I can turn into a merciless Indian savage like that. This is what the colonizers would have heard last. Before they got an arrow in their head. Or a spear through the fucking chest. Or a tomahawk to the back of the head. Or a fucking pound your face flat with a war club. Like a watermelon. No. This is what they would sing on their way to the battleground or on their way on a hunt. We're master hunters, so we became master killers. Straight up mercenaries. Okay. I want to listen to that thing, yo. Jacket out there. I want to get those. You're good. I want to get those fucking plates. Hold on, you'll see. Let me grab me a couple. I want to get those plates, those officer chest plates. You know, they're like that. Hold on. I might have a picture on my phone real quick. God damn, no, I don't. Thank you for that. Oh, yo, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey. Friendship dance. Okay. This is like our round dance. Friendship, forward, backwards, canoe, fishing, duck, raccoon, chicken. Those are songs that I don't really know too well, but I grew up dancing.
It's going to be the friendship dance.
These songs. Why do they do that, yo? If you're going to play a song, play it from the beginning to the end. And they always do this in old videos from like way back when it's in black and gray. And when they want to show a Indian dance, they don't play it from the beginning all the way to the end. They'll play a snippet of it. That's what I hate, yo. It's already halfway done.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
like this one? We got this one from our Mikasuki brothers down south. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to stomp your feet. When you're going with your girl, it's a partner dance. You're supposed to stomp your feet. Like that.
Welcome to the next generation of website creation. Wix Harmony.
Get the
Biggest
power
lie ever out of
Anthropological
Africa theory
Association
debunked.
designated February 18th as World
Damn, it's
Anthropology
getting hot
Day,
here.
and I was sent a gift certificate for a free meal at Red Lobster Restaurant in appreciation of a lecture I gave last month for a private organization, which is all I can think about as I stare out into the ocean, reflecting on ancient history and, of course, fresh seafood.
Okay, but I don't care.
Anthropology is a distinguished evolutionary anthropologist at Kent State University, Ohio.
Yeah, yo, I'm all ready now. I'm all ready now, yo. Whew. Sorry, I just want to wash my face real quick. Got hot in here.
Best known for his work on Australopithecine, locomotion, and the origins of bipedalism.
Brave
Lovejoy
browser, I
has
don't want to
published
download nothing, bro.
more than 100 articles related to his research, and is most well known for his work on reconstructing Lucy, an alleged human ancestor with an opposable big toe on its feet, meaning they resembled thumbs for grasping branches and climbing trees. While Lovejoy claimed that Lucy, which was dated
Yo,
to
I could tell an Asian person drew this one on the right. It looks like samurai. For some reason.
3.4 million years ago, was at least
It
partially
does, though.
bipedal. He proposes that Artie, another alleged human ancestor, dated to between
What do
4
I think
and
about Resball? What is that, a movie or something? Oh, the movie Resball? It's alright. Native movies are just so corny, yo. I'm sorry. As a Native American, Native movies are very corny. They try to get the reality and it's just cringe, yo. You can't fake it in a movie, you know? You'd have to, documentaries are where it's at, yo. Putting that, it just was too cringe for me. Even Reservation Dogs, cringe. Me as a city native from New York, when I'm watching Res Dogs, the first episodes, and they got Res, Crips, and Bloods, I was like, all right, yeah, now I'm good on this. It was just cringe, yo. It was just cringe. So I didn't watch it because it was like, they don't got no Crips or Bloods out there, yo. And I'm not even a gang member and all that. And out here in the city, it's like, whatever, yo. I just didn't. I don't.
5
I
million
don't
years
watch
ago,
that stuff.
spent more of its
It's
time
cringe, yo. It's
allegedly
cringe. I
walking
cringe
than
watching.
Lucy,
And our people,
despite being over a
I'm not hating on our people. We're just bad actors, yo. Native Americans are bad actors. It's not in our genetic makeup to be good pretenders or good frauds or good fakes, because if you're acting, you're lying, you're pretending. It's just not in us to be good at that. White people are the best at that. Black people are pretty good at it too. But natives suck at being actors. It's because we're too real.
million years older.
There's no fakeness about
This
us.
article titled "Man Did Not Evolve from Apes" says, a U.S. biological anthropologist says he's
Ape
determined
evolved
humans
from
did
man.
not evolve from apes.
It's not that they evolved, they devolved. They got punished. God punished these people that turned them into apes, and they slowly regained their speech back, and they mixed back in. That's why certain groups of people on the planet resemble silverbacks and chimpanzees and stuff like that. Still lying, what did your people create? My people don't need to create anything. We are the creation from God. With the plants, the animals, and the birds. We were placed here as stewards of the land. We have instructions. We're farmers, yo. Native Americans, we're farmers. We're made by God to protect the animals and plant, take care of the earth, yo. It's our mother, yo. We don't need to invent a bunch of things because the original purpose behind every plant, every metal, every mineral, every rock, every root, we knew the original purpose behind it. We didn't need to invent a bunch of stuff like the white people and the black people. Well, I don't even know if the black people invent things. They just steal white people's inventions and say the white people stole it from them. That's what I see. Let me up. I'll teach you something, brother. Well, not if you're going to be like that, bro. The fuck? Bro, I want to talk to people that are going to be nice to me, not be like, oh, let me up. I'm going to teach you something. So, I don't know about that, bro. Come at me another way, maybe. I'll let you up. If you don't mind. Why are your reservations in the condition they are? Have you ever been to the reservation? Please put in the chat what reservation you have been to, Dodezi. Please, we would like to know. We would like to know. Because I guarantee you never hung out on the res. You might have got gas there or went to the bingo hall, but I promise you, you do not know what it's like on the res. You don't know what it's like in wild Indian territory. You don't know what it's like. You only know what it's like where the white people live. Off-res. Hey, go on, Segwa. You don't know what it's like with the wild Indians, yo. You don't know what it's like living on wild Indian territory. I'm mad at you. Go on, Segwa. Yeah, so people, they don't like natives because natives are waking up. They want us to be dumb, drunk, drug addicted, in poverty because they liked us when we were down and out. Now that natives are getting a spotlight, they gassed us up, yo. They're the ones that fucking brought all the attention on the natives. Nobody was paying attention to natives until really everybody wanted to be native in like 2019. Now everybody and their grandmother wants to be native. Until everybody that says their grandma told them that they were Cherokee or Choctaw or Blackfoot, your grandma is a fucking liar, yo. Your grandma should be part of the tribe. It's your grandma's fault. Listen, it's gonna be your grandma's, all these grandmas' fault for lying to you guys. You guys are really part white and not part Indian. You guys say, oh, your grandma got straight hair. Well, guess what? White people got straight hair too. They got straight hair too. So I'm pretty sure it's not Indian, because if you were Indian, why don't your eyes look like our eyes? Why do you talk shit about other Indians? Why do you talk shit about the res? If you were actually Indian, you wouldn't be talking shit about your relatives or your land. You wouldn't be trying to fucking dress like a European or a black person. We got our own style. Hey, leave me alone. God damn. Tell them about Leif Erikson. You believe in Christopher Columbus. He didn't see y'all when he came. Bro, you are a black ginger having an identity crisis. You got a million orange freckles all over your face, bro. I'm darker than you. You're supposed to be blue. You're not even a real black person, bro. Be quiet. You're fucking a pink, hairy black person, bro. This is what I mean. It's always like the most racist black people in America aren't even black. They're fucking half white and hairy. You guys are supposed to be blue and hairless, yo. You guys want to know what you're supposed to look like? This is what you guys are supposed to look like. Blue, black. Oh, we're getting flagged for bullying and harassment. These tough gangsters, Crips and Bloods want to report me for, these thugs want to report me for bullying. They want to report the wild Indian for bullying them. Typical. Let me reset. Everybody come back. Motherfuckers, bro. Oh, let's do this real quick. I gotta do this real quick for you guys. Let's go live. Come on. Come on, y'all. Okay, we should be good in a minute. Oh, that's why. Okay, we're back, y'all. We're back, gang. Here we go. Blue-black Africans right here. Yeah, yo, y'all are supposed to be blue, yo. Your eyes are supposed to look like this, and you better be fucking hairless and have the tiniest fucking ears I've ever seen. Straight up. You better be hairless and better have the tiniest fucking ears I have ever seen in my life if you claim you're black. You're supposed to be blue. The ones over here are not real black people. These are real black people right here, people. You're supposed to be blue. You're supposed to look like that and have real little ears, yo. And your eyes are supposed to be yellow. You're supposed to be fucking hairless too. These are real black people. This is a real black person. Like the ones over here, that's not real black. That's not real black. That's real black. That's real black. That's real black. That's real black. Fake black. Not fake black. Fake black. Fake black. Fake black. Fake black. Real black. Real black. Real black. Fake black. Fake black. Real black. Real black. These motherfuckers are not real black people, y'all. I'm telling you. They're all half white and hairy. Straight up. And then their ears are different. The ones over here got real big ears. The ones over there got real small ears. These are real black people. Time to wake up. The ones over here are not real black people. They are whitewashed, watered down black people, yo. I'm laughing about the Crips and Bloods thing. Oh, yeah, I know. It's like these people act so tough, but they're the first ones to call the cops, first ones to report, first one to threaten to sue you. Like, come on, yo, I thought you were tough. Yeah, this is real black people. The ones over here are not real black. The ones over here are whitewashed, watered down. That's why they don't like the Africans. That's why they call the Africans the N-word and the C-word and all these other names, is because those are the real black people. The ones over here are not real black. That's why they don't want to be African, is because they know they're not the true African. They're not. These people, we're a made people. These are a brand new people. African Americans are a brand new people. They came in the 1800s. And I'm going to explain how. So the breeding farms, Cabbage Patch Kids, that's what the black Americans are. They were breeding them by the dozens, yo. And they would add their DNA to them to make them smarter. So the lighter they were, the more they would move up in the ranks. They become house, you know what, right? The house N-word, right? Is because he was part white. He was the slave master's son. So that's how, and that's what it's like today. White supremacy is winning over these people. These people hate fucking their own kind, yo. They don't even want to have kids with their own kind. Every black guy fucks more white girls than his own kind. It's because what they have done to the black community. And I hope it never happens to my community, though. So I'm calling it out now. So this never happens to my fucking people. I don't ever want this to happen to my people. The reason why white men, black men have both agreed to not raise black kids or date black women. I'm going to tell you why. They both agreed to that. Black men don't like their own kind. They don't fuck their own kind. It's because their own kind has to wear, they put it in their head that their hair isn't beautiful. That straight hair like this is beautiful. That they will only fuck you and touch you if you have straight hair. Really? So they don't want to fuck their own girls or touch their own women because it's like a dude wearing a wig. It's like a tranny wearing a fucking wig. You can't pull your girl's hair. You're going to pull her fucking wig off and she's going to be bald. She's going to be bald under the wig or have cornrows under the wig like a dude, like a fucking man. That's why. It's because you guys have put it in their head that their hair is fucking ugly. Shame on y'all. Shame on all of y'all. Shame on all of y'all for not wanting to connect to your roots or get revengery for slavery, yo. Seriously. Shame on y'all. That's why I lost respect for them. That's why I don't respect them at all. I don't even listen to rap music. I don't even want to bop my head to the same kind of music. I don't want to wear the same clothes. I don't want to wear the same shoes. Nothing. Nothing like black people. Nothing like white people. Native Americans, we got our own shit. We got our own style, people. We have our own style. You don't need to dress like a white guy. You don't need to dress like a black guy, yo. Both of them lie about having our ancestry. Go ask any white guy or any black guy if they got native in them or Indian in them. They'll say, yeah, my grandma was Cherokee. Ask any native guy if he got white or black in them. They'll say, fuck no. Yeah, we live in a truly sick world, y'all. We live in a sick world. White supremacy is winning. My community, we will never let white supremacy win how white supremacy is winning over the black community. The black community don't even want to be black no more, yo. They want to lie and say they're a lighter skinned people. They're copper. They're Indian. They're the original Mexicans. They're the original Europeans. They're the original Asians. What about the original Africans? No, never, no, never that, no. Egyptians, yeah, but everything else, no. That's white supremacy, yo. If you claim everybody else's stuff on the planet except for your own, black people, Africans, yeah, white supremacy is winning, yo. Say, are you black? No. You say you're copper. You know what copper is? Copper was a magazine for mulattoes. You know who else they called copper? My people. You know what copper is? It's salmon pink. You guys are supposed to be blue. Blue, not salmon pink. Copper is salmon pink. That's funny, y'all. That is funny. But yes, you guys are supposed to be blue. Remember that.
But rather, apes evolved from humans. Kent State University professor.
See, I told you. Indigenous science and teachings and knowledge is the foundation to modern day science. So everything that we have said has came true, or science has proved us right. From black holes to wormholes to grid lines to Pangea, dinosaurs having feathers, right? Middle Earth, Hollow Earth, all of it. Ape coming from man, not the other way around, man coming from ape. These are Native American teachings. I might be blue. I'm the one who writes the stories. You'll see soon. You don't write stories, bro. Your story ends when you meet me. But anyway, anyway, this guy right here is saying that, oh, I'm so smart. I'm the one that discovered apes come from man. No, that comes from Native Americans. Give credit where it's due. Listen, all these major discoveries that science is now making, Native Americans already discovered that thousands of years ago. You haven't a clue or a cause or a chance. Bruh, if you want to take that risk, go ahead, bruh. But anyway.
She Owen Lovejoy, who specializes in the study of human origins, said his findings came from a study of Ardipithecus ramidus, a hominid species that lived 4.4 million years ago in what is now Ethiopia. Quote, people often think we evolved from apes, but no, apes in many ways evolved from us, Lovejoy said. It has been a popular idea.
I add to society, you just don't do anything.
Yeah, to think humans are modified chimpanzees. From studying Ardipithecus ramidus, or Ardi, a partial female skeleton, we learned that we cannot understand or model human evolution from chimps or gorillas.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works.
Of course, Lovejoy is still very much in the mainstream. And while he proposes that
where's my
humans
viewers
and apes
on
shared
Facebook?
a common ancestor that was neither human or monkey, at least he makes it clear that the popular idea that humans are modified chimps
Where's my
is
people
false.
on Facebook?
My own analysis is
If you
that
wanna go
neither
watch on
Lucy
Facebook,
or
you can see
Artie,
a lot more.
which
Go
were a
look.
little over 3 feet tall, walked upright at all, and were both primarily tree dwellers.
Okay, so if you look at the feet, they got an opposable thumb. The only people I know that got fucked up feet are Africans. They got literally 3-toed tribe. It's called the ostrich-toed tribe. They only have 3 feet. 3 toes like this. This is what their feet look like, yo. And it's like an opposable thumb. And then, if you were to shave this monkey, what color do you think this monkey would be?
Because their feet resembled hands like other apes, but because they're furry ape-like.
Right? If you were to shave the monkeys, are they really black, or is it just black hair on the outside?
Bodies did not sweat the way all bipedal hominins do, as sweating is a trait that is associated.
So the reason why we're hairless is because humans are hunter-gatherers. Long distance running. That's what a human being can do. You can't outrun a cheetah or a lion speed-wise, but you can long distance-wise. It will have to stop and get a rest, and it won't run. And you can get close enough to stab a spear to it. That's what humans did for thousands of years. Why are you upset with Dogoji? I think she did something to my feather, yo. Good thing it was just a turkey or hawk feather or whatever. But turkey feather. But yeah, she did something to it. I'm mad at her right now. And I didn't get no sleep last night, yo. I didn't get no fucking sleep. Meow, 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 meow. I didn't get no fucking sleep, yo.
With running and hunting, which neither of these specimens did. The artistic reconstructions in museums are deceptive, showing erect, upright models with human-like feet, which is a fraud. And while they're not completely fake specimen like the Piltdown Man, which was a baboon's jaw glued onto a human skull and touted as the missing link by the British Museum for almost 50 years, or the Nebraska Man, which was another imaginary creation based on what turned out to be a pig.
The Nebraska Man? Oh, who knows about the Nebraska Man? So Nebraska Man was a hoax. Nebraska Man was supposed to be a primate that originated here in America. Sounds interesting. But it ended up being a pig's tooth. They found a fucking pig tooth. A peccary. And they thought it was a giant human tooth. Like Nebraska Man would have been a giant. There's a camel and a horse in the background. Nebraska Man. It sounds interesting. And they're probably what... Listen, Native Americans have 2 ghost ancestors. One's from South America and one's from North America. One originated down there and one originated over there. One originated Lost Continent of Mu. One originated in Atlantis. One originated in the Garden of Eden. One originated in Southeast Asia. One originated in East Asia, Tartaria. Another one originated in the Middle East and Eurasia, Neanderthal, and the others originated in Africa and Australia. You understand now? And then Cumeria, between Madagascar, India, and Australia. Lumeria.
Tooth. The missing link is still very much missing. And
yo, and what's crazy, if you're looking at my screen, the one in the middle, you got girls that grow beard like that, yo. I'm just saying, you got girls that grow beard like that and that are hairy like that, yo. If they don't shave their legs, yo, their legs will look like that. And they grow beard like that, yo. More beard hair than me. I'm not even kidding. You got girls like that, yo.
The linear hominin progression proposed by the
And I've only seen African girls have beards.
of Africa model continues to fall apart as
That's because it's
advances
that
are
20% hominid or whatever. The fuck?
made in the field of genetics. The obsolete.
Did you read all that in a white man book? No, I watched it on a video.
Politically motivated out of Africa model proposes a single and relatively recent transition from archaic hominins.
Maybe if it was written in my people's language, I'd read it more. But nah, these aren't even my people's signs, yo. These aren't my people's symbols. You think those are my people's symbols? Fuck no.
To anatomically modern humans in Africa, which is not supported by the fossil record, followed by later migration to the rest of the world.
Look at the hair. It's not straight.
Replacing other still existing hominin populations,
That's a hobbit,
which
yo.
again is not what happened. DNA sequencing of modern and archaic
That looks like
genomes
someone I know.
has now conclusively and irrefutably
Choctaw gang.
demonstrated.
So you guys started a Choctaw gang because you couldn't join the Choctaw tribe? Is that why? It's a gang now? Not. What about Choctaw tribe? That's way more gangster than the fucking Choctaw gang.
That humanity is a hybrid species and that racial differentiation exists because
Yeah, yo, that's probably it, yo. That looks like it. That looks like your everyday random people downtown, yo. Just throw clothes on all of them. Yeah, and that's it. You literally got people like this, yo. Like, this is today in the world. This is literally what society is today. I'm not even fucking kidding you. This is literally society. This is 2026. I'm not even kidding you. This is literally what it looks like when you go downtown or outside anywheres. This is what you see. Just throw clothes on him and him. Just throw a gold chain on him and fucking some big old hoop earrings on her and you're good, yo. That is literally 2026 right now. Literally, that's like, people need to stop thinking that we're all the same, because we're not, yo. I'm saying we're not all the same.
we're comprised of various degrees of different.
There's people out there that get off by hurting people, torturing people, doing stuff to little kids, fucking being evil, fucking selling drugs, killing people. They get off by that. And it's kind of in your face who these groups of people are. The reason why they just suppress everything. They condition you to put up with it, yo. They condition you to be okay with that. You're not supposed to be okay with the crime rate being fucking 90% by one group of people, yo. It's about time to send these motherfuckers back home where they came from. And then over in Africa, South Africa, all the black people are protesting to get non-black people out of Africa. So why don't everybody here just send all the black people back to fucking Africa? Why don't they do that? Since all the black people in Africa are trying to get the non-blacks out of Africa, send all the blacks from over here. Ask the South Africans if they want to switch. I guarantee you the crime rate will go down, the gang violence will go down, the molestation will go down, fucking EBT. We could all get stimulus checks every single month, but the reason why you can't is because Your taxes go to that community. Their Section 8 that they've been on for 20 years. I knew a lady that was my cab driver. She started getting paid too much, and she quit her job because she didn't want to lose her Section 8. She was on 20 years. Black lady. Crazy, huh? I was like, damn, you don't want to better your life and get off Section 8? Oh, okay. But anyway, yeah, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. 20 years. And you finally got a job, the first job you had in 20 years, and you finally start making some money, and you quit that job because you made too much money, and you didn't want to lose your Section 8. Yeah, people need to send these people back. Everybody in America could get a $2,000 stimulus check. But the reason why you can't do that is because all your tax dollars go to the black community for food stamps, welfare, Section 8, fucking healthcare, all that. Everybody in America could have stimulus checks every month, annuity checks per cap, but they don't because we have to pay the fucking black people all that shit. Food stamps, welfare, and all that, yo. They lie about the numbers. You could go down to DSS any day. It's going to be a line of black people wearing Gucci, Louis, Versace outside the social services building. Getting in fights, starting fights. Me and my girl went downtown yesterday to go watch, and we watched a bunch of black people fight, getting in their face, chimping out. It's like, yo, this is literally America, yo. This is our country, and we're literally just watching these people. Yo, it's like, you guys don't care? You guys don't care about what's going on? I care. Maybe I care a little bit too much because I woke up out of it. I snapped out of it. I was in the Matrix, yo. I used to be like, oh yeah, I used to make excuses. There's no excuses to act like a fucking ape and a monkey 24/7. There's no excuse for that. Unless you got it in your fucking DNA. You know the word chimping out? If people say that and they get mad, they're only getting mad because it's true. You don't get mad at the homeless people pointing at the sky saying there's a fire-breathing dragon, do you? No, because you know it's not fucking true. Why would you get mad at that? They only get mad if the shoe fits. Right? And we got to deal with this shit. Yo, this is literally America right here. Put clothes on these motherfuckers? Yes. This is the society we live in. This is the society we live in. Put some fucking gold chains on these motherfuckers. Some gold chains on these motherfuckers and some clothes, a snapback. Yeah, a wad of money. Yeah, dude, this is literally what America looks like. She says, I only date black guys. Oh, yo, you're starting to see a common trend in America too. He thinks AI photos are real. Did I say that's real? I said this is what America looks like. I know that's not. Those are actual people standing next to sculptures. That's not even AI. You think that's fucking AI. Those are real people standing next to sculptures, bro. Wax figures. Ha ha. You thought that was AI. The joke's on you, bro.
Hominin species which interbred within the past 50,000 years. In this article published in Nature, we read that ancient humans lived in a Lord of the Rings world and indulged in interspecies sex, including
Don't ever talk to me like you're above me, boy. Everybody does that.
Neanderthals,
You know, people
Denisovans,
have to, when they talk to you, they gotta dumb down what they're saying so you can understand.
and a mystery.
They gotta literally dumb down and talk slower for you guys so you can fathom that and understand it. Sometimes we gotta repeat ourselves several times for you guys.
Species, which anthropologists have labeled a
It's
ghost
true though.
species.
It's fucking true. You
Meaning-
know, it's like you guys act like your shit don't stink, but it's like you fucking stink, bro. You guys stink.
It's considered super archaic, not yet
You know what? I
identified.
can't wait till I get my meta glasses. Because you know what? I would go downtown and just be like this. But I want the glasses, yo. I don't want to be like this. I want the glasses. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys what it's like in Buffalo. I'm going to go on a subway. I'm going to go East Ferry. I'm going to go Grant. I'm going to go downtown. Gonna go west side, east side. I'm gonna show you.
In the fossil record, but
Based
likely
I'm
Homo
gonna show you
erectus
how
or
these people
Homo
really are,
habilis, over 1 million years removed from modern hominins, and comprises up to 19% of sub-Saharan African DNA, not
19%.
found in the DNA of Asians or Caucasians. This interbreeding event happened about 43,000 years ago in Africa. In other words,
Yes, they have monkey DNA that mixed in. This is the Atlantean monkey that I'm talking about from the third age. These people also were still on the top, got stuck on the surface world. Well, we got saved by the ant people and brought to the middle. We got saved by the ant people and brought to the middle of the earth. Some of us got picked up by our ancestors, took up in the sky. They got stuck on the surface and got burned by the solar flares of the third age sun, the third sun. But I caught you. Why don't you come on up and talk to me, dude? Instead of talking in the chat, bro. I sent you a request, Trey. So what are you talking about?
Hey, dude.
Hey, so what are you talking about? Are you
Okay,
talking to me?
So you're in my story somehow. Okay, so when there was a crossover from trying to leave the astral plane, okay, so I'm Sauron of the astral plane. I use black and white to do it, right? So you tried to add colors to my astral plane, and so did Snoop on the other side. I know Snoop Dogg too. I made the astral plane in Compton. That's me. I did that. I lived with the Jacksons when I was a kid. I'm not a nobody, dude. I'm not a nobody. Okay? Just so you know, I am somebody. Like, I don't think you ever actually talked to me, but I'm Trevor, and I'm actually very much somebody. And I am the calculus. I was born fed at the university when I was 17. And I became an Arcturian by making the tsunami. I was an apprenticeship that I did with Stephen Hawking.
Bro, you don't even make sense to me. That's like the third time you've mentioned Octarian. What do you mean?
I do calculus. I'm a scientist. Do not talk to me. You're in my science. I am telling you what you are. You are native, which is beautiful, but you are a product of the sheen. It's the most beautiful part of what we have is the draconian sheen, right? But I'm an Arcturian, so I come through the.
What's the Octarian? Tell me what that is, bro, please.
Sheen, I come down through again, then I come back up again through the draconian sheen and up again, and I come down again. That's what a turtle does. That's how I make Plesnek. That's how I save the world and stuff like that. That's what I actually do.
Bro, I asked you twice already, bro.
it's not possible for sub-Saharan Africans
He says he's one of these. An Octarian. What, one of these, dude? Oh, fuck. I'm the Octarian architect of reality. Alright, bro. You're fucking weird, bro. Oh, you must have learned it from this guy, yo. This guy's a fucking weirdo, yo. This guy is a fucking reptilian. You can see his spike coming out of the top of his head. Yo, that's what the reptilians do. They come here and act like they're different aliens. Yeah, this guy is like harnessing all your guys' fucking energy. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Yeah, he's harnessing all your guys' energy. Doing all types of shit, yo. I'm mad at you right now. Let's see what he's got. Hold on. Starseed song?
Hey, what's up? We're my hometown.
Starseed from Gaia. Your timeline has already been stabilized. And what was collapsing around you was never the end of your path. I am Ophelia, emissary of the Galactic Federation of Light, and I carry this transmission directly from the Arcturian Council to you, in this exact moment, because your concern about the future was registered at the highest levels of universal awareness. They heard it, and they responded. You didn't find this message. It found you. Something in your field called this in, because a part of you, the part that remembers who you truly are, needed confirmation that you have not been abandoned.
Yeah, this is what this guy's probably watches. Octarian AI messages. Stargate tapes. Let's see.
September 1979. A request arrives at a small classified unit inside Fort Meade, Maryland. The request comes from the National Security Council, the highest level of the United States intelligence apparatus. Somewhere near the Arctic Circle, inside the Soviet Union, there is a building. It is the largest building under a single roof in the world. Every intelligence agency in the country, the CIA, the NSA, the DIA, has been tasked with determining what is happening inside. Satellite imagery shows the exterior. Signals intelligence has picked up fragments, but the interior remains a black box. The NSC has exhausted every conventional intelligence method, and so the request lands on the desk of a unit that
I got flagged. I gotta reset. Damn, where the fuck is everybody, yo? I'm mad at this cat right now. You're annoying me, dude. You're annoying the fuck out of me.
Alright guys, welcome back to another video. So a few days ago, a group of Hindus gathered together, brought over 100 acres of land in a city in North Carolina. They're planning to construct a temple and a statue of their warrior god, which will stand over 155 feet tall and become the new largest statue in the United
But they already have the third tallest statue in the United States. They just built a Hanuman one in Texas. Now they're building a new one in fucking North Carolina. Yo, you can build whatever the fuck you want in your yard, I guess. Because they bought some property and they're going to build a temple and a fucking statue. See what I mean? This is the real India. This is the real India, yo. Native Americans are not Asian like that. Native Hindus and Indians over there are Native Americans. Asians are Native Americans. There's a reason why you fly the swastika in your ancient artwork. There's a reason why some of our ceremonies are the same. Yo, I could have sworn I just seen a ceremony this morning where they're dumping yellow fucking brown water on this guy sitting there. Instantly, I was like, what the fuck? Yo, that reminds me of fucking that Apache ceremony, coming of age ceremony. Yo, they got stuff like that, yo. It's just like, there's way too many connections out of all. But here's the thing. Hinduism is, they got 33 million gods, so maybe, yeah, there might be a connection. It's just, let's see.
United States, and I believe even in the world, and we're going to be asking.
They're saying the Epstein files is fake. Right here.
Hello, I've been feeling a little bit useless lately, but then I saw this tweet. Why is all this blatant Epstein stuff not the front page of every newspaper right now? Why do I feel like I'm indulging in an unfounded conspiracy theory when I mention docs literally published by the DHS? Why do I feel like a bystander on the street wouldn't have even heard about it? We've got evidence of a billionaire pedophile cabal. Why do I feel like some people are just like, oh, well, business as usual? Why? And I saw that tweet and I was like, oh, tap me in. I think I can help answer. Just a little bit. All right, to answer this, let me start with a question. When you think about the world, the wider world, news, injustices, various issues that we all must tackle as a globe, do you ever find yourself wondering if it's all bullshit? How often do you approach media with suspicion? Is this paid for? Is this AI? Is this manufactured outrage? Is it propaganda? A distraction? A total fabrication? Basically, do you ever find yourself doubting your ability to know anything? So when it comes to our epistemological bases, what we know, how we know stuff, a little bit of doubt is healthy. It's pretty good, actually. Questioning your own beliefs gets you to throw out some bad ones that no longer serve you. It gets you to ask constantly what evidence would change my mind and get better ideas. And through this process, you find yourself with a better worldview. But what happens when there is too much doubt? When people experience too much doubt, when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to knowing stuff, they usually don't participate. Common reactions include cynicism.
See, they don't know how to act. They don't know how to act, yo.
Like just deciding that the truth is inherently unknowable, tapping out completely, being like, oh man, I just
They don't know how to act
and
around
silence
us,
and
yo.
compliance.
They really don't know how to act around us. Like, bro, I would love to meet one of y'all in the flesh and have y'all act stupid like that around me.
Just not knowing enough to know if you should be angry or if you're
What's the logo on
dissent.
your shirt? This is Taradaho. He had snakes in his hair. And it was Deganawida and Hiawatha and Jagoans to say that combed the snakes out of his hair.
Even help. Cynical, uninformed, and silent. This is like the basis for a passive, obedient citizenry. And turns out there is a propaganda technique that gets you all of these things. It's called flooding the zone.
Flooding the zone.
Your study of propaganda is important not only to you, but to me and to the world.
Welcome to Propaganda Academy.
Those are dreadlocks, not
There is a propaganda technique called flooding the zone. Sometimes
those are dreadlocks, not snakes.
called the fire hose of falsehood. It's also sometimes called gish galloping or spreading, but here's how it works. Let's say you're a power-hungry politician. All you want is money, power, status, and to be feared or whatever. You are like a balloon, a helium balloon, just set to rise in the current system that we have. But you've also done some really, really, really shady stuff in your past, and if that stuff ever came out, you could find your entire life over, ruined. Yes, you are this rising helium balloon in politics, but you're vulnerable to just
That's what they wanted to describe them back. Snakes, but they were dreadlocks. No, you're a liar.
Tiny pin. The tiny pin of
How come your people just started wearing dreadlocks?
truth wielded by the journalist who can just pop you and your downfall begins. Using the truth to topple power is a pretty common historical pattern. It tends to excite the populace and make people revolt. 3 examples off the top of my head. You got Martin Luther nailing his criticisms of the church onto its door, more or less starting a gigantic religious schism with the truth. Richard Nixon's unraveling came with Watergate, which was journalists, and Harvey Weinstein, who, to be clear, did it to himself. But the injustices of Harvey Weinstein were only met with actual consequences once people found out. The Me Too movement, basically. So these are all moments when the tiny pin of truth pops the gigantic helium balloon of power. Now, if you have done something pretty bad with regards to the Epstein files, it might be child rape, for example, something really, really horrible that just invokes this primal disgust in so many people, you'd do anything not to have that come out. You'd basically be buyable and threatenable at all times.
Blackmail's such an ugly word. I prefer extortion. The X makes it sound cool.
So in the case of Donald Trump, it'd be something like the rape case against Katie Johnson when she was 13, that she accused Donald Trump of raping her, which, by the way, was public knowledge before any of these releases came out. Just so we're clear. But you would know that there are certain pins that could take you down. Maybe it's a confirmed case, maybe it's a video, maybe it's a murder, whatever it happens to be. Now, one way to insulate yourself from this pin is to remove it. Anyone who dares to use the truth against...
Bro, we're not talking about you guys ever or anything that you guys bring to me. I'm sorry. Yo, stop trying to sabotage my live and make it about you guys. Go to another live. Go talk about white people or something, dude. Go.
You threaten them. Sometimes this takes extreme censorship, and by that I mean literally killing journalists, witnesses, and whistleblowers. Other times it's bribes, other times it's soft power, like discrediting them before they can even get to the microphone, digging up something from their past and just exaggerating it, making sure that that is the first impression that people have of them in the media. But there is a structural problem with these strategies, and that is the needle is still there. The truth is still there. You are always vulnerable as this rising wannabe Führer. You can still be brought down by the truth. So you come up with another strategy. Instead of getting rid of the needle, you add a haystack. You bury it. You bury it in so much pointless bullshit, just information that nobody needs, some of it good, some of it bad. And this is a specific design, and you just dump it on. You pile it on in order to hide the truth as much as possible. Nobody is going to sift through that, and even if they do sift through that, most people, when they hear it, are just going to assume it's just more bullshit. They're like, man, there's just so much noise out there. Why is this one true? Why is anything true?
He said the Democrats...
Okay, so we need to be more persistent on these pretendians, yo. Not only are they doing a disservice to themselves and their ancestors, they're doing a disservice to us. They're making it harder for our people to get our things because now they're flooding the fucking social medias and everybody's minds with false history and propaganda and misinformation, right? So everybody's going to grow up hearing that, oh, the black people think they were here. Oh, the natives say they were here. They're making it harder for the actual natives, us, to get our shit back because now they're making claim to our stuff. So yes, you should be fucking worried that these people are putting out misinformation. You should be debunking them because people are fucking stupid. They will fucking be like, oh, yo, that's real.
Don't matter. The real opposition is the media. And the way to deal with them is to flood the zone with...
Shit. See there. This technique, as I mentioned before, is called flooding the zone. Instead of focusing on what you want the message to be, you target the recipients of all messages. You make them doubt anything that has any kind of basis in reality. Things like independent and investigative journalism, things like science. You drown out their noise by creating more noise. And if nobody's getting clear signals, if nobody's agreeing on what reality is, there's no trust. Why do this? Because to some people, trust is a threat.
if I'm trying to predict what Donald Trump is going to do and where he's going to go, I mean, like one rule is look for where there's trust in the world, and he will try to destroy it. He's really uncomfortable with trust. And I think there's a logic to it. And the logic to it is he himself is so untrustworthy. And I don't mean that as an insult, it's just true. He lies all the time. He stiffs people on deals, all that. That's the way he thinks you move through the world. And if we're in a world where we trust each other, he's at a disadvantage. He doesn't belong. But if he eliminates trust between people, he gets the world into a place where he's good at it. None of us trust each other.
It's kind of evil, and it also has some really interesting ties to what it makes the general population do. When people are overwhelmed by too much information, when signals of fact and fiction and opinions and alleged statistics all hit one person, they do tap out. A typical response would be disorientation, cynicism, deciding that the truth is just inherently impossible to know. You raise the psychic costs for anybody speaking out because now they don't know if they are parroting misinformation or if they are actually even attacking the right thing, which produces a culture of silence.
Yeah, so that's happening amongst our people now. There's so much misinformation out there about black people being here in the Americas. They have photoshopped, used AI, made documentaries. They have put so much time and energy and money into this fake propaganda of them being the Indians that even our own people are questioning, hey, were they actually here with us? Or are they just making this up? Because they have so much shame in their skin color, their hair texture, their fucking ancestry. They deny that. White supremacy has dominated them. White supremacy has won so bad. White supremacy has won over them. They don't even want to be black. Yo, they don't want to be African. White supremacy has won, people. Against them, not against us. You don't have to dress like a white person. You don't gotta dress like a black person. We got our own stuff. You don't need to listen to their music. We got our own music. We got our own style. We got our own land. We got our own everything. They are the foreigners in our land.
Your media landscape becomes one not of truth but of uncertainty, which is pretty prime ground for manipulation.
I know that I'm listening to a Hanyo right now, but I'm not. It's the message, yo. And he's talking about something that's actually happening and going on right now.
And you create a longing for a simpler time, sort of a lure towards conservatism.
So what he's talking about is people are getting overwhelmed by misinformation. That's what it is. You got our own people being silent on this topic because they don't want to look bad. They don't want to look racist. That's another thing too. White supremacy has won over these people, yo. Like so much so you can ask any black person if they're African, they will say no. They will say, fuck no, I'm American. Oh, I'm Cherokee. Oh, I'm Choctaw. That's how much they hate themselves. That they would claim what we are. There's no way you and me are the same from the same culture, bro. We don't act the same. We don't even like the same fucking things. You're not from these lands. I'm sorry. You're from the Niger Congo, where the apes and gorillas are also from. Dumb hut.
But that's not all. You also create a big, beautiful blank slate. You now have the ultimate power to come in, and if you are quite certain, to give people your narrative, your very certain narrative, people who are desperate just to hear somebody who knows what they're talking about. Essentially, you have people out there who are craving a new way to understand the crazy world around them. They are yearning for a narrative. And if you come in with just absolute certainty, like the original definition of convict...
Yo, I'm now just seeing these Facebook comments. How many people are on Facebook right now? I can't see it. It's not showing me for some reason. They pay you, huh? Who pays me? Yo, you know what's awesome? I just gotta go live. I don't really even gotta post content no more. Black people are that obsessed with me, they just screen record me and post it for me.
Man, the confidence man, if you stand up and unabashedly say this is what is good, this is what is bad, a lot of people are going to use you as their new yardstick of truth. You essentially capitalize on their fear, on their confusion, and become the new word of God.
Propaganda is to democracy.
Classification. Oh, okay, so you must not be what is it? Indian red crayon? Okay. You must not be that then, huh? It has nothing to do with American Indians anyway. It's Indian dye.
What violence is to a dictatorship.
There's a really interesting paper on this that I recently read that highlights this propaganda technique, flooding the zone, as a key component to a fascist.
Yeah, yeah, so that's what's happening. Misinformation, mass misinformation. Indian red doesn't match you. It's not Indian red. It has nothing to do with the kind of Indian that I am, bro. It has to do with India from India. Hold on, let's see. You know why they changed it? Is because too many children were being confused, it says. Hold on. Too many people that aren't that smart were being confused. Hold on. Why did they change the crayon Indian red? Let's see. In 1999, Crayola renamed its Indian red crayon to chestnut to eliminate confusion among children. To eliminate confusion among children who oftenly mistakenly believed the color represented the skin tone of Native Americans. While the original 1958 name referred to a reddish-brown iron oxide pigment found in India. Educators reported it was causing misunderstandings, prompting the change. Yeah, so that's embarrassing for you guys. That's mad embarrassing, y'all. Super embarrassing. I would be embarrassed if I were you. Has nothing to do with Native Americans. Too many children were being confused. Their only proof. Yeah, it's like, bro, you go off of lookership. You go off of lookership. Okay, let's go off of lookership. Why? How come all the Indians got straight hair like us and look like us? How come none of the Indians look like you? How come none of the Indians look like you at all? If you're the Indians, how come you don't speak the language? How come we speak the language? Why do we live on the res? Why do you live with the white people? Right? How come you don't have no treaties? Where's your culture? Why don't you have no ceremonies? Why do you speak AAVE, African American Vernacular English? Not AIVE, American Indian Vernacular English. You don't talk like us. So, why is that? Why don't you look like any Native American from any pictures, any Indigenous American, any American Indian? Why? It's because you're not the fucking Indians.
We are all a work in progress. We are all at different places on what President Nelson.
So this is the grandmother of all people.
All humans.
White people, black people, yellow people, all descend from a woman that looks like this. This is what Eve would have looked like. This is what the biblical Eve would have looked like. All humans descend from a woman like this, whether you like it or not. If you look up the ancient Europeans, they look like this. If you look up the ancient Africans, they look like this. If you look at the oldest people in Africa, they look like this. And you can find this face at all four corners of the world.
And this is the mother to all the pyramid builders too. The Egyptians, the Cambodians, the Indonesians, the Hindus, the Mesoamericans, South Americans. Anywhere where there's pyramids, this was the grandmother to those people. Just so you know. Show me, how come there's no mounds in Africa? There's only termite mounds. Yo, they only have mounds in Africa. Termite mounds there. What you build on the res? 5-star, 5-diamond resort casino. Got 5 of them. After we got done building New York City, Empire State Building, Twin Towers, World Trade Center, Brooklyn Bridge, and all the cities in upstate New York too. You ain't build shit but a dung hut. You ain't build shit but a dung hut. Let's look at some dung huts in Africa now. Let's see. Hold on. Let's do this. Did the Iroquois build New York City? Mohawk ironwork is part of the Iroquois Haudenosaunee Confederacy, played a critical role in constructing the skyscrapers and bridges of New York City in the 20th century, known as skywalkers. They worked on major landmarks, including the Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, and World Trade Center. They did not build the city alone. Not by ourselves, but we built it on top of our people's stuff. We built Buffalo, Rochester, Niagara Falls, and you know we built Niagara Falls, and we own Niagara Falls. You know how? You want to know how I know we own Niagara Falls? Is because our people were able to build a 5-star, 5-diamond resort casino on top of Niagara Falls. This is how you know. This is how you know we built the cities, because after we were done, we went back to our tribes and built 5-star, 5-diamond resort casinos, literally right on top of Niagara Falls. Right after we got done building Empire State Building, Twin Towers, World Trade Center. Right after. Now, Haudenosaunee, my people did not live in teepees. We lived in longhouses. Haudenosaunee means people of the long house. My people lived in villages, gated communities, star forts, bro. Great hill people, great mountain people, great mountain people, people of the hills, Onondaga, Onondawaga. Our people are descendants of the mound builders. Straight up, bro. My people, I grew up dancing on a turtle mound every single year since I was a little kid. Hoop dancing on a turtle mound. Now let's see your guys' dung huts in Africa. Is there any mounds in Africa? You guys do not build mounds. Hold on. There are mounds in Africa. Termite mounds. Woo! Oh, let's see what the thing has to say. Yes, Africa has many massive mounds, mostly built by termites. Oh, yo, that's awesome, yo. That is awesome. Built by termites. Built by termites. Built by termites. Built by termites. Yo, that's so funny, yo. That is so funny. Built by termites. Hold on. Dung huts. Dung huts. Oh, look, you guys live in dung huts too. You know what a mosquito burger is? Guess who brought AIDS over here, bro?
You Siberians and Europeans, bro. Go look it up. Nah, you're on Google, right?
Yeah.
Go look it up.
Where did AIDS come from? You can only find those in the Niger Congo, just so you know.
You know, you can only find Asians like yourself in the Siberian.
Yeah, I'm not Asian, though. So, answer me this. Answer me this. Answer me this, then. So, if I'm Asian... Yo, shut up. Shut up. If I'm Asian, how come when I took a DNA test, I didn't have any Asian? Answer me that.
Show me your DNA test.
I don't have to. But why didn't I have it?
You're a lying piece of shit.
I don't have to lie, bro. That's the thing. I don't have to lie. Are you African? Are you African? Are you African? Yes or no? Are you African? Little boy, bro. You're the one that needs to put some more bass in his voice, bro. Put your camera on. Put your camera on. Shut up and put your camera on. You look like your name would be Jaden and you got a white mom or something. You look like your name would be Jaden and you got a white mom or something. You probably don't even know your dad. Put your camera on. Put your camera on. You better be fucking blue. Put your camera on. Put your camera on. Put your camera on. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I just proved you wrong, bro. I just proved you wrong. Oh, I'm a dead homies. Bruh, you guys, all that shit is in the movies and played out, yo. I'm telling you, your guys' little era is over. It's over for you guys. Nobody wants to be black. Nobody wants to listen to rap music. Rap and hip-hop is dead like 80s hair band. I'm telling you, nobody's pretending to be black. Nobody wants to be like you guys. I go out of my way to be nothing like you guys. That doesn't mean I try to be white either. Fuck both of you guys, to be honest. You guys are the foreigners in our land. Name something your people has done lately. Bro, we don't do shit for you guys. You are not your slaves. We don't need to contribute to your guys' fucking white government. The fuck? That's your mentality. That's that slave mentality. Yo, they're not pulling their own weight. We were all slaves. We don't need to participate in your guys' stuff, yo. God damn. Dig a little deeper into history. The black people were here. Okay, where's the proof of that? Let's look up earliest black people to come to the Americas. Oh. Well, the 20 and odd Africans arriving in Jamestown 1619 is a key date. Black people arrived in the Americas much earlier, with the documented explorers and slave peoples present from the early 1500s. Key figures include Juan Garrido, 1513, and Esteban the Moor, 1530s. Oh, okay. Yeah, that don't make you indigenous, though. That don't make you indigenous. Dude, trust Google. Bro, it's just common fact that you guys were not here. You guys weren't here, bro. Speak the language. What tribe were you? Because I can guarantee you, we can look up your family name on those rolls and they won't be there, bro. We can call a tribe and see if they know you. They will say they don't know you. You guys tried to do that to me and we busted y'all in a fucking lie. These people are so desperate to try to like make it look like natives stole their identity. They do anything to fucking like push the narrative that they're not African. I'm sorry, but you guys are fucking dung hut people that mixed with monkeys and brought AIDS over here. You guys eat mosquito burgers and live in feces huts. House where you smear poop on the walls, in the carpet, and even in your dreadlocks, yo. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is the app. And then they were slaves. The fuck? And then they act like this, like they're better than everybody. Yeah, nah. You're not better than nobody. You're not better than nobody till you get revenge for slavery. And then, why are you claiming Cherokee, Choctaw, any 5 civilized tribe? They owned black people. They whipped black people. They fought with the Confederacy for the South to keep you enslaved. Why the fuck are you claiming anything to do with natives? You got Stockholm Syndrome? Are you ashamed to be black? Because it looks like it. They owned slaves. They fought for the South. They fought for the South. The $5 Indian sheep. Yo, Semi Beauty. This lady must have black kids or mixed kids. This white lady named Semi Beauty must have mixed kids or black kids, because you have no reason to be hating on natives, yo. To be honest, you got this white lady named Semi Beauty must got black kids or mixed kids or anything, because if you're siding if you're not native or black and you're watching these debates and all that, these arguments and all that, right? And you side with the pretendians, or you side with the black pretendians versus the natives, yeah, You're a fucking cuck. You've been brainwashed. You bow down to black people. Sorry, but that will never happen over here. If you want to know they wrong the point of trying to get across to them, you're the pretendings. No, you are the pretendians. Look at this. How come this don't look like you? This is a Delaware chief. How come that don't look like you? This is a Seneca chief. How come that don't look like you? How come none of these tribes of these Indians look like you? At all. None of them. Not a single one. How come that don't look like you? You think he's wearing a weave or a stitch-in or a lace front or a wig? You think he straightened his hair with bear grease? No. Hair's just naturally straight. It grows towards your Mother Earth. If your hair don't grow towards the earth, you're not organic to this planet. They don't even call you guys indigenous. They don't call you First Nations. They don't even call you natives or naturals or aboriginals. Never ever have they called you that. Dopamine, how you been? I think that's y'all. I think the CIA went on y'all. They dropped that shit off in the hood, and you guys haven't been the same since. Selling it to your own mom, to your own cousin. You want to be in the streets for real, for real? Yo, you want to be in the streets for real, for real? Hey y'all, it's Dope Fiend Joya. Anything to try to discredit me, right? How about you go make a video about it and tag me in it? How about all of y'all go make a video about it and tag me in it? How about that? How about that? How about that? Let's see who can make the better video about me. Do your questionable homoerotic stuff with your AI, because we know how y'all get down. So this is funny to me. Help me explain this. So this pedophile named Turtle Gang FBA made an AI of me in prison with him, and he was beating me up, right? Sucker punched me in the video, and I'm getting beat up, right? So I say, yo, that's weird. So we look up his information. He got pedophile charges. We put it out there about him. You know what he went and did? He went and made a video of me twerking on him and all his friends in jail. That's how they got back at me. That's foreign Seneca. Ska, Dickney, Sen, Gay, Weiss, Yay, Jadak, Dig, don't listen. That's four in Seneca, y'all. I'm sorry.
This is the true indigenous womb man of the planet. The
womb man.
Here's the pen that erases scratches instantly. No cut, no Photoshop. We let the liquid flow into...
Your colonize. Look at all the black guys are mad. Black guys are mad. Black guys are mad at natives. Black guys are jealous of native guys. You guys are so threatened by us. You know nothing about this. Y'all know nothing about this. Y'all know nothing about this. Y'all know nothing about this, y'all. Y'all know nothing about this, y'all. Yeah, I got a problem with hybrids. Y'all are all hybrids, yo. Straight up. Y'all are all hybrids because all black Americans are mulattoes. They're all got European ancestry. They're not real black people. They are whitewashed. Watered down black people. I already showed you what real black people look like. What they're supposed to look like. All these, look at all the ones look at all the black people in my comments. They're all pink and hairy. I'm going to show you real fucking black people right here. Like, look at all their pictures. They're all fucking pink and hairy. They're not real black people. You guys are supposed to be blue. They're all trying to say they're copper colored, which is salmon pink. Salmon pink. Here we go. This is what you guys are supposed to look like. Oh. Yeah, you're supposed to look like that, actually. If you claim native, yeah, you're supposed to look like that. But these are real black people right here. This is a real black person right there. Real black person. Real black person. Real black person. Fake black person. Fake black person. Whitewashed black person. Whitewashed black person. Real black person. Real black person. Fake black person. Whitewashed, watered down black person. Whitewashed, watered down black person. Real black person. Real black person. Do you understand now? The ones over here are not real black people. The ones over here are all hairy, yo. That's some strong icy smoke. Listen, stop projecting your guys' life. Not everybody is drug addicts like you guys. Stop. Like, they're projecting their own life onto other people. Babe, I'm 4 in Seneca now. You look Caucasian? Good, I can go infiltrate. I can go infiltrate the colonizers. Because y'all are too scared to even get any type. You got no smoke for the colonizers. Why is that? Why is that? Why are you so worried about me? Why don't you go worry about the people that enslaved your bitch ass? Why don't you go worry about the people that enslaved your bitch ass and your grandma's bitch ass? Why? Why are you so worried about me? Why are you so worried about natives? You look like a white boy? I can look like a lot of things, but I'm not. It's funny because I guarantee you look more like a white boy than me. Because only mulattoes act like that, yo. Only mulattoes. I've been right about this. I've been doing this every day for 3 years. The only people to call me white, pale, or Caucasian are mulattoes themselves. The only people to call me that. Straight up. That's why none of the people that are calling me white have a profile picture. They all got white moms, yo. They project their own insecurities onto other people. They think that hurts me because that's really what hurts them. That's why they hide themselves and they talk about other people's skin color. Because that's their insecurity. They're projecting. When a black person says I look white, that don't hurt my feelings. What am I supposed to be? Be like, no, I want to side with you guys. No, fuck that. You think I want to side with you guys by calling me white? That don't hurt my feelings. They enslaved your bitch ass. The fuck? And I know I don't look white. The fuck? Saying I look white is weird, bro. You're racist now? You're a victim if you think I'm racist. I'm sitting here, dude, I'm literally the punching bag for black men. Black men literally get their shots off at me and they feel like a man because of it. That's like how much a threat I am to you guys. Literally, I'm literally the black community's punching bag. When you guys insult me, you feel like a man or a chief because of it. Straight up. Straight up, yo. That's why. They don't hate on no white people. They don't hate on nobody. They hate on Native Americans because they wish they could be us. Look at any of these motherfuckers hating on me. I guarantee you, their pages are full of people, my ancestors and my people. I guarantee you. Go to their pages, it's going to be nothing but my culture on their pages. That's why they're mad at us. Really think 45? There's not 45. There's only like 30 million of y'all. And then y'all aren't even real black people. You guys are mulattoes. 30 million mulattoes are mad at Native Americans. Yes. You guys are not real black people. You guys are all watered down. Is talking. Listen, bro, if I was on that, I definitely wouldn't be on TikTok live, bro. I wouldn't be on that. I wouldn't be, you guys probably wouldn't see me for a whole year, bro. Because when I do shit, I go to the total extreme. I changed my life, bro. So I did all that shit when I was young and dumb and stupid. Now I'm old and more wise, and I'm teaching people, hey, you don't need to go do all that stuff to feel good, you know? There's other stuff. You can listen to your tribe's music and you'll get that same rush. Yo, I get that same rush. I get that same rush when I listen to my people's music. Yo, I don't need to do no drugs. I don't need to do no drugs. Okay.
Don't let your vacation rental end at the pool. Be invisible. Get
So the
seen,
reason why
get
they're
booked
trying
on
to
booking.com.
say that they're the Indians is because they're all watered down black people. The white ancestry lightened them up, right? The white ancestry lightened us up too. So they got lighter, right? And so did we. Now they think that they're us. But your hair, you gotta wear a wig and a fucking straighten your hair to look like this, yo. Your eyes, they're getting surgery to get fucking Asiatic eyes, rhinoplasty, lip reduction. They're getting Botox to get bigger cheekbones. They're doing all types of, they're mutilating their bodies to look like us, yo. They want to look like a Latina. Black women want to look like Latinas, yo. That's why they wear straight hair and go to Brazil to get a BBL. Come on, Brazilian? Why don't you go to Africa and get an Africa butt lift? Nah, they want to be like a Latina. And the men are trying to be like the Hispanics and the Mexicans and the Latino men. Straight up. See, this is, shut your bitch ass up. Look, that's not even a real black person. I know natives darker than her. You see what I mean? It's only the mulattoes that are like this. Real black people aren't that hateful. Those are our allies. The ones over here are all fucking pink and hairy. That's why they call everybody else pink and fucking hairy and white and Caucasian. Nah, you're the one that's fucking like the white man. You pray to Christians, you fucking, or you're a Christian, you speak English, you rap in English, you wear Gucci, Louis, Versace, European brands. These are the fucking white people, yo. So if a black person calls a native person white, say, nah, you're the white person. And then they're not even real black people. Yeah, we're not hairy, yo. Those are the ones that are fucking hairy.
Hello everyone, this is Maadu Koka. In this video, I'm going to attempt to speak in 3 different Iroquoian languages. Cherokee, Mohawk, and then Huron, aka Wendat.
Let's hear it.
So I'm going to start with Cherokee.
Let's hear it.
Ka usio igali.
It's the chakras. I thought it was the planets.
Nigada. Tohi kwa. Osta udoda kwada kohi ika. Hoa. Ahia ma duda kwadoha. Meligada no chinela. Quatemohna. Amaya li chiawi. Tasco chanela ya kwade.
I don't know. Okay. I want to hear some real Cherokee. I want to hear some real Cherokee. Yo, I'm not gonna be as dark as a Mexican, yo, or South American. I'm from the Northeast. From the Northeast, and it's springtime. I'm not outside every fucking day either, so I'm not gonna be as dark as I should be. But yeah, if I was outside every day, yeah, it'd be fucking real fucking dark. And people already think I'm Mexican. So the only reason why they're saying that, like, I look white or call me pale face is because they're the ones that are truly fucking pale and fucking look white for what they're supposed to be. The people that are calling me white are fucking half white themselves, yo. You dopey analyzer. Bro, you got knocked out, bro. You got knocked the fuck out. Big time, bro. Like, you got no room to talk at all.
The
You
isolation
guys
that
want to see that nose hunter? You guys want to see a video of him getting knocked the fuck out? Hold on. Look at this video of this dude getting knocked the fuck out. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Where the fuck are you? Right here.
Wait a minute. If Turtle Game...
Hold on, let's see.
Grab a fried bread by the ponytail or the two braids and make the feet dangle how the ancestors used to. So,
Yeah, it was cold down out here. I'm from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
grab a fried
Yeah, that's the same dude.
bread by the ponytail or the two braids and make the feet dangle how the ancestors used to. So,
Yeah, it was cold down out here. I'm from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
grab a fried
Yeah.
bread by the ponytail or the two braids and make the feet dangle how the ancestors used to. So,
That's him
Yeah, it
when
was
he was
cold down
younger
out
right
here. I'm
there.
from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
Got knocked the fuck out.
grab a fried bread by the ponytail or the two braids and make the feet dangle how the ancestors used to. So,
Yeah, it was cold down out here. I'm from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
Yeah, ain't nobody coming, bruh. You got knocked the fuck out.
grab a fried bread by the ponytail or the two braids and make the feet dangle how the ancestors
That's why he talks like this now, because it was him that got knocked the
used
fuck
to.
out.
So,
Yeah, it was cold down out here. I'm from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
grab a fried bread by the ponytail or the two braids and make the feet dangle how the ancestors used to. So,
Yeah, it was cold down out here. I'm from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
Looks like he took a cab there too.
grab a fried bread by the ponytail or the two braids and make the feet dangle how the ancestors used to. So,
Yeah, it was cold.
He started fucking with the white people back in the day and they knocked his ass out, and now he's trying to fuck with the natives.
Down out here. I'm from New York, and I'm out here by myself. Fuck these niggas, man.
Motherfucker don't know how to fight. That's why he does boxing now. Because he got knocked the fuck out. They almost killed him. It was brutal. Yeah, I know. That's why he does boxing now. And that's why he wants to fight with everybody. It's because he got knocked the fuck out years ago on video. That's what you get for acting tough. Don't act tough, y'all. You guys weren't tough. You guys got enslaved for 400 years and never did anything about it. So stop acting tough. You guys are not tough. It's a huge facade. Listen, I've been in jails, in institutions. I've lived in the hood. All that shit is in the fucking movies, yo. All that shit is in the fucking movies. That is all propaganda, yo. I've been locked up, been in institutions, been in jails, given years of my life to all three, and lived in the hood for years, right? As soon as I was old enough to leave the res, I came to the city. I was a tattoo artist, right? Tattooed many black people. All that shit is in the fucking movies. It's all in the movies. Jails, like, listen, they're not extorting people for their fucking lunch money and their fucking food trays and like that does not happen. That does not fucking happen. Oh, so that's why you so uneducated? Bro, I'm not uneducated. I graduated, bro. And that don't mean shirt. Is that a Tadadaho shirt? I say it is, but it's a Crooks and Castles shirt. But it's a Tadadaho shirt. Y'all are so threatened, yo. Say that shit to my face. I wish one of y'all would try me in the street, yo. Really. So Chan is? No, I don't. Sorry. Sorry. Don't know. How many people we got on Facebook, guys? Today's quote. Let's get some music real quick. Here we go.
We built a $49 garden.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, hey, oh yeah, oh yeah, hey, yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
What's up?
Oh yeah,
I seen the demons left. They can't handle that frequency, yo. They can't handle that frequency. It's an indigenous frequency, yo. Only the people that got the original DNA can handle it. Thank you, Holly. Because a small group want to claim to be native. It's not just a small group. The fuck? You think it's a small group? You could ask any black person. If they don't want to claim native, listen, I'm not doing it just for the natives. I'm doing it for all the people black people try to steal from. No, this is Eddie Thomas. I'm doing it for all the people that black people try to steal from, yo. The Egyptians, the Europeans, the Asians, the Vikings, the Moors, all of them. The Hebrews. I do it for all of them. Y'all come from the dung huts of Niger, Congo. You guys don't build mounds or pyramids. You smear poop on straw huts. Let's be real. So you can hold that copper penny up to your face. Yeah, soon. It's almost summertime. Hiya!
Yeah, yeah, we yeah, yo, yeah, yeah, we yeah, yo, yeah, we
Now I can see how many people are in here.
yo, yeah,
Creating custom clothing with tap stitch is simple. Start by choosing a garment, then click Design Now. On the
Only for Seneca or other indigenous groups use it. It's for Iroquois. All the dialects. It's for Iroquois, yeah. Just Iroquois. Actually, you guys could use it too. It is, if you got English in your alphabet, yeah. But traditionally, the sky dome is our symbol, so. Cajun. Are you Mohawk? Cajun? I don't know if you guys know, but Jeremy Bondberry outed this one guy. He claims Mohawk.
Sago ita ni onjats. Teno wagatayuni ni wagato ota. Teno ganyagahage ni wago enjado. My name is Sago Yeta. I am a Wolf Clan. That is my clan, and I am a Mohawk from New York State area, the Adirondack Mountains. And my wife and I have our house here in.
Mohawks don't say that. Mohawks say they're from Kanasadage or Ganawage or Akwesasne or Grand Rip, whatever.
Onyota Agage, Oneida of the Thames, near London, Ontario, Southwold, Ontario, actually. And so today I was asked to speak of two specific things.
Yeah, he's fake. That's fake. Fake guy right there. I know, hey, I know, hey, I know. Everyone else would probably think he's real, exactly. I know. Because he's got the Gustoa on and he's sitting there speaking the language. I guess people let him into the longhouse too. And he even said he had a name. And you know what name he said he has? Red Jacket's name. He said that's his name. Sagoyan Weta or something. Sagoweta. That's Red Jacket's name, yeah. Hold on. He says it. Oh, I already exited out of it, but. Yeah, where'd you get your Mohawk name? Who gave you your Mohawk name? Right away, I noticed he was fake, yeah. But you know what? Mohawks, they're really light. That's because they're the first ones to make contact, you know? And plus, they adopted people. Mohawks definitely do not run the warrior system. Well, why don't the Seneca? You know what's crazy? Mohawk, there's more Mohawks because they go through the father too. Like, I gave a guy downtown an Indian name, but he thinks it means big warrior. The Indian name I gave him was Lil Gunat. So every time I see him, I say, yo, what's up, Lil Gunat? And he thinks it means big warrior. I told him Lil means big, and we don't have L's in our language. But yeah. Yeah, he thinks it means big warrior, but it doesn't mean big warrior.
I gifted my husband these pants, and now he wears them everywhere. Meet mesh irons.
They got a native Nephilim on the football team.
Honestly, it's just been the people inside of it that has really shaped this experience. I've gotten to know a lot of the coaching staff here, and I've had the opportunity. The coaching staff here. And I've had
After I told those motherfuckers off, they kind of left me alone. Yo, it's kind of fucked up that you got to be real mean like that, though, to kind of get people to leave you alone. Like, I don't want to be rude and mean like that, yo. I really don't. I wish I didn't have to. But in order to leave these motherfuckers alone, you kind of got to, like, fight back, yo. Otherwise, they're just going to pick on you. Sorry I had to say some racist ass shit, but they're gone now. Just got that water blood in my veins, yo. Sorry. I don't care what color you are, you know. Just got water blood in my veins, bro. I don't care what color you are, yo. You can be fucking midnight blue. I don't give a fuck what you or your ancestors are, to be honest.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello.
Of people in clown outfits trying to lure children into the woods with candy.
It sounds like a plotline out of some horror movie, but people in Greenville in an apartment complex there say this is happening to them.
Hello everybody and welcome back for another video. Today we're going to be talking the Nephilim look like clowns. Now the inspiration for this video, it actually came from a video series. I think it was like a 10-part video series that I saw on YouTube maybe in 2016, And what was being put forward in that series was this concept
Juanita
that
is who gave you your name. You know what? And did she have a man that have? Does she have a husband that has tattoos that go like this, lines that go like this, on each side of his eye? Did he have tattoos like that, and tattoos on the side of his ears and all that, and long hair? Okay.
what we know today as a clown and the way a clown looks and some of the behaviors of a clown or clowns in general.
And you know what? When you said you got your name from her, I was like, maybe.
Actually be derived from what's referred to as the Nephilim. And I know that sounds like a stretch, but when you start to look into some of these things, it gets interesting. So this series is no longer the channel that created the content is still on YouTube, but hasn't produced videos for a long time. But this series has been removed, and I wanted to just sort of hit on some of the key points that were brought up, and I will leave links to the channel, and because I found another channel that re-uploaded this series, so I'll leave a link to all that. Now, getting into this topic a little bit, we have this association with not only clowns as being entertaining, but we associate them with certain characteristics like red hair, pale skin, as well as the blood red nose, and also certain characteristics like tricksters, mischievous, and now even we're getting these associations between clowns being evil, both in the media and in movies.
It has elongated skull and red hair like the Paracas skulls too.
We see this concept that clowns being evil is a common theme in a lot of movies these days, as well as being tricksters and mischievous, like I said. So is there any chance that that's actually coming from somewhere or from something? And what's being put forward in this series is that this is a representation of, in some way, of the Nephilim. Now, where things start getting interesting is when you start looking at the history of giants. Especially, you have the mysterious cave of the redhead giants, and how many native tribes in the northeast and southwest, they still speak about legends of giants with red hair, and how their ancestors fought long and terrible wars against these giants. And you think of the Paiute Indians, who are native to parts of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona, and they would tell...
You think Stargate 10 is real? Bro, you know my people protect Stargate 2 already. So yes, if my people are already doorkeepers for Stargate 2, yes, you already know I believe in Stargate 10. What kind of question is that?
The white people, the stories of the battles of their ancestors had with a race of fierce giants who had pale skin.
Let me explain this. So Senecas are keepers of the western door. We are all the way up to the Mississippi and then some. Here in the northeastern part of North America and the Ohio River Valley, they have a Stargate. It's called Stargate 2. Senecas are protectors of this Stargate. It's in our name. Onondaga is Great Hill people, but it also means people of the Western Door. That's what comes with being Seneca. You're a doorkeeper. And it's for Stargate 2. There's different Stargates. There's like 12 of them.
Addition to red hair. So that's an interesting connection. And I think it's in the Bible in the book of Numbers, chapter 13, verse 33, where they talk about the Nephilim and their giant stature. So it is interesting that we have this association. Nephilim, pale skin, red hair, clowns, pale skin, red hair. I don't know about them being giant, but interesting. That's an interesting point. And just thinking about red hair in general, we've got...
This is it. They put the truth in your face. Even in the new It movie or It TV show, they show the Micmac, Northeastern tribe. They show a Nephilim angel crash landing, and that's what it was. He was a Nephilim. And they show, well, here's the thing about Nephilim. People throw that word around too lightly. He wasn't really a Nephilim. He was more of a fallen angel. He came from a meteorite, and or this evil demon or whatever. And this meteorite is like what keeps him away. So if you look in the new thing, what it is what this is from It.
These interesting ties to like these elongated skulls having red hair and even the giant mohawk.
These are our people too. So if you're indigenous, you have relatives across the ocean. So I'm going to list all the original people of the planet. Wasn't it a giant turtle in space? Something like that. Yeah. Creation story. The Hindus, the fucking natives. So listen to this. Native Americans are related to the Mexicans, the Alaskans, the Asians, the Hindus, the Indians, the Egyptians, the Polynesians, the Aboriginals, the Cambodians, the Indonesians, the Samoans, Tongans, Tasmanians, Hawaiians, South Americans. Those are all our people.
Statues on Easter Island having these red caps. Now, just as a point of fact, I should mention that the appearance that we sort of associate with the clown, a lot of that was developed apparently in 1801 by this person, Joseph Grimaldi. And what's referred to as the white-faced clown was originally designed by him, as I mentioned, in 1801. But the idea being put forward in this video series that I watched was, what if the inspiration behind this appearance is actually something else entirely? And he was pointing to the Nephilim. Okay, here's where things take a twist. I was reading this article talking about why do people who take DMT see these jesters and tricksters?
You don't have to go all the way to DMT to see these beings. You can take salvia and see these beings too. I do not promote any drug use though. I'm just saying, for people that have done it, y'all already know what I'm talking about. So one of my experiences with salvia, I did see these. Actually, everything, I did it in a Walmart parking lot. And what happened was everything around me turned into a circus, and it turned into like Sesame Street. And it turned into a bad trip. I was getting pushed down a manhole by Sesame Street characters, yo. Yeah, yo. It's like there's some shit out there, yo. And our people could tap into this long time ago. And our people still tap into this long time ago. Different beings will reach out to us and talk to us and all that. So everything that these people are talking about and now discovering, natives already knew.
And what I wanted to mention, and this is just an excerpt from that article, the text, but what I wanted to mention is Joe Rogan, who's got one of the most popular podcasts in the world. He actually took DMT and he ran into these jesters. And he talked about it, how they were sort of taunting him. And now in the article, it talks about how strangely these jester-type entities commonly appear in the DMT experience. So people encounter these clowns, jesters, jokers.
You know what? I think that the Native Americans in our communities, that we suffer from addiction and we become clean from that, those are the people that should be the medicine man. Straight up. The medicine man is supposed to heal you spiritually, physically, all that. And who has better experience than a ex-addict, being that they have been through the fire already. They have been through the fire already. Yes, they've been on both sides of it, the good and the bad. So that's who should be the they need to have a treatment center for natives, and they turn you into a medicine man, yo.
During their experiences with DMT. Now, these entities are often engaged in elaborate and mind-boggling performances and tricks. But it's not only their behavior which is interesting, but their environment is interesting because many people find themselves in strange dimensions that resemble a circus or a carnival or a casino. So you've got these entities that people bump into who are mischievous, and they kind of act like clowns, and their environment is a circus. So what do we have obviously here? We've got the clown. Not only do we have clowns who have this, the pale skin, the red hair, all that, but they're associated with circuses. So what if what we have here in the physical is actually paying homage to these non-physical entities? Just something to think about. And the appearances, at least of these DMT gestures that people see, a lot of times, and I'm sure it varies, but a lot of times they speak about these entities having these two protrusions from their head. And also, they'll see checkerboard patterns in and around, around these figures or entities. And on message boards like DMT Nexus, people talk about a lot of these strange coincidences of seeing these entities and some of the things they see. Now, in culture, there are cultures that refer to these entities as well, and you have the Hopi people and their sacred clowns. So you've got this concept, the Pueblo clowns, and they have these rituals where they dress up like jesters and tricksters, and they paint themselves with these striped patterns, and they have these headdresses with these protrusions, and you start looking at some of the figures associated with these rituals, and it looks just like these entities, these stripes, the protrusions, pale face, and you just kind of got to wonder what's going on. And then you find out the Kosher is a sacred clown of the Hopi, one that you're likely to see at the Katsina ceremonies. He is one of several clowns which are sometimes called jesters or tricksters. And they say the Koshers are sacred entities of the Pueblo world. But so you can see the protrusions, the stripes, what's put forward in the series, and I wouldn't be surprised if these are indeed real entities that are non-physical. And the Pueblos were interacting with these entities. And it's the same entities that people who take DMT are encountering. And it's not just an archetype. It's not the collective unconscious.
So Native Americans, we had the most hallucinogenics that you can take within a ceremony, from peyote to shrooms to ayahuasca to these different kinds of powders to the toad, different types of stuff. We got that embedded in our culture, in our ceremonies. My people lost that. We don't have that no more. We don't have anything that you could take. I guess we used to have something, but we lost it. We don't have that no more.
Or collective consciousness, but we're talking about real entities, and their environment is very circus-like, and what we're seeing in the physical is just a recreation of that. Just sort of this weird concept. But in movies, right, we got the Mad Hatter, Alice in Wonderland, the main the main character, pale face, red hair.
You got red lips, yep. This is what they put it in the movies, the royalty. Like what it was. It was like a Nephilim, but that fallen angel, it was like scared of the Nephilim or whatever. That they used the crystals from that meteorite to keep him away or whatever. But yeah, look, this is what it was. And they're putting it in the movie. She's a queen. Royalty. These Nephilim bloodlines were put in charge.
You had also in that movie the Red Queen, pale-faced, and I believe in the background you had this jester here figure with the pale-faced protrusions, and also, you know, we look at McDonald's and Ronald McDonald's and the Hamburglar. They got their stripes, you know. Ronald McDonald, obviously the clown motif, and it just makes you wonder if the influence of all this is.
Yeah, yo. Yo, that's right. Look at them. Look at him. He's a Kachina. He's a Kachina clown. Or he's a Kachina, yo. Yo, the Hamburglar was a fucking Hopi Kachina clown the whole time? What? And then Ronald McDonald was a fucking Nephilim giant? Come on, yo. Yo, he's literally dressed up. And he's got red hair, too. He's got red hair, too. What? He's got red hair, too.
Not what we think it is. But talking about the Hamburglar and the hat.
So he's got blood all over his mouth and his nose because he was cannibal. He's eating pale-skinned giants with red hair. Wendy. Yeah. And then he's dressed up like a Kachina clown, too. So if you look up, yeah, look at how he's dressed, yo. Try to find one that matches him. They love watermelon, I guess. Yeah, look. He's dressed up like a Kachina. Red Kachina. All he needs is the two things coming out of his head, yo. Because look. They wear a hat like that too, almost. Hold on. Where the fuck was it? But yeah. That is definitely what he's wearing.
Hat. And of course, got the Mad Hatter with the hat. Just as a side note, a lot of people who have night terrors, sleep paralysis, they will talk about seeing a figure with a hat who seems to be sort of controlling the experience. And a lot of times he's wearing a flannel shirt, which sounds strange, but of course we have the movie Nightmare on Elm Street. He's wearing that patterned sweater with the stripes, so, and he's got a hat on, so just sort of a interesting side note. But we had Beetlejuice, right? He's got he's this pale-faced character who is a troublemaker, and he's irreverent. A lot of these same characteristics just keep popping up. And I wanted to show you a 25-second clip from this series that I saw. And it's going to be somebody who's drawing a demon. And as he's drawing it and showing it, there's a manifestation that happens in the video. And it's going to have some relation to this image that you're seeing with Beetlejuice here. So let's take a quick look at that short clip. Okay, so it's really grainy and it's low quality here, but this person's showing a drawing that he did of a demon that he saw, and as he's doing it, you get this something is materializing behind him, and it looks like it's attached to him, and it's got that striped pattern, and it's going to disappear from the camera. And I'll let this run once more, and it's sort of behind him here. You could just sort of, as he's showing this picture of a demon he drew, you sort of have something that seems to be materializing behind him. And I can't speak to the veracity of this video, but I found it pretty interesting. So I just wanted to show.
Yeah, yo, that's pretty freaky, yo. That's why they changed the cameras too. They did it in Vietnam with the night vision goggles too.
Show it with you guys, and it's going to disappear once more here. So what I did was I just took a snapshot on the left from that video, and on the right you have Beetlejuice. And if it is indeed a legitimate video, it's interesting that you've got some entity appearing that seems to have a lot of the same visual characteristics with clowns and, portrayals of these characters that we see in movies. Something to think about. And there's carnivals, many carnivals, but the Carnival of Basel is the biggest carnival in Switzerland, and people dressing up as clowns, and of course UNESCO's involved, and they want to preserve that cultural heritage. Makes sense. But yeah, here's just an image from that carnival, and why do we do this, right? Like, why do we dress up like clowns? This specific type of clown with the stripes and the pale face. And of course you got clowns in hospitals. Clown care, also known as hospital clowning. It involves visits in healthcare facilities, involving visits from specially trained clowns. Now, I should mention, a lot of good is done, and you got a lot of people with good intent dressing up as clowns and bringing a smile to children who need a smile. So there's a lot of good being done, but it's just what we're questioning is the root of this. Like, why clowns, and specifically why pale-faced, red-headed clowns? And when you look at the Shriner hospitals, of course there's connection.
Yeah, so Shriners are Seneca. They got Seneca Shriners, yo. I did a little video on it, and it's one of the highest orders of Freemasonry. See how he's wearing the Moorish hat? That red hat right there, that Moorish hat, signifies the blood spill of Christians in Morocco. That's what that means. And you got the Shriner hospitals for children, Freemason hospitals for kids. Doesn't that kind of rub you wrong?
It's to Masonry, right? Not all Masons are Shriners, but all Shriners are Masons. And again, we talked about this checkerboard pattern, the pale face, and now we have, this connection with children. And
you know what? See that guy's nose? Strawberry nose? I've only seen my people have nose like that. Native Americans. Like that. I've only seen my people have nose like that, yo. Swear to God, I have only seen my people have nose like that. Only. They call it strawberry nose. These guys don't have it, it looks like. But we got big noses, yo. We got big noses.
On the surface, it seems fine, and like I said, a lot of good is done. But now, when you think secret society and this, now we're looking at like why the pale-faced, red-headed clown. You know, now it sort of takes a different tone.
Let's check out part 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for another episode. Today, we're going to be talking The Nephilim Look Like Clowns Part 2, and this will be the final episode in the series. And again, what I'm going to touch on today is I'm going to go into a little more depth onto some of the things I touched on in Part 1, as well as maybe introduce a few new wrinkles to the topic. And I'll leave a link to the original series that I drew the inspiration from. But just to summarize real quick, in Part 1, we talked about these tales of these red-headed giants, pale-faced, red-headed giants who had a cannibalistic nature, so sort of an evil intent. And then we also looked at these clowns, these jesters, and how now they're associated. They seem to have an evil intent associated with them, and they have the pale skin, a lot of times red hair. They have this interesting clothing. We see a lot of times these checkerboards, black and white, these stripes. And again, just in the Batman movie, 1989, we had the Joker and his goons who were mimes for some reason. But again, we got the pale face and the interesting clothing with these striped patterns. So they keep putting this stuff in front of us, and I talked about the Pueblo clowns in Part 1 and how they kind of dressed up and they look like jokers or jesters that people see when they take DMT. Well, a lot of you alerted me to this. There was a tribe, a native tribe in Tierra del Fuego, which is, I guess it's in southern Chile or Argentina, I guess. But it's at the southern tip of South America. And this particular tribe, called the Selknam tribe, they had this ceremony, this initiation ceremony, and they had these very elaborate, I don't know if costumes is the right word, but they would dress very elaborately with these intricate designs, and one of them looks very much like what the Pueblo clowns would dress up as, and it's the one on the right here. And again, Tierra del Fuego is way at the bottom of South America, but so we're
Patagonia.
Talking thousands of miles away, a different continent and thousands of miles away from the American Southwest, where you had the Pueblo clowns. But they're sort of pretty much they're looking identical, and I think people report seeing entities that look like this in the spirit realm when they take DMT. But again, these tribes are separated by continents, thousands of miles, but they seem to be portraying, I believe, an entity that resides in the spirit world. So I wanted to mention that. And again, Joe Rogan, he talked about his DMT experience. But yeah, people encounter clowns, jesters, jokers, and sometimes even scenes that resemble a circus, as well as these
Same, yo. I've been there.
checkerboard patterns, these black and white stripes. And I didn't mention this in the first.
So here in Buffalo, they have the Royal Order of Jesters. So that is also one of the highest orders of Freemasonry. The Royal Orders of Jesters has infiltrated the Buffalo Police Department. They got caught, busted, pimping out girls across the country. So within Freemasonry, you got these high orders. The Royal Order of Jesters, which is one of the highest orders you can be. You got the Shriners, which is another one of the highest orders you can be. And they're both have are involved with clowns, yo. And then the checkerboard floors too.
First video, but the Freemasons, there's a couple of offshoots of Freemasonry, and one of them is called the Royal Order of Jesters. And all of the people who belong to this Royal Order of Jesters, they are indeed Freemasons, but specifically they're Shriners. And all Shriners are Masons. So it's interesting, you have this secret society, and they really seem focused on jokers and jesters and clowns. Again, the Shriners themselves, all Shriners are Masons. All jesters are Shriners. So at the end of the day, they're all Masons, but these Shriners, again, they like to dress up like clowns, and they're associated with hospitals and children. So you got two branches of this secret society, and they're seem pretty fixated on what I believe are actually entities in the non-physical realm. But as far as these patterns goes, I want to elaborate a little bit on this, because people see these stripe patterns.
Jokers are also tatted on Chicanos. Yo, and then you know what? I had homies. Yo, we can just look it up. Homies clown figure. They got the homies clowns, yo. And I had these. These are the ones that I had. Those ones look, and they even got them in the stripes. Come on, yo, I had this one with the bucket. I had all these ones. I had all of these ones. I don't think I had that one, but I had all these, yo. Look at that. I collected these as a kid, yo. They got the whole clown, yeah, yo. They got one in the stripes. Look, another one with the stripes too. Yeah, but this is that's the one, those are the ones I had. Yeah, I had every single one. My mom once bought me every single one from eBay. They came in little bags, yo. A whole box of like every season. Spoiled.
These zigzag patterns, these black and white patterns, when they take DMT, for instance, and I think this gets put in front of us in the media, and some directors and producers sometimes, I believe,
yeah, that's the Shriners. They wear the Moorish hat.
They put it in their TV shows and movies, such as David Lynch. I believe he does this, and you can see, for instance, in Twin Peaks, the TV series, directed by Dave Lynch, there was this red room, this extra dimensional space that they would show from time to time, and people walked backwards and did all kinds of talk backwards in this particular extra dimensional space, but the floor was this particular pattern, and David Lynch has a history of showing this floor. And one of his earlier movies, Eraserhead from 1977, again, this similar zigzag type of pattern on the floor. And he actually had a short film, if you want to call it that, on his YouTube channel. It's like a minute and a half, but it shows, this is what you're seeing on screen. This is pretty much the setting for the entire minute and a half. But again, it's the same pattern, and we see it in movie videos. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, this song "Don't Come Around Here No More." I believe this is supposed to be the Mad Hatter, Alice in Wonderland, and you can see again these same checkerboard patterns, these zigzag patterns. For some reason, they keep this other dimension, they keep associating these patterns with that dimension and some of these entities. So it's interesting. And now, in part, this is going to take me into talking about this phenomena called liquid crystal polarization, because in part one, I showed a little short video of a gentleman drawing, I believe he was drawing an alien or a demon, and as he was drawing, what he saw, it appeared like something was materializing behind him, and it was very much in line with this black and white checker or striped patterns. And I didn't realize this is there's a lot of examples of this phenomena, and I guess it's termed liquid crystal polarization. And I'll leave a link to one of the videos showing it, and with regard to Bob Marley, but I'm going to show you a few examples. And I just took some snapshots, and this is from an interview Bob Marley was giving, where initially everything looks fine, but as he starts talking during the interview, these weird zigzag patterns start forming specifically around him. And I just was unaware of this phenomenon. But I think in light of what we're talking about, pretty interesting. And somebody mentioned Robert Pattinson, the Twilight movies. I guess he was doing some promotional work. And during the interview, he's talking, and then you get this just weird phenomena. And again, it's localized to him. And I mean, just, again, I can't speak to the validity of all this, but in light of what we're talking about, it's an interesting phenomena. And this individual, just somebody giving an interview on their local news outlet. And this phenomena, again, it just appears randomly, but associated, it's like not affecting any of the structure behind him, but it seems very localized. And I believe this was just another interview, some people doing an interview. I don't know if this was CNN or not, but as they're talking, you just get this crazy effect that happens. And even if you look at her shoulder here, it's just really bizarre. So could this be linked to some influence from this other realm? Who knows? But it seems to kind of go.
Yeah, yo, that's strange, yo. That's strange. I'm trying not to cough my brains out right now, yo.
Go in line with what we're talking about here. So I just wanted to mention it. Again, I'll leave a link to the Bob Marley video, and you can check it out. But I just wanted to go a little more in depth on that. And this whole notion of dressing up in drag and painting your face white, and the clothing, like the striped patterns, the zigzag patterns. So things to think about. Is this whole idea of dressing like this and painting your face white, has that been implanted into these narratives and these cultures? Who knows? Now, the next thing I'd like to talk about is the curious case of test card F. Now, what is a test card? A test card, also known as a test pattern or startup closed down test, it's a TV test signal, and it was typically broadcast at times when there was when no program was being broadcast. So it might be hard to believe, but there was a time when, prior to like cable TV, where TV stations would have no programming. They would stop broadcasting, and a lot of times that would be close to midnight. And what you would see, since there was no, you had dead air, you would see this test pattern, or sometimes you would see just white noise and static. But other times
what they're seeing on those people when they're interviewing them, and like it turns into zigzag on them, looks like that's like almost white noise if you look at it under a microscope,
Like I remember seeing this pattern here in the bottom right a lot of times, and you would hear a tone as well. So if you turned on your TV at like 2 a.m, you might see something like this.
Yeah, and then you go up to it and you get shocked. You used to be able to see a force field come off your TV, yo. like on your TV screen, could see a fuzzy force field, and it was fuzzy, and you could get close to it, like you could get like this far away from it, and you get shocked. TVs used to have a real warm fuzzy feeling. You could wipe it all off. I used to do that as a kid, Remember how like old TVs, they're round and bubbly like that, and it was glass, and it used to have fuzz all over it, like static fuzz all over it, and you could wipe it all off. Yeah, it would be static. It had a force field of static all over it. Yeah,
Prior to the 24-hour
like
TV cycle, but so that's what we would get in North America. You typically would see something like this, and there might be some other variations, but that's sort of what I remember. But apparently
and he said in North America. See what I mean? How the world is different, Over on that side of the world, they might be living in the 1970s over there,
in Europe, and specifically in the UK, there was a different test card or test pattern.
It looks like it's like the 80s over in India right now.
And it was referred to as test card F. And it really falls in line with what we're talking
It looks
about.
like it's the 80s or 90s in India right now.
And you can just imagine my interest when I heard and started coming across articles like this talking about the test card when a girl and a clown ruled the airwaves. It's one of BBC's most iconic images, but who created it and why? So it was, I believe she was around 9, Carol Hersey, I believe her name is, and so they would show this card, and I'm going to show it here. So what people would see instead of, the white noise or this pattern in the bottom right, instead of that, I guess, and I was unaware of this until recently doing this research, people in the UK and some other countries in Europe, they would see this on their screens. And now apparently there's a reason for everything on this particular test card. On one level, there's a reason given for all of it. But where things sort of, for me, just go off the rails is this, for some reason, the guy.
And you know what? This is how I was able to. Oh my God. Okay. So look at the 2 crosses like that, the 2 sticks like this on that right there. You see that? When you got in nature, when you cross 2 sticks like this, 4 sticks like that in nature, it creates a portal. Look, it fuzzes out her face too, even. But when you do this in nature, it creates a portal with the 2 sticks. And the sticks, can't be sticks, actually. It has to be grown in the ground. It has to be trees or branches, right? But when they're grown in the ground, it creates a portal like that. And especially when the sticks are alive. That will open up a window. And for me, it did that. It opened up a window and I was able to see a little person. I got it on picture too. And if you look at the picture, it shows sticks that are grown in the ground crossing like this. And you can see the little person's face in the middle, in the portal. You can get it. You know what? We'll do that another time. But just know that's how you do it. That's how it's done. Don't ever say I never taught you nothing.
A girl in her clown playing tic-tac-toe, and I guess people sometimes call this noughts and crosses, but I couldn't believe it. And not only did people see this, but this particular test card, this was on the air for well over 30 years. That particular test card, it wasn't just showing like between midnight and early morning, but it would, in the UK, they would show it through at routine points throughout the day to fill in their programming gaps. So you might see it in the daytime as well, and at various points throughout the day. So just really interesting. But here's just this little girl. She was interviewed later in life, and she's been interviewed and talked about the story and how she got to be, pictured, photographed, and put on that test card. But like, this test card was on the air for 4 decades. I believe it was like 30 something. It wasn't 33, but over 30 years, people would see this test card. And I think they estimated, if you calculated all the time that particular test card was on screen for, it would like add up to like 8 years if you condensed it continuously. So I'm thinking they're quite literally programming us. So people, I guess, when they would see this test card, there would be music playing behind it. So just everything about this is just, man, I have no doubt that there was more to this test card. And it was on the air. They were showing it for so long because they seem intent on creating a connection between clowns and children. That just seems to be what they're trying to do for whatever reason. And that exo symbolism, we see it with X-Men and also like Russell Brand, who's just part of the system. He's got the number 33 on his left wrist, but he had a TV show called Brand X, and you see this symbolism again. All just occultic stuff, but yeah, I couldn't believe it when I found out about this test card F on the air for like over 30 years, 4 decades. And it's, again, this clown symbolism. Just
let me take a picture of this. Send it to my mom.
putting it in our face constantly. So just really found it interesting, and I just wanted to bring that up, mention it. So that's about all I have to say on that. Now, transitioning a little bit, another curious case. I want to talk about the curious case of B.O.B., Bob. This all started for me when I first became aware of the Illuminati card game, and that was from the 90s. But when you start looking at some of these cards, one character comes up more so than probably any other, and that's this Bob character. Now, this Bob character, apparently in this game, there's this Church of the Subgenius. It's a parody religion, but it teaches a complex philosophy, and it focuses on this person, J.R. Dobbs, but he goes by Bob. And he's revered as a prophet by the church. So this character, Bob, just happens to be on a lot of these cards. And, I didn't think anything of it, but I just filed it away. And then I remember when the whole flat earth discussion came about, whenever that was, 2015-16, I remember, people started coming out talking about it, and specifically this rapper by the name of B.O.B., Bob, and what really got my attention with that is the first official response to any claims of flat earth. The first official response was by, from what I can remember, is Neil deGrasse Tyson on Comedy Central, where he took the mic and did like some sort of rap, and then he dropped the mic. And I just remember how staged and choreographed I thought all that was, regardless of whatever reality there is to the whole shape of the earth discussion. I'm not even talking about that. Just that whole thing seemed staged to me. this B.O.B. character seems like he's put in place. Of course, Neil deGrasse Tyson's part of the system. And that whole thing with Comedy Central, the way it played out.
Yeah, yo. So a lot of these people are put into place. Like, it's not that a lot of these rappers, people go for a certain look. They want someone that is probably going to get in trouble, someone that's a drama. They want someone that's has some entertaining, definitely. But yeah, they select basically who gets to be famous and who doesn't. Me, they couldn't let someone like me get famous though. Like me, I have to do it totally organically. Me, yeah. Native Americans, we gotta do everything 10 times harder. We gotta shine 10 times brighter. We gotta stick out from the rest. We gotta, in order for us to be famous, yes. You gotta look Lakota to be famous for being native. Straight up. That's how they want natives, yo. Yo, literally, that's how they want natives. They want all natives to look Lakota. With Bruno Mars, I think everybody knew that song with Bruno Mars with this guy. But yeah, yo, natives, they don't want us to get the spotlight, because you know what we do when we get the spotlight? Land back. This ain't your land, this is our land. That's what we do when we get the spotlight. That's why they don't want us to get the spotlight, yo. You gotta look like a Lakota too if you want to get famous. As a native, yeah. They don't let randoms. They never let a Seneca get fucking famous.
To me,
but now
that's
times are changing.
completely staged.
Me, I'm not gonna be an artist or a musician, that type of fame. I'm not gonna be in a movie. I'm not gonna get that type of fame. The type of fame that I'm gonna get is gonna be social media. This is where it's at, yo. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok.
And so this person by the name of B.O.B. was one of like the biggest public names coming forth with sort of the flat earth discussion. So it just caught my attention. It's this person with B.O.B. and I remember the Illuminati card game. But again, I just
kill Bob.
Filed it away. So then doing this research into looking at these jokers, jesters, clowns, and when I was looking into some of these Batman movies, the Joker's closest and trusted friend was Bob the Goon. He was the first lieutenant among the Joker goons. So just pretty random, but okay, so this Bob was linked with the Joker. Okay, and again, people see this Joker, people take DMT, see representations of what appear to be Jokers, clowns. So again, just filed that away, but then circling all the way back to David Lynch in Twin Peaks, there was this character called Bob and B.O.B. And Bob is an interdimensional entity who feeds on pain and sorrow. And he...
So, Blendianism? Your YouTube is fire, thank you. I would like to get every single picture. I should be doing that right now, to be honest. This is why I need another me. So I can stream and do other stuff. Actually, I can do this stuff right now. I got a whole monitor I'm not using right now. I can do all this. I'm just lazy.
You can find him in this interdimensional space with the zigzag patterns to bring it all back. And of course, B.O.B., the killer Bob, was a possessing spirit believed to originate from the mythical Black Lodge. He spent time on Earth possessing human beings.
You took acid, it was revealing witches. You know, it's been a long time since I've done that. But mushrooms was where it was at for me. I seen a Quetzalcoatl on mushrooms. I looked at the girl who gave me and she was a witch. Yeah, yo, actually, you know what's crazy? I'm not gonna say it, never mind. Can't share everything.
And that whole liquid crystal polarization, we see that attaching to people. And
I'll tell you. So I'm gonna leave some parts out though. Who and what, when. So I was with a family member and we did stuff. And I looked over at them hour into our trip. And their face, their tongue stuck out sideways, and their eyes rolled separate directions like that, and their face turned. No.
I mean, it's just like, whoa, it's just crazy.
It went like that for a second. I was like, the fuck?
Crazy stuff. But again, none of this is proof, but this Bob, this B-O-B, you know, it comes up in strange places, and there seems to be linked with the Joker and interdimensional entities in this pattern. David Lynch, who seems
So remember, Bob is linked to interdimensional beings.
to be in the know. Really weird, interesting stuff. But if you have any more Bob references, please let me know.
Her nose got bigger and she even had warts that appeared. Yeah, yo, I've been around some stuff. I've been around some people, some weird people. My mom told me one time she saw a girl's face at Longhouse. She went running home because her face fucking fell. She walked out the cookhouse and her face fell into her hand, and she hurried up and left. Yeah, yo, her fucking face fell down, half of her face, and she tried to put her face back.
Speaking of Bobs, different Bobs, we have Bob Dylan. I just wanted to mention him real quick because I guess in the 1970s, there was this Rolling Thunder Review, which was just a concert tour
And you know
by...
what? Nobody but Native Americans have this experience. It's probably because the veil, for y'all, the veil is thinning. But for us, we're born with it thinned already. We're born like that. As a child, I always got floaters in my eyes. I would sit there and look at them and even almost talk to them. Even now, yo, I could control reality as a child. And I remembered how to do this the other day because I did it and I went back in time in my mind, yo. The way I would control reality as a child is the way my life works is I got bad luck and I understood that as a child. So in my mind as a kid, when you're out and about and say you don't want something to happen, you're going to be in your mind, you're like, watch, I want this to happen. And I would use reverse psychology in my mind, and then the opposite of what I wanted to happen would happen. And I picked up on that as a little kid. So I started manipulating reality as a little kid, getting what I wanted, because in my mind, I would wish for the opposite of what I wanted. You usually get the opposite of what you want, what's right for you. So in my mind as a kid, something that I would want, in my mind, I would say I want the opposite of that. And the way reality would work for me is I was playing reverse psychology on my own mind. And the way my life works is I get the opposite of what I want. So in my mind, I would say, I want this. When reality, I want the other thing. Reality would give me the other thing and I would get my way. So you see how you're manipulating reality as a kid? So you got a purple one. Let me explain it again. A person is holding these and they're going to pass one to me. They don't tell me which one they're going to pass. I really want the purple one as a kid. You're me. You want the purple one. And he's going to give you this one. So in your mind, I was saying, oh, I want the green one. But in reality, I want the purple one. So I have bad luck, and I understood that as a kid. So in my mind, I really want this one, but in my mind, I'm saying it out loud in my mind. You can say things in your mind and you can think things in your mind. So I would say it in my mind, oh, I want the green one, but reality would hear that and say, nah, we're going to give you the other one. But in my mind, I really wanted that one. And I was doing that as a kid, and I picked it up, and I still do that to this day. I still do that to this day. I play wrong, deliberately wrong in one. You know what? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. You know what? I've never thought to do that, but it was always in situations where I knew I could do it. So I always get the other thing that I don't want. So in my mind, I pretend I want that. I say it in my mind. Yeah, I want that, but in my mind, I'm thinking I want the other thing. Reality always gives me the other thing just to fuck with me. So I usually get what I want. You know what I mean? And this is probably the mind of a crazy person, you guys would think. But no, if it's working, then obviously it's working, you know? Come on. Does peyote make a person see people and images of future events? You know what? I've heard about peyote. My uncle gave me peyote to drink, a tea. I drank the whole thing. I didn't even feel it, and it tasted bad, yo. To be honest, it tasted horrible. Didn't even feel it, yo. I must have not did it right or something. Maybe it's too strong, but I couldn't even feel the peyote. Could not even feel it. Couldn't even feel it. And I drank a whole cup full of tea, peyote tea. I chugged it, yo. Chugged it down. I was like, yeah, I want to feel this. Didn't even feel anything. Hours went by, and I was almost gave myself placebo effect. I was like, I think I feel something, you know, but no, I didn't feel anything. Can a person smoke it? I don't know. I've never done peyote. That's the only time I've ever done it like that. I don't know how anything really about it. I've only fucked around with shrooms and acid when I used to do stuff. Now I don't do anything. I don't need to. I'm too old for all that. I've already had all my spiritual awakenings. Right now I'm in my I'm good right now. I don't need to do that. I don't want to fuck up my flow. I'm on a real good flow right now. And I don't want to fuck it up because every time I realized every time I did mushrooms or acid, it would flip me. I'd be fucked up for a while. And then until I would do it again, boom, then I'd be on the good for a while. Now I realize you're flipping over every time you trip and you go into that world and you come back, come back different, yo. Every time you come back different, and I like where I'm at right now. I don't want to change. So that's why I won't do it. Because you're leaving this reality and you're going into another reality. And last time I did it, I didn't really like it, yo. I didn't really like the way it made me feel. Because it made me feel real dirty when I did it. Made me feel real dirty, yo. But I didn't like it. So, never had that feeling before. Never had that feeling. But I did it at a time probably I shouldn't have. I did it when my house burned down. After my house burned down, yeah, that's when I did it. Not that day, but when I waited a couple weeks. I was staying at my mom's. Do people quantum jump or jump into different timelines? So yes, I have before. So I got in a car accident while I was downtown Buffalo, and I snapped out of it. When we crashed, I woke up in the car going, and we were sitting in the car parking lot, and we didn't leave. It was 10 minutes before we got on the highway and drove. So yes, that happened to me 2 years ago. We got in a car accident, and I snapped out of it in the middle of the car accident, like 10 minutes before we even left. And I was like, yo, did we just get in a car accident? Maybe I thought the whole thing in my head, you know, and I fell asleep or something. I don't know. But I jumped realities as soon as we got in that car accident. It was a boom. And I fucking woke up. And you know what's crazy? I used to have bad dreams as a little kid about that. About it wasn't like it was at night. So not even a little kid. I was 18. This is when I used to drink a lot. So I used to have this nightmare when I was sleeping every night. Sometimes 5 times in one night, where I would wake up like, where my, you know what? This kind of, wow, I need to let this out because this is opening a lot of what's going on with me. Me being poked and touched and all that. I think this has something to do with that. Because only when I sleep, I've been fucked with. And that was fucking happening to me in high school. So I would have this nightmare where I'd be driving down this very narrow road. It's a hilly road. There's a hill on both sides, and it's just a very narrow road, and it's pitch black out. I got my high beams on. This car is coming down the hill the opposite direction, flying with his high beams on. So I flash my lights. He's not getting off. So I don't, like, we're about to collide, and then it's like if he's hogging up the road, and as I'm about to smash into him, I would wake up like, right? So I had that nightmare over and over and over again as a kid. I don't have that dream no more. But yeah, that's when I used to drink a lot and drive a lot. I would have, that's how I thought I was going to die, because I had that dream so many times. And then 2 years ago, I got in a car accident, and that happened. I got jolted from, yo babe, remember that time where we're driving and I woke up and I was like, yo, we were just in a car accident? Craziest experience of my life. Literally died in that reality and went, woke up 10 minutes before we even got in that accident in a parking lot somewhere else. So I've had all types of weird things happen to me. I've been poked, touched, I've seen things. Even as a kid, when I was about 14 at my dad's house, there was a shadow person in my room. And I said, Dad, like, I went in there because I thought my dad was in my room. And I pushed the door back, looked under the bed in the closet. Nobody was in my fucking room. My dad was in his room the whole time. Nobody was in my room. And I seen a fucking shadow person, an outline of a man in my fucking room. The light from the hallway, my door was open and I left my bedroom light on. And there was somebody in my room, walked in my room. And I seen the outline, the shadow of a fucking man, his shoulders and his head standing in the doorway, and then walk into my room. So I was like, what the fuck is my dad doing in my room? And I walked down the hallway into my room, and nobody's in my room. And I'm like, Dad! And he's way down the other end of the house. And I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, were you just in my room? He said, no. But yeah, yo, I've seen things, I've heard things, and now the stuff that's happening to me now, I'm being poked and touched. Stuff is going like this. An imaginary, invisible hand is going like this to me. To my foot. It's weird, yo. It's so weird. It's the weirdest thing ever. I wake up to it. Something is touching me. Like a ghost or something. It's trying to wake me up. I get poked on my eyes too. All types of stuff, yo. I talk about this all the time, and if I'm getting fucked with by like frequencies and all that, that's what she thinks it is. Some part of me wants to believe it's spiritual, but with today's technology, I think it might be something. It's whatever it is, it's fucking with me, touching me like that, yo. I can feel it. I can feel I fell asleep on the couch out there. It had its finger in my hand like this. You actually record things and hear ghosts in the background. Yeah, you know what? There's stuff out there, yo. It's not that I can hear stuff in my ear too. It's weird, yo. It's so weird. So I'll be laying down, I'll be going to sleep, and my girl will like go like this. She'll scratch herself like this. That will sound super amplified in my fucking ear. It'll sound like there's a microphone in my ear and she's scratching a microphone. And I'll wake up like, what the fuck? Yeah, yo, shit like that. Shit like that happens. It's so weird, yo. It's so weird. Another time, yeah, I was like going like this while I was asleep, and there was something in my hand pressing down on it, and I fucking woke up and I like caught it, yo, and nothing was in my hand. Wi-Fi, I know. That's what she's saying it is. It's the Wi-Fi stuff. And you know what? That shit helped for a little bit because I was putting I was sleeping with these for a little bit, but it's just a placebo effect. There's nothing there. It's a disruptor or whatever. Just muscle in your hand. No, it's not. You think it's you. At first, I used to think it's just my nerves. It's just my nerves. My body is tired. My body's glitching. I'm falling asleep. It's my nerves. That's exactly what I thought it was too. It's not that, yo. I can hear shit. I can fucking feel something's going like this to me. It's like an imaginary, invisible hand going like this. And I wake up. It's like, yo, what the fuck? Yo, it's something. There's something fucking with me, yo. While I'm sleeping, yo. I can't even, do your ears ring or burn? They ring sometimes. And you know what? At night, I can hear, it feels like I'm tapping into the radio sometimes, yo. That's what I feel like it is, too, because I'll be falling asleep, and then I've heard my name. The other night, I heard a woman's voice say, "Hey, Ronnie." Yeah, yo. What else? Oh, I can hear like a radio almost, yo. Like I'll tune into a radio and it'll be someone talking for a split second and then it's gone like that. And I'm like so deep in a sleep, like I'll wake up and it's like, oh, it's just that stuff again. That's how often it happens. That I wake up and it's like, oh, it's just that shit. And I'll go back to sleep. It's like that every night, yo. And it's not like I could record myself and because there's nothing there. You know, there's nothing there. If I recorded myself, you'll just see me waking up and be like, that's it. You won't see anything. So there's nothing to even catch on video. It's all like being touched and brought awake and all that, yo. Yeah, yo, for a while, it was just doing stuff to me in my sleep for a long time.
Bob Dylan, the famous American singer-songwriter, and I guess Netflix did a documentary on it.
Ex-girlfriend? No. But you know what? It could be. Could be something like that. Yeah, there's definitely something going on though. Do you experience deja vu? Deja vu is just remembering your dreams. You just remembered a dream. That's all deja vu is. You're just remembering a dream you had. That's what I figured out. Have you heard of all the fires in the 1800s? Yeah, allegedly my people burned down in 1812 every single building down here in Buffalo with the British. And then they stormed Fort Niagara. So yeah, I know. And it goes with the timeline that, oh, all the buildings got burned down or the mud flood. I know. They added 1,000 years. This isn't even our year, 2025. Or people, what, you think when the colonizers came, we were like, yeah, it's 1492. No. It's like, was like 5,000 something for us. It was like 5,000, 6,000 for us, yo. The old world. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Hindu temples, Cambodian, Indonesian temples, they look like frequencies from the side view. If you were to like have them go up and then look at the side of it, it would look like that's frequency. And then, you know how they say those pyramids were made? They weren't made. They were grown. They're grown out the ground, yo. They grew them. They played their flute, and fucking pyramids rose out of the ground, yo. That's how they said they made them. But you know what? They look 3D printed. So if you look at how they make 3D printed stuff, it grows. Right? Come on, y'all.
But during this Rolling Thunder review, he would just, dress up. He would wear masks and put white paint on. Now again, the official narrative would say just him being theatrical, which might be the case, but I just can't help remembering his old little 60 Minutes interview, and I'm sure most of you have heard this, but just in case you haven't,
We built a lighter that burns at 1,800 degrees, and retailers just told us it's too dangerous to sell. So now we're selling it ourselves. Instead of butane, we use Tesla coil.
Yeah, yo, so with everything that's happening to me, I would like to start documenting it a little bit more. With like the nightly experiences, like, cause I do hear things. It sounds like there's a microphone in my ear. Sometimes I can like tune into like different conversations, or maybe it's just my mind, but I can hear different voices. I heard a woman's voice say, "Hey, Ronnie," the other night. What else? I've been like felt like people have touched me, like grabbed me, poked me, or try to play with me, like try to tickle me almost. Yo, that's what it feels like. Like a ghost is trying to tickle me. It's kind of scary, yo, to be honest. And I'm so used to it now. I'm so used to having stuff happening to me in my sleep. Like from as a kid having nightmares and being jolted awake. Like like gasping for your breath. As I got older, stuff would happen to me. Tickle you where? All over, yo. All over, yo. Even down there. Yeah, yo. Like grabbing my foot. That hasn't happened in a while, but lately it's been grabbing my foot. Going like this to the top of my foot. And it's not like I could catch it on video. It would just look like I'm shaking my foot. But yeah, yo. I've thought it was nerves, but it's not nerves. Or my body glitching. It's not that. There's something poking me and touching me.
Hello everybody and welcome back for another video. Today we're going to be talking about the defacers.
I'm getting poked in my eye like this. It feels like someone's going like this to my eye with a thumb. And I'll wake up and it's like, what the fuck, yo? And I'll have to wipe my eye and like there's nothing there, yo. It's like something is touching me, yo, and poking me, grabbing me, and like tickling me, yo.
And this is all in reference to...
It feels like a hand, yo. It feels like a hand, and sometimes it just pokes me like that.
The controllers and how they like to put their stamp on...
No, because we'll lock her outside the room. And it happens. It's not the
structures. And also we're going to be touching on how they like to create false associations with regards to structures. But first we're going to start by looking at this phenomena called the Green Man and something referred to as mascarons. The Green Man. What is the Green Man? You could see here this little image, the Green Man in New York City. Just reading this real quick.
These are those pagan faces, those pagan gods that they see on the old world around here.
The Green Man can be found on many buildings in England, and the face adorns buildings in Germany, France, and other places, and it's referred to as the Green Man, and it's a face that you will see on buildings, a lot of times above doors, above windows, and this particular face, it has foliage usually streaming from its face. But it can also be found in the United States, particularly in New York City. Now, prior to I think it's like the late 1800s, nobody even, this thing went unnamed. It was just a feature that no one really paid much attention to. But this person by the name of Lady Raglan, and her husband was a major apparently, who also goes by the title fourth Baron Raglan. Okay, but she wrote an article talking about this face in the late 1800s, which appeared in a couple
medicine masks,
which appeared a couple times. But she was the first person to give this face the name of the Green Man.
That's why Dogoji is meowing a lot. Cats are spiritual animals. Yeah, she says it's that stuff too. She says it's frequencies and all that. Maybe ghost star frequencies. I don't know, but yeah, she says that's why she meows, is because it's that stuff too. Because she heat 24/7. That don't make sense. And I got her fixed.
So I want about trying to see if we could. I wanted to see if there was if we could tie this to some group. And before I get to that, here's just one more. These are some of the faces of the Green Man in New York City. And the Green Man made a big comeback in architectural ornaments used everywhere starting in the late 1800s.
So they got these faces all over Buffalo too. All over Buffalo, they got these faces, especially on our buildings. In almost every city, you can find these. The guy talking is Conspiracy R Us.
Oh, there's a lot of different variations of it, but it goes by that name. And so there's a term called mascaron, and I know that's not the French way to say it, but I'm just going to stick with that for now. But in architecture, a mascaron ornament, it's just a face, usually human, but sometimes it's chimeric, frightening. And allegedly, the function was to frighten away evil spirits so that they would not enter the building.
Yeah, they're pagan gods, basically. They're pagan gods. That's what they are. And you see a lot of these on these old world buildings that look like Tartarian built buildings. Actually, Iroquois people built these buildings. I'm not saying that they built the bricks and all that. They're the ones that put up the structures, the iron beams and all that.
I'm going to guess it probably has some completely opposite function, but you can just see some of these mascarons. And when I did some digging, it led me to
are your bricklayers. These were the Susquehanna. These were your giant mound builders, descendants of your mound builders. With these building techniques, they were also huge in stature, like Tartarian. Tartarians were also architects. So actually, here in the Americas, Native Americans actually had builder gods. And one of these builder gods was actually a Hindu god from India. So they came over here. So that's the reason why down in Central South America, you can find, so Maya, they got a Hindu god. In India, there's a Hindu god named Maya. That's his name, Maya. He goes by Mayan. So he's Mayan and his name is Maya, right? But he's a Hindu god and he's an architect. He's a builder god and he builds pyramids. So his name means magic. Maya means magic in Hinduism. So that Mayan god that came over, or the Mayans have a story of a builder god that came over from the east or the west, right? From across the ocean, that would be India. And that's who Maya is. It's that Indian god that came over here and taught them how to build pyramids. That's what the story is.
Bordeaux, France, and this particular city is known for...
It wasn't India because the Indians say their people came from Kumeria and Lumeria. And it would have to be Mu. It would have to be in the middle of the Ring of Fire. So that's where. So not only Native Americans, but we have an indigenous inhabitant that originated in North America and South America. You're not just North and South American. You got fucking Tartarian. You got Atlantean in you. You got fucking ancient civilizations all inside of you. All inside of you.
For just an abundance of these faces, these mascarons, and nobody apart from some tourists probably seems to notice the stone faces called mascarons. Now, when you start digging into this Bordeaux, and it's referred to sometimes as the city of 3,000 faces, they're just everywhere. And here's just some of these faces, and I can't help thinking it's the controllers. They're just putting these things on structures that maybe were already there and just sort of claiming them. But when you go into the history of Bordeaux, you just start.
You hear what he just said? They were putting those faces on them and just claiming them. That's an addition to the building. You can tell because they're all different colors from the rest of the building. So what it looks like is these buildings were already there and they just came and put their faces all over it. Now, if you look at some of these buildings, whose faces do they have on these buildings? I already did a series where I went downtown Buffalo. I went to City Hall. They have Mohawk written all over it, all over the doors, the original doors. They got Mohawk written all over it, embedded in brass, with the clans, all the clans. Now, that's City Hall, and they got tribal design all over it.
You come across, of course, Freemasons. Bordeaux hosted more than 2,000 Masons in the late 1700s, and several Bordeaux masks or mascarons from the late 1700s show signs of Freemasonry. And we're going to take a look at this particular one here, and it's this particular address has a Masonic symbol on its chest, and so a lot of these mascarons have Masonic symbolism.
So what it looks like is they just came over here, and the buildings that were already here, they just put their faces on it, Native Americans have ties to the Atlanteans, the Tartarians, Lost Lemurians, Sumerians, Hindus. So it's all in our DNA. Lost tribes. It's all in our DNA, There's a reason why Native Americans know too much about us. They don't know too much about us, and even our own people are starting to forget. Our own people their minds are being colonized, We got people that consider themselves tradish that think life started in Africa. If you're tradish, then you don't believe life started in Africa. You know life started on Turtle Island. Don't say America because that's not even our name. That's Amerigo Vespucci. Adam was a hermaphrodite? Yes, Adam was a hermaphrodite that had kids with his own kid. He had 57 kids with Eve. Adam was definitely a hermaphrodite with two heads that got himself pregnant.
Again, and that's a group we associate with the
Eve through a C-section.
Controllers. So I just wanted to point that out. It ties, I think.
So look at that one. That one's Maya or Incan right there. You can tell. Look at the cat. Chinese. But what it looks like is they try to put their mark on our buildings by putting a Roman face on it, a white face, a Caucasian face on it. On our buildings.
It ties all back to them.
So look at this one right here. Notice how it's a different color? See how it's a different color from the rest of the building? It's because they added it later.
And again, they're just a part of a much larger control mechanism. But you also find these in Bucharest as well, which is referred to sometimes as Little Paris of the East. I'm going to guess if we dug a bit further, we would find a Masonic connection there as well. But I just wanted to mention that real quick, bring that up. The defacers, yeah, they're I would assume these probably put on after the fact. and these structures probably were already in situ, in place. But now, let's talk about the second subject here, which is going to be stained glass. We talked about the defacers. Now let's talk about the replacers, but sticking with the theme of the controllers, they might be deceiving us with regards to the association that cathedrals have with religions. And I think stained glass is one of the ways they've masterfully done that. So we're going to take a look.
What up?
Where's the recording, y'all? Is that it? Oh, that said yo?
What up?
Said yo back.
What up?
Dang, y'all.
Look at this real quick. So the term stained glass just refers to colored glass as a material and to works created from it. Now, it's almost exclusively associated with the windows of churches and other significant religious buildings. So, they've associated, it's so imprinted in our minds that there's this association because, of course, they have all these biblical scenes being depicted.
We ride for ourselves now, the Red Star Way. We ride for ourselves now, the Red Star Way. We ride for...
They think that flag means the Iroquois Confederacy.
But again, we're going to delve into this. So when you look at the obscure beginnings of stained glass, right away we get into many histories of stained glass begin with Pliny's tale of the accidental
The Gorgie! It is? You believe that, bro? That is not the Iroquois flag, bro. You think the Confederacy flag is the Iroquois flag? What makes you think that, bro? It's Confederate. Yeah, I know it's a Confederate flag. That's not our flag, though. That was the flag for the South to keep slavery in place, bro. That's not us.
He said nobody should get reparations until Native Americans and Mexicans get reparations. That don't even make sense. Why?
That's the Iroquois Confederacy flag. Yeah.
As human awareness expands, we begin asking more questions about the world around us, our past, and we begin to consider the spiritual in pursuit of exploring that which has been hidden from us. Questioning our health practices is an inevitable journey as it involves our everyday lives. Whether we are aware or not, we put many unknown or misunderstood substances into our bodies on a daily basis. You would think that we would be more curious as to what we are ingesting, but old habits and convenience tend to stand in our way. Those who may find this title hard to believe are most likely still subscribed to the mainstream viewpoint of the world, or the cosmology of materialism that is so prevalent today. The general idea is that we were once cavemen, that we gradually gained a greater intelligence as time went on, and that now we are at the precipice of advanced human development. Well, of course, if you belong to the mainstream narrative including evolution, our historical timeline in which we gradually evolved from cavemen, right? Well, of course, a video like this would be very difficult to believe, but if one could let go of all presuppositions and think about this subject in an entirely new way, then it might be possible to peek into an aspect of self that is dark and suppressed that urgently needs to be surfaced again. So, what are pigs? Well, let's see what the mainstream narrative is. The domestic pig's oldest ancestor comes from the Anatolian wild boars from 10,500 years ago. There are a variety of different breeds, of course, yet they never give a common ancestor. They love to play this game in evolution when trying to make massive leaps between species. They don't really say this, but science is actively investigating the connection between swine and primates. Interestingly, there's a lot of research on this subject specifically in mainstream science. An article called The Similarities Between Humans and Pigs on science.org brings this topic up in a very strange way if you ask me. Quote, "You're a pig." It might be a common insult, but interestingly, there are a number of similarities between humans and pigs. End quote. Quote, "A new study has revealed a potential hidden evolutionary link between pigs and primates. Genetic elements called signs, short interspersed elements, are usually considered to be junk DNA left behind by marauding viruses. However, these elements may hold additional clues about our mammalian evolutionary history. Some scientists believe that the results are convincing enough to classify the swine into a family mainly inhabited by primates. Basically, they don't know for sure, but they have found certain clues. They know there is a connection. Now, isn't that interesting? University of Illinois animal geneticist Lawrence Shook and Jonathan Beaver have created a side-by-side comparison of the human genome and the pig genome that reveals remarkable similarities. Quote, "We took the human genome, cut it into 173 puzzle pieces, and rearranged it to make a pig," end quote, said Shook. Quote, "Everything matches up perfectly. The pig is genetically very close to humans," end quote. Here are a surprising number of comparable traits that pigs have with humans. For instance, we both have hairless skin, a thick layer of subcutaneous fat, light-colored eyes, protruding noses, and heavy eyelashes. Pig skin tissue and heart valves can be used in medicine because of their compatibility with the human body. In fact, medical students often practice suturing on pigs' feet. Pigs are also being used to be transplanted into the human body. Just this year, pig kidneys were transplanted into a human successfully. The headline reads, "Experts predict that such non-human to human xenotransplants may become viable options within the next decade." There's a lot of research on this topic. Just type in pigs and human DNA. So, we can conclude that mainstream science is looking into this. Now, there are some scientists who have established credentials whose theories are not accepted at mainstream universities. Athens geneticist Gene McCarthy sees that today in the modern world, pigs are used to conjure filth and grit. But after years of research into the species, McCarthy sees a kindred spirit within pigs, and he has a theory called the hybrid hypothesis. As radical as it sounds, not to mention a coupling that most of the world would rather not visualize, McCarthy is also following the steps of scientists like Galileo, who risked derision to revolutionize how we understand our world and how we got here. McCarthy has offended evolutionists and creationists alike, and even had a ribald comedy sketch aired on late-night TV. Now, I should mention that McCarthy still comes from a mainstream point of view of the world, but I think his theory is very interesting to consider. He basically says that humans evolved from an original pig-chimp mating, most likely a female chimpanzee and a male pig, followed by several generations of backcrossing. Now, I do think his work is worth checking out, as his website also goes over many types of hybrids, so he's not afraid to dive into that end, but I think that there may be some other points to consider when we're discussing the human-pig connection. Just hear me out on this, but what if it's the other way around? Not that humans evolved from pigs, but that pigs were once an ancient tribe of humans that were then transformed into pigs for their sins, or because some other enemy had decided that was their destiny. Remember, we just discussed this with our Bellamy's video, as the whole concept of monstrous races is referring to some type of ancient genetic manipulation and hybridization process. Just think about it. All the religions that ban eating pork, did you ever wonder why pork? Although the message and instructions from these religious texts are quite clear in their rejections of pigs and their meat, the underlying reason for their prohibition remains unclear till it's the main reason given is because they do not chew cud, yet it frustratingly does not explain why not chewing cud is so problematic. Now, if you don't know what cud is, many animals eat their food and then it actually gets regurgitated and comes back out, and then they eat it again, but pigs do not do that. Jewish philosopher Philo of Alexandria argued that pork was not permitted to Jews because it is the tastiest of the land animals and eating it would lead to gluttony, and the legal prohibition teaches self-restraint and frugality. In addition, he thought animals that chew cud are permitted because as vegetarians, they befit non-violent, gentle-mannered souls, and their literal ruminating on their cud models the intellectual ruminating of good students who ponder the principles of knowledge taught by their teacher. Yeah, I don't know about all that. And there's other reasons that they give. Some say it's because pigs were dirty or because of what they ate, etc. But the message that these religious texts are clear. Pigs should not be eaten.
In the
And
chat
by
for
doing so,
Rebel
you are
with the
essentially
$2
tainting your soul
YouTube
or
donation.
sinning.
Appreciate
Let's
you.
just keep that in mind as we progress. Now, we all know Homer's Odyssey and the story of Circe. Circe, who was a sorceress and the daughter of Helios and the ocean nymph Perse, she was capable by means of drugs and incantations able to transform humans into animals. When the Greek hero Odysseus visited her island, Aia, with his companions, whom she changed into swine, Odysseus, however, was protected by the herb Molly, which was a gift from Hermes. Now, it may be called moly, because it seems that this is where the term holy moly comes from. We have to keep in mind that Circe throws a feast for Odysseus' crew, which seems to be a crucial component before they can be turned into pigs. They must digest something. Once they ingested a particular substance, most likely some type of ritualized collection of symbolic ingredients that were then programmed with a particular intention, the sorceress Circe then lifts her wand and starts chanting incantations that then turn these humans into swine. Now to me, this sounds like some ancient alchemical process. And who are we to say that some type of technology, yes, even magical, but it was scientific back then and it was based on metaphysical principles, something our modern day sciences reject completely? Or is it really just a...
See what I mean? Even our people down in the Amazon, so they got people down there that can shapeshift into a jaguar. This is a literal transformation where they can change themselves into a jaguar, yo. This is a real fucking thing down in South America. They have people down there that have this power. So these people down in South America are like the first generation of humans ever to be made. So you know how I always say that the red man is the original inhabitant of the planet? Well, the red man was the first man to be created. When they made the red man, the first people from red clay, Indian clay, they gave these people too much powers. They made them too strong. They added too much stardust to them. So these people could see into the future. They could see into the past. They could hear things on the other side of the planet. They could hear the earth growing. They had too much powers. So God tried to get rid of these people, but these people still live on to this day. This bloodline still lives on. So these people down in South America, that bloodline still lives on and they still got access to their powers. These people can change themselves into a fucking jaguar. Yo, they literally have people like that. And this is unrelated because this lady is using alchemical magic to turn these people into a swine. They're making cocktails of these foods, these ritualistic foods they gotta eat, and then she's enchanting them with a wand with a crystal on it saying fucking Latin or whatever, you know, or some Enochian language, some biblical old ass language, original language, right? Could be even Native American that they're speaking. Who knows? Hey! Segua!
Another interesting connection is the first avatar of Vishnu was a boar man. Is this another possible human-pig connection?
The first boar man. You know what's crazy? Boar man, there's people like that. They got tusks, big tooth in their face, and big hairy nose hole. It's a type of genetic mutation people have. They'll have big old tooth in the front of their face, like a tusk almost, and a real big hairy nose hole. Two of them, two big hairy nose holes and a big old tooth. And a big old tusk tooth, yo. It's like a genetic mutation and it's like only over there.
Anime is one of the biggest revealers of truth in my opinion, and I truly feel that many of these creators of these stories have to either know some hidden truths on history and or they're channeling and connecting with some type of collective spirit that is then passing along this information in a subconscious way. In Spirited Away, we have a direct reference to this phenomena. Also notice how this is multi-symbolic as we're dealing with spirits in the astral realm. Chihiro is the central character. She's a 10-year-old girl whose family is moving to a new house. He doesn't like it one bit. The family gets lost and finds himself at a gate to an abandoned theme park. They enter the park, her parents do so eagerly. Chihiro is reluctant. As night falls, lights begin coming on in the otherwise abandoned buildings. Wonderful aromatic food appears here and there. Her parents begin eating, though there's no one to serve them. But Chihiro refuses to eat and continues to explore. When she returns to them, they have become pigs. Later we see that they're in a farm where here are her parents as naked sleeping pigs. Haku tells her to look at them closely so that she's able to recognize and identify them, though he says nothing about why this is so important. She goes about her chores for the day, which are arduous, dirty, and stinky. Then, that night she dreams that she visits her parents in the pig pen. All she sees is pigs. She awakens to be given a test by Yubaba. She must examine the pigs and identify her parents. The pigs are then transformed into bath workers. Were they pigs or people the whole time? Another Miyazaki film also has a similar pig motif called Porco Rosso. The only difference is that Porco actually resembled being human, but some type of hybrid, whereas Chihiro's parents are either fully human or fully pig. Wired, robot identifies human flesh as bacon. Researchers at NEC System Technologies and MIE University have designed the cute little guy to the right, a metal man gastronomist, quote, an electromechanical sommelier, capable of identifying wines, cheeses, meats, and hors d'oeuvres. Upon being given a sample, he will speak up in a childlike voice and identify what he had just been fed. The idea is that wineries can tell if a wine is authentic without even opening the bottle, amongst other more obscure uses, like, quote, tell me what this strange grayish lump at the back of my freezer was. But when some smart aleck reporter placed his hand in the robot's omnivorous clanking jaw, he was identified as bacon. A cameraman then tried and was identified as prosciutto. So there's this article that actually covers reviews of human flesh by real cannibals, and they all seem to think it tasted like pig or long pig. Author Shawcross went to prison for murder, but after 15 years, he was released and then started doing it again and ended up. He described his gruesome murders, which I'm not going to go into here, but listen to this.
Look at his nose. Remember how we were talking about cannibals? How they got strawberry nose or whatever? Or even like the Nephilim clowns got strawberry nose. Look at his nose. He's got a clown nose, yo. Is that something that cannibals get? Do cannibals' noses get real fucking big and round like that? I don't know.
Quote, in correspondence with writer Christopher Berry D., Shawcross reiterated that human flesh tastes like pork, suggesting that people should think of that the next time they sit down to ham, bacon, or a juicy pork chop. End quote. Think about how many people are in love with bacon. I really wonder if they knew this information, would they be able to truly enjoy it? Also, this term long pig refers to an ancient...
Yeah, you know what we call pig? Geese squeeze. That's what we call pig, geese squeeze. That's kind of like the noise the pig makes. Geese squeeze! Right? Geese squeeze.
Term for human flesh that was eaten by cannibals. Early explorers and missionaries who contacted cannibal Pacific Islanders were told that human flesh tasted similar to pork. Thus, the term long pig. According to Google's Ngram viewer, the popularity of the phrase long pig was greatest from 1880s to 1920s, a time when many Pacific Islanders were first contacted and studied. The term is rarely used now, except in historic context. Here are some examples that made it to mainstream news sites. Quote, thus in Melanesia, a human prepared for consumption was referred to as long pig, end quote, the Japan Times. I also found it interesting that this idea of cannibalism is promoted culturally, as with the case of Issei Sagawa, who literally became a celebrity in Japan after becoming free and writing a book on it. Now that we've made the connection between pigs and humans, we need to look into this idea of cannibalism as we see mentioned with almost every early civilization. But It is very interesting as
Look, where the fuck is this? Is this over here? Ew, look, they got that girl, her torso, and the guy's biting her shoulder. That guy's eating her leg. And got her leg on a stick. This guy's gonna kill someone, a brown guy. Yeah, yo, sick.
if you've seen our older videos, especially with Tartary Explained Part 3, where we went over the bald-headed giants who were cannibals.
Yeah, and why do they all look like fucking, what's it called, yo? Why do they all look like that, yo? Come on, yo, why do they look like that?
Now, there are many theories as to what is going on, such as that this is just a cover-up in order to frame certain civilizations in these areas as savages, justifying the Jesuits coming in and conquering them. Or that these are depictions of the remnants of a great civilization that went through some great cataclysm that then resulted in cannibalism in order to survive. In order to get into all this, we have to understand who made these engravings, because all the first depictions of the New World basically come from one historical figure known as Theodore de Bry. I'm sure almost all of you have seen his work. It's very interesting because even though he may have been working for the hijackers, he may have disagreed and actually was forced to do these things because of his knowledge of creating detailed copper engravings. Notice how de Bry is depicted with the Freemason compass and skull showing his allegiance, but at the same time, he was a Calvinist and they were directly opposed to the Catholics on a few key religious points. Now, someone posted on the Discord some really crazy stuff that I found very intriguing, and it's this idea of human meat markets. As you all know,
Look, they're firing a cannon off of these guys' back right here. Or something.
many of these engravings depict cannibalism. As I was saying, it could have been propaganda to portray these civilizations as primitive, but I did find it interesting that perhaps, let's just say there was a cataclysm and these advanced civilizations did become cannibals, as we hear with many legends of giants in Native America, then another...
So that happened. So there was a reset. It's not that Native Americans are primitive and we're stuck in the Stone Age. We mastered the Stone Age. Those are the original instructions. We didn't need to invent a bunch of inventions like the white people because we had the original instructions and we knew the original purpose behind everything in nature as it is. We were one with nature. We are nature. We got clans that are represented by birds, animals, and plants indigenous to the areas we're from. So Native American doesn't need to invent a bunch of things because he already knows the original purpose behind every rock, every metal, every mineral, every root, every tree, everything in nature. A Native American can heal himself from nature. A Native American can unalive someone with the nature, grown in nature. Native American can make his house out of nature. Native American, the animals sacrifice themselves for us. We don't need to invent a bunch of things. We are the invention. We are Mother Earth. We are children of the earth. We are the invention from God. We don't need to invent anything. You know? And here's the thing. We lived through a reset. Multiple resets. We're living... There's been 3 resets so far. We're in the 4th world now. Right? These white people are the 4th generation Cro-Magnon race. They're sea monsters. They're a seafaring race. The white people are 4th generation Cro-Magnon. They're a seafaring people, and they're sea monsters. They're human beings. We're not human beings. We are man and woman. We're the original inhabitants of the planet. We started on Turtle Island, which was Pangea. They came later. Like, black people came way later. Not everybody. So the original humans were red, like North and South Americans and Mexicans and Polynesians and Hindus from India and Egyptians and all that. Everybody that's red in between white and black. Those are the original inhabitants of the planet. White people are the newest, but black people came in the 3rd age. So while all of us, brown people, medium brown people with normal skin color, we got saved by our ancestors. We built arcs, we built pyramids, we even got saved by extraterrestrials, ant people, sky people. They took us up in their spaceship. The ant people took us into the middle. while the people that got stuck on the surface world, the roof, the surface dwellers, got burned by that third age sun. So each sun, it became almost like more powerful. And there was some people, so you got like real dark. You got red eumelanin, you got brown eumelanin, you got black eumelanin. Like red eumelanin is like really light, like white and orange hair. Brown eumelanin is what I am. Black eumelanin is like black, like curly hair, fucking that black eumelanin. So the people that were brown eumelanin got burned by that sub-Saharan sun during the third age. They also did mix into an Atlantean monkey race of people. So the Mayan and Aztec creation stories both talk about monkey people. So in the Aztec creation story, they say there was bird people, fish people, and monkey people, right? In the Mayan creation story, they say there was clay people, plant people, and tree people, like wood people. In the Mayan creation story, they say the clay people got turned into the birds or the fish. Second, plant people got turned into the birds or the fish. Third, people, the wood, they got punished and they brought the flood. First world was the fire, second world was ice, third was a flood, right? And I'll tell you the real story behind all that. The earth isn't supposed to reset itself. All that was man-made. It was from a nuclear war between Atlantis and Lemuria. Both continents sunk each other. And that's what brought the first age. Fire, nuclear war. The fallout from the nuclear war blocked out the sun for a couple years, brought the ice age. Once the smoke went away, the sun came back out, melted the ice, brought the flood. So now we're living in the fourth age. But allegedly, the wooden people, the tree people were so disrespectful, they became belligerent. They stopped respecting God. They started worshiping themselves like gods. They became self-centered. They say that you could look at these people's eyes and they would look right through you, that they did not have a soul, actually. So God punished them and flooded the earth, and he turned the survivors into monkeys. Now, I have heard that the survivors, that the monkeys, that they did over time end up retaining their speech again. And that would be one of the primates like Naledi, Erectus, Habilis, Africanus, Heidelbergensis, right? One of these primates in Africa that mixed in to the people that got stuck on the surface. So that's what that Atlantean monkey DNA would be. So, yeah.
Aspect to consider is that the Spanish had human meat markets in which they would sell human flesh to the Native Americans. The natives during this time would buy meats with artifacts and...
Look at her hair, though. It's blonde. That guy's head is gone. And that's a little ass leg, too, yo.
Jewelry. Now, where did they get this?
Yeah, look, that's not no fucking Hanji. That's a fucking American right there, yo. Look, and they got a little person on the conch, too, right there.
Stuff.
Giant ring.
And if you guys remember the video we did on Norm Vega,
Lord of the Rings,
it's the part 2 video. We covered Ingram's account of these cannibals, and he described them as living in abandoned temples, and they had all sorts of gold and pearls. At least, this is what is described, as during these times, there were many who viewed Spain in a negative light, possibly due towards its domination by the Jesuits. And during this period, the Black legend reigned prominent. Of course, all these accusations are considered to be nothing but conjecture by mainstream scholars. Yet, if you think about it, that really makes a lot of sense, because after a cataclysm, you'd be starving. They most likely survived by going underground, so they didn't have much to eat. The Spanish or Jesuit Phoenician-funded corporation at this time most likely knew that these peoples were the survivors of a cataclysm and were advanced in the recent past. There's even evidence to suggest that these...
Yeah, so here's another thing that's interesting. Native Americans had capabilities of flight. Down South America, Native Americans invented flight. And the reason why we know this is because all the geoglyphs, the landing pads, the Nazca lines, These things are designs that can only be seen from an aerial view. Either we had made these for the sky people that were visiting us so often, because we literally had landing pads like airports down in South America. You can look at these ancient airports down in South America, and they got these designs in the hills and the mountains that can only be seen from an aerial view. These things, they knew that there was designs, but they didn't know what they were until people invented flight again. They're like, oh shit, look, it's a design. They thought they were just roads. They thought they found ancient ass roads down South America. They thought they were just trails and random trails until they discovered flight. And then they looked at them and they're like, oh shit, it's a whole geoglyph. A geoglyph and trails that make a picture. Monkeys, even symbols from the Middle East and India have been seen. But yeah, check this out.
Cataclysms were brought about consciously through some type of ancient technology. But that's another story. So they thought, okay, we'll feed them, but let's feed them human flesh, as to taint their souls and to curse them. Now, to where did all this eating of meat really come from? There were times in humanity's past in which we did not require any type of food or drink to sustain ourselves. We actually lived off the aether. That may sound crazy, but you either belong to the world of materialism or nothing, which is the mainstream narrative, or you can belong to the cosmology of something, that of spirit.
Hold on, let's go back. How many heavens was there? 1, 2, 3. Ska, Dikni, Sen, Gay, Whis, Ye, Jadak. Digyon. What's that? Wait, hold on. Ska, Dikni, Sen, Gay, Whis, Ye, Jadak, Digyon, Don't. 9. Look at that. 9 heavens. Oh yeah, Nephilim clowns in the homies, actually. Hold on. Let's see. Which cultures say there's 9 heavens? Concept of 9 heavens or 9 celestial layers is most famously rooted in Chinese and European Dante's religion. Aztec, there you go. While the Aztecs primarily believe in 13 heavens, Topan, some interpretations of their cosmovision group these into a triple division. There's 9 heavens, and then there's 9 upper heavens, and then we live in 4. There's 4 intermediate levels here on Earth that we can access to. And then beneath us, there's 9 underworlds too. Now, this is kind of like what the Hindus say. Look at this. So this is what the Mayans say, or Aztecs. All the gods. And look, we can tell, if you're Haudenosaunee, you should be able to tell that this is also us too. Look at the top. What does it say? Dual God. Now, real tradition Haudenosaunee people, if you are actually Haudenosaunee, Ungwe, you should know that our world was not created by one God. It wasn't one God. We don't believe in one God. It was 2 gods. Twins, brothers, yin and yang, left hand and right hand, flint and sapling. If you're actually tradition, you would know that. It's not one God. It was 2. Let's get back to it.
Belong to the cosmology of something, that of spirit. For if evolution is not the answer to human origins, we must explore non-physical explanations. This is the philosophy of the ancients, and it's nothing new. We originally were pure creative spirits that then slowly started becoming materialized, starting with the Garden of Eden, where we ate strictly a diet of fruits, as was referenced by many Greek legends with the Hyperboreans. After the flood, corruption began to creep into civilization. Cataclysms would continue to happen locally depending on different cultural practices and traditions, something that many ancient religious texts speak very clearly of. These conscious cataclysms then led to specific cults. These cults would then worship specific bodies and perform black magic in order to change their circumstances, such as making it rain or to end famine. After time, very powerful cults arose, including the ancient Hebrews, who were technically the Phoenicians. Now, I must make it clear that the earliest Phoenicians were the Aryan priesthood of Ayesa. No, that does not mean white, it means noble ones or ancient teachers from Atlantis.
So Aryan is Ireland. Blonde hair, blue eye, red hair, green eye.
Over time, this priesthood became corrupted and turned into a Saturnalian cult. The word cannibal comes and refers to Canaan.
Canaan and Baal, like Bible. Your Bible is Bible, B-A-L. B-Y-B-A-A-L.
Baal, or the Canaanites who worshipped Baal, indicating that this is the origin of the phenomena on a grand scale. It is ingrained within the etymology. Most of you
do Native American, Indigenous American practice cannibalism? Yes, but we gave that up with the Great Law of Peace, Guyana-Sagoa.
know about Baalbek, with the massive blocks of stone that no modern crane could lift? Well, they say this temple was built for Baal, but I think this is an older ancient temple created by the early Phoenicians or Druids, Irish, before they had become corrupted. I don't think people with such desperate needs to eat flesh to please some god would be capable of building such a structure. The Canaanites then spread their influence into political power through Rome. This is how Catholicism took over, Catholicism then being the
Yeah, the Illuminati was started in 1776. Isn't that funny?
leading influence behind the Knights Templar, Rosicrucians, Jesuits, then the Venetian Renaissance. These people brought this ancient cult practice into a global mainstream phenomena. We have to remember that our entire timeline is messed up and that many of the myths of Europe all speak of an ancient race of fruit-eating people. The vast majority of ancient philosophers were all vegetarian. Check out Were the Tartarians Carnivores if you are curious for more information on that. So how did we get to this point where many of these countries in Europe eat primarily meat? It may be entirely possible that this is connected to the Flavians, or flavor, the ones who heavily distorted our perception of taste. Josephus, one of the famous ancient historians that we get all this information from, brings up the subject of child eating many times. In Deuteronomy, it's very specific that for failing to observe the commandments, quote, the Lord will bring against you a far-off nation. They will besiege you within your gates, and you will eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and daughters. End quote. The Bible actually makes several references into a destruction of peoples involving the eating of sons and daughters. It's obvious that this is not just something to do with pagans, but something to do with cataclysm and war. Cannibalism is not a natural phenomenon. As mentioned in the Were Tartarians Carnivores video, there are many ancient philosophers who speak of a tainting of the soul when eating flesh. Now imagine how badly it would corrupt our spiritual temples if we were to eat human flesh. Right? Even most carnivores would think that's very dark and twisted, but what if you don't know you're eating human flesh? We covered how this could have taken place in ancient civilizations. Now imagine in the modern day. I mean, they basically feed kids pure liquefied pigs in sugar, and we have this iconified in culture as gummy bears. When if people saw this process and what it was really made of, they would never eat it again. Oh, so you're vegan? Well, they're doing this in all sorts of products, so you gotta look out for ingredients such as natural flavors, and think about it, I mean, humans aren't technically animals, so it's still vegan. This stuff is in potato chips, bread, yogurt, literally everything can have this stuff. They're called food enhancers, similar to MSG, but there are really minimal constraints on what this natural flavor stuff can be. It can be anything as long as it's natural. And you're also seeing a lot of these articles within mainstream science as if they're trying to modernize this idea that we can grow meats from our own DNA. Wow. Look, and they want to make sure that we know that it's not exactly cannibalism. Now, this is where it gets really dark, and obviously I can't speak in full detail, but I'm sure that most of you have seen Sweeney Todd. If you haven't, go watch it and you'll understand. Soylent Green is another film that comes to mind. But yeah, you don't think they do this in the modern day? If you know, you know. But I'll just say this. I wouldn't eat any of those fast food restaurants, not even the fries.
Investigation and information on that. The FBI has been following for 3 days here on 7 Action News. Is a Detroit business buying and selling human body parts illegally? And what was inside the business? It may shock you. 7 Action News investigator Jim Kirchner is live with the very latest tonight. And Jim, is this part of that investigation? Is that winding down at all yet?
It is indeed, Jeff. Take a live look behind me. This is what's left of the FBI evidence recovery team inside this car. And take a look at this vehicle. We believe this is the owner of the business just returning to take back possession of his business. More on that in a second. But take a look. Another busy day out here on Detroit's east side, just down the road from City Airport. Sources say they have removed several boxes
Oh, we're getting flagged, yo. We gotta reset.
Human remains. Sources say many people. This was a big operation. And get this, inside this business, a saw used to cut up bodies, it is believed. All taken away as evidence to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office, where it will be tested. This business is known as...
Okay. I know, hey, honey, I know, hey, honey, I know, honey, I know, hey, honey, I know, honey, I know, hey, honey, I know, yo, ho, yahoo, hey, yahoo, hey, yahoo, hey, yahoo, hey, yahoo, hey, yahoo, hey, yahoo, hey. Ayo hey ayo hey ayo hey ayo hey ayo hey ayo hey yo hey yo hey yo hey yo hey yo hey yo hey whoo wee. Deal with this every day.
With base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page.
Today we're going to be talking about something that's apparently pretty popular in modern Mayanism circles. That is, the New Age Maya movement. Not the historical study of the Maya. People do tend to get those two mixed up sometimes. The Hunab-Ku is a weird thing, and there's a lot of misinformation and just downright false beliefs about it. Mostly coming from people not having a proper understanding of the ancient Maya religious system, its processes, symbols, and beliefs. But before we take a deep dive, let's do a quick rapid fire of some important points. First point is, Hunab-Ku might be a Mayan word, but the symbol that's used in New Age circles, you know, that weird circle squiggly thing, is actually Aztec, not Maya. And they're very different cultural groups. The second point is, the symbol was originally a square design that's featured on some Aztec priest robes, and arguably had nothing to do with any deity. And the third point being that the New Age interpretations of Hunab-Ku come mostly from the 1953 book, A Synthesis of Maya Philosophical Thought by a guy called Domingo Martinez, which asserts the Hunab-Ku as a monotheistic idea, which underlies much of the New Age belief on the subject. Most of you watching right now are probably still asking, but what is Hunabku? Believe it or not, that itself is more complicated than a lot of people think. In Mayanism circles, it's usually shown as a symbol and is widely presumed to be a Mayan representation of a major deity or force, while also representing the center of our Milky Way galaxy. Pretty cool stuff. But whatever it was, it must have had a lot of cultural significance. Even today, it's still used as a textile pattern in a lot of native Mexican artwork. It's quite mesmerizing. The first time the symbol was brought into New Age thought was in the work of Martinez, who in the 50s and 60s believed that the concept was evidence the Maya actually believed in a single deity or supernatural force rather than the usual polytheistic system. He had some kind of weird ideas too, though, believing that the Maya priest system was linked with Freemasonry and notions of alchemy, especially the Masonic interpretation of God and a great architect of the universe. Now, Martinez went majoritively unnoticed, and his work never really gained any traction until Jose Arguez published The Mayan Factor in 1987, which brought the whole symbol and context surrounding it directly into public eye, and more importantly, into New Age thought. Arguez explained that in 1968, he visited a town called Teochitlan de Valle near the Zapotec site of Monte Alban in the mountains of Oaxaca in central Mexico, and was shown 2 rugs with the pattern on them, which the local shopkeeper told him was a kind of Mexican yin and yang, inspiring him to recreate the symbol in a more cyclical or circular fashion to better match the Taoist concept. Here's where the whole shebang gets a little wonky though. The symbol most Mayanism circles use originally didn't have anything to do with the monotheistic interpretation of the Hunabku. In fact, Hunabku was a separate concept and force entirely, one that Arguez never actually explained in his book. Followers of Arguez, who associate the symbol with the deity, were likely influenced by modern Maya daykeeper Hunbatsman, who was a close personal friend and a collaborator of Arguez.
Now see why you say the dumbest shit?
In 1986, Hunbatsman published his own book on the symbol, where he explained that the Mexicas, by which I think he meant Aztecs, worshipped Hunabku, and they, as well as the Mixtecs, also worshipped the Milky Way. A lot of Mesoamerican archaeologists disagree, though.
So our people are star people. That's another reason why they're trying to steal our culture, is because they have no spiritual connection to the earth itself or to the cosmos. They don't know who they are. We have all that and then some. That's why they're trying to steal our identity. It's because they think that stealing our identity is going to give them a spiritual connection to the earth and to the cosmos. But no, you guys are not us.
With anthropologist Herbert Spinden arguing that the symbol was simply a design representing sand and water. Okay, sure, great. But what's the symbol's relevance to its actual creators? Well, the earliest evidence of the symbol itself comes from a 16th century Aztec document called the Codex Magliabaciano. In it, you can find different patterns of the original rectangular design. And I'll throw a little fun fact at you. Historians say that it was a design for ritual cloaks used in festivals. So, basically, the link between Hunabku and the symbol we all know is kind of just a modern misunderstanding that I think the locals were using to make a sale. I mean, fair play to them for pulling such an elaborate ruse. Credit where it's due, I guess. So despite everything Martinez, Arguez, and the Hunbats claim, there's no known representations or evidence of the Hunabku symbol that had been documented.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready.
Yo, somebody go screenshot this girl's page for me, Seneca Iroquois. Here, I'm going to send you a request, Seneca Iroquois. Come on up and talk.
Ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why.
Documented in any ancient Maya source. In fact, it might even be purely Aztec motif that the Yucatan Maya had no knowledge of whatsoever. That said, just because the modern symbol may have come to us by way of a touristy sales gimmick or a misunderstanding of history, that doesn't mean Hunabku itself or the New Age revival around it is devoid of spiritual meaning. So far, when we've mentioned
Scan out. So Native American, Indigenous Americans, American Indian, First Nations, Aboriginals, Native Americans have ties to the Tartarians, the Atlanteans, and I'm going to explain why. The Garden of Eden, right? So
Native Americans, Mexicans, and Aztecs. Aztecs claim they came from Aztlan, Atlantis, Atlantic. Also, the Pilgrims thought they found Atlantis, the Garden of Eden, Golden Cities, Lost Tribes, the Motherland, a Holy Land, right? So they took a pilgrimage here. Aztecs claim they came from Aslan, and they even draw where they came from. It's an island in the ocean. Looks like Atlantis, right? So Aslan, Atlantis, that's the Native American, Indigenous American ties to Atlantis. Tartaria. Tartaria was in East Asia, where Siberia is. Native Americans that have East Asian DNA, it is Tartarian DNA. They don't want you to know this, though. So that's your ties to that. The Garden of Eden was actually here in New York, where the world's oldest forest is, Gilboa Forest, near Cairo, New York. The world's oldest water, the world's oldest, everything was found here. The world's oldest, everything was found here. The only reason why the bones haven't been found yet is they've already found them. Smithsonian, Vatican hides that stuff from you guys. They don't have to rewrite the history books. Repeating everything Earth Speaks says, no. And don't drop heart eyes, dude. That's weird. Earth Speaks? Bro, Earth Speaks? No. What? Earth Speaks is half white, yo. Earth Speaks got a white mom. That dude just rambles and all that. Stop stealing? No. You guys stop stealing. Isn't it funny? I don't watch any of these motherfuckers, and they say that we're stealing content from them. You copying everything he says? No, I don't. I don't. That's funny. Name one thing that I copied that he says. And that guy is copying us. That guy has no ties to this land. That dude's half white and half black. If you're black and you're white, you do not have ties to this land. Talk about your powwows. Bro, talk about your dung hut. Talk about your mosquito burgers. Talk about how you guys put poop in your hair and your dreadlocks over there. How about you go talk about that? Jeez, yo. Like, see how they're trying to make my live about them right now? They're trying to make my live about them. No, my live is not about you guys. My live is about Indigenous Americans, Indigenous science. Stop trying to say that I'm stealing content from you guys. I don't even watch any of you guys. Watching you guys makes me feel smart. That's how dumb you guys are. I'm gonna have to reset again. But you guys are fucking dumb as fuck, yo. So fucking dumb. Like, super fucking dumb. Like, so dumb. Okay, Dagoji, Hatagai.
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums.
All right.
Yo, isn't that funny how I start talking and then they're like, yeah, yo, you're stealing content. No, you guys are stealing our identity. Just because I talk about my culture does not I'm stealing content from the pretendians. They cannot teach our culture at all. They don't know what they're talking about at all. They make shit up. So when I'm talking about my culture, that does not mean I'm stealing content from pretendians. Pretendians are trying to steal my culture, so they talk about it. And when I'm talking about my culture, that does not mean I'm stealing content from fucking pretendians. It's my fucking culture. Hey! It's my fucking culture. You see what I mean? Stop talking about my fucking culture. Take my culture off of your fucking dumbass head. Straight up. Yeah, learn your dung hut culture, yo. God damn. TikTok is annoying. They keep reporting you, I know. They report me for everything, dude. They're like the biggest snitches, yo.
What type of game is being played? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good on that. Yeah, I'm good on that.
Guys, I have a whopper of a story if you want to hear it. The story comes from a Native American journalist who, right after Roswell, went looking for answers. He interviewed old chiefs and he said, "Do you guys have any stories of flying craft?" He interviewed a Paiute chief in Death Valley, and this is the story that chief told him. He told them of the Hav-Musubs, the people who had
the Hav-Masus, the pale-skinned people
inhabited these lands for centuries. They were highly advanced. They could kill you with a death stick that emitted light and sound, vaporize people instantly. They could also carve stone very easily. It said they could melt stone, move it around freely. It said they first came here before the wagon people ever came, and they came in.
And that makes sense. So Native Americans had capabilities of flight before everybody. So the people that invented flight would be your Incans. Down in Peru, South America, they got the Nazca lines, and you can even, and then descendants of these people came up to the northeast. So you got the Adena, Hopewell, right? And they got geoglyphs that match the boxes with the squares and the circles and the squares down the Nazca line. So these geoglyphs, people thought they were just regular trails and paths, but once they invented capabilities of flight, they're able to tell that there were actual designs in the ground.
Boats, and it's when the Gulf of California was a bigger thing. All the old Spanish maps say and that these people came up here in these boats. They inhabited cavernous cities, went deep underground, and the natives did not fuck with them. They gave them a wide distance. And eventually, the water dried up, and they started moving around on giant airships. They said they were canoes that could fly through the sky. They dipped almost like eagles dip. They would go up and down and had a slight whirring sound. They said that they absolutely keep to themselves. They fly beyond the mountains there, and we don't go looking for them. This journalist asked, he said, "Did any of you ever make contact with them?" He was quiet for a long time, and then he spoke, and he said, "Yes, before the Spaniards came, the wagon people came. There was a chief who lost the love of his life, and he sought death, and so he went to go have death by foreigner. He climbed the mountains to go and make contact with these people in the hopes that they would end his life." Instead, they found him, and they took him in, and they showed him magnificent things, possible technologies under the surface of the earth. He stayed with them for months until they dropped him back off into his village. He shared as much of the wisdom as he could with them. He told them stories and legends, and they held on to these legends. Many people say, what about the indigenous people? Where are the stories from the indigenous people if all of these castles have been here for centuries? There's a story. It was published. It was published before all the newspapers were bought up by the same conglomerates. You think it's as trustworthy a story as any other stupid story we choose to believe? I think that is a ton of boxes ticked for the Tartarian theory. By Tartarian, just anyone who challenges the legitimacy of the history surrounding these buildings.
Okay. So your Tartarians are your giants, your giant race, and they are builders. Also, your Iroquois is also your giant race. You got your giants of the Longhouse. Haudenosaunee means people of the Longhouse. We built skyscrapers horizontally, 1/4 mile long, 3 stories high. Nowadays, we build skyscrapers, Empire State Building, Twin Towers, World Trade Center, Brooklyn Bridge. We built all the cities in the Northeast. Niagara Falls belongs to Tuscarora. Buffalo belongs to the Senecas. Rochester belongs to the Cayugas. Syracuse belongs to the Onondagas. Schenectady belongs to the Oneidas. Albany belongs to the Mohawks. And New York City belongs to all 6 plus the Puspatuck and Shinnecock. We built all the cities on top of our old cities. The city of Buffalo was started by us. That's the lost continent of Mu. Look at California. So, lost continent of Mu was in the Pacific Ocean. It is not Lemuria. Lemuria and Kumeria connected Madagascar to India to Australia. We have relatives over there. The Hindus and us go back to ancient times. Native Americans, the Hindus, the Egyptians, the Atlanteans, the Tartarians, the Aboriginals, the Samoans. We got ties to all these people. These are all the original inhabitants of the planet. Native Americans are the original inhabitants of the planet. We are the children of the earth. That's why that saying or that teaching, Mother Earth, that comes from us and our people. Grandmother Moon, that comes from us and our people. Being made from clay, that comes from us and our people. All these teachings and the foundation of modern day science and modern day knowledge that you know, it comes from Native Americans. Everything that they're proving and now just discovering, Native Americans already knew. We already knew everything that they're now proving. Our knowledge is the foundation of modern day science, people. Our teachings is the foundation to modern day science. Native Americans knew that this was a water planet dominated by water dinosaurs, water animals. We knew that. Turtle Island. It was just once water and sky. In 2000, within the past few years, they found algae at the top of Mount Everest. That proves that the Earth was a water planet. Dominated by water animals too. Turtle Island. The turtle came out of the water. That's Pangea. We already knew about Pangea. Wormholes and black holes, the dark hole that Sky Woman came out of in our creation story. Albert Einstein learned that from us because he was a German and he was from New Jersey. Germans are fascinated with Native Americans. Also, New Jersey is right near Haudenosaunee lands. So he had to have heard our story about this black hole or wormhole, the whole Sky Woman came through. Also, Native Americans discovered that the plants were feminine until the 1600s. Native Americans already knew that. 3 sisters, corns, beans, squash, right? Also, they didn't know that about dinosaurs. We fucking knew about fucking dinosaurs. Man walked with dinosaurs here in the Americas. They didn't know till the mid-1990s that dinosaurs had feathers on them. Native Americans already knew that. The feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan. So you see how, what I'm saying, the foundation, little people and giants. The giant race is just the Denisovan race. The little people are just the little hobbit humans. We knew all this stuff before modern day science came to be. All of it. Every major discovery, there's some tribe out there that already knew. They're proving what we're saying right. We have the water serpent. Yeah, so we got the sky panther, the water panther, a water serpent. We got dragons in our culture embedded in throughout North, South America. Everybody on the Pacific, everybody that touches the Pacific Ocean, we're all related. Indians and Egyptians too, from India. Those are our people. Those are red people.
Most people think of Nebraska as farmland, simple towns founded by pioneers and immigrants chasing the promise of the West. Situated on the Oregon Trail, Omaha was considered a jumping-off point for those who decided not to continue their journey due to the
Did they add 1,000 years?
Harsh conditions of the trail ahead. Omaha was officially founded on July.
Nebraska, man. Let's see. Tartarians invade North America. Let's see. All right, come on, Gunnet. That looks interesting.
This is Sarah. Her bank info is chilling on the dark web thanks to a data breach.
Hi guys, welcome back to another video. We're going to be trying to tackle quite a difficult part of the Tartarian narrative. It's American Tartary or Tartarian America, and we're going to be looking at the possibility that Tartaria was in fact, at least in some part, in America. As far as texts go, this is actually the most interesting. Some information that just doesn't really make sense, doesn't jive with what we know as history, and it's just kind of confusing. I'm not sure exactly why it's written this way, and I'll show you. So this is the book. If you want to find it, give it a pause and search for that. Or the easiest way to find it actually would just to be type in Hakata Tartary or something on Google. But if you really struggle, ask me and I'll post a link. So for reference, who Hakata is by
Hakata America, if you want to look up the book yourself.
the way, Okdikon. This book is talking about America. It mentions how all the areas of Tartary are on the same latitudes as America and it'd be easy to cross over. And of course it says, here too may be added that Asia hath no territory anywhere which may more easily with numerous colonies supply America than this part of Tartary, as well for the vastness of the country, to which no other can compare. There is scarce a city in Tartary that boasted less than 1,000 temples. So wow, according to this, there aren't many cities in Tartary that have less than 1,000 temples. And to see Kanguista, which is Genghis Khan, first king of Tartary, about the year 12.
Genghis Khan is the son of Jesus Christ too, by the way. So Genghis Khan is the son of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ wasn't black or white. Jesus Christ was an Asian. His name was Yeshua. And he's the son to Jesus Christ, just so you guys know. Jesus Christ did not look like a black guy or a white guy. Jesus Christ looked like this.
1200 in arms, and his successor Hokata following his father's bloody footsteps, whilst he prepared his sons with 3 vast armies. The eldest son, Jachi, marched westward with 30,000 horse.
Hey Yaki Queen, I like your picture.
Batu, drew with as great an army towards the north, and Toglade, being the youngest, fell into the Moors' country above Egypt. Now this is where it gets really weird. Hekate himself marched victoriously into the North America, subdued great parts of the Persian kingdom, and beat the Turks, led by the general Goniata with a great army, in 1241. It's saying that Hekate marched into North America. I've been able to find no...
So you know how I always say that the Tartarians came in on horseback from the north and they fought against the Native Americans? So not only did they come in on horseback or whatever, they must have, it's not like they could ride horses through the Beringia Landscape. It was all water. Where the fuck did they get the horses from? So it makes sense because if you follow these arrows, this red arrow, you find Native Americans that have East Asian in their DNA. I have never seen a Native American possess more than 2% East Asian. If you're Native American and you have East Asian in you, it is Tartarian DNA. East Asia and Siberia is part of the Grand Tartary. They don't want you to know this though. But let's hear what he has to say.
Other references whatsoever for this, but it's saying he marched into North America. He's saying he subdued the greatest parts of the Persian kingdom and beat the Turks. I don't think it's necessarily saying that those took place in North America, even though it could seem that way. You know, just by the process of the chronological layout, you'd think that he's gone into North America, then he's subdued the Persian kingdom, and then he's beat the Turks. I don't think it's saying that. I think it's saying that he did those 3 things separately. However,
you see the Turkish flag? That star with the crescent moon? You seen that, right? Look at that. Look at the Micmac flag. See it? That's their flag. That's their council flag with the crescent moon. And then that symbol of the eagle spread out, that's definitely our symbol too.
America, then he subdued the Persian kingdom, and then he's beat the Turks. I don't think it's saying that. I think it's saying that he did those three things separately. However, what a very strange thing to say that he went into North America. It carries on. 2 monks sent by the Pope Innocent to Jakarta witness. The great number of the Tartars or Scythians may appear by the several people spread far and near over Tartary. Mentions a lot of the tribes like the Hyperborean, the Khmeri, the
Hyperborean means beyond Borealis, which would mean the North Pole. So before you enter the North Pole, there's a sky of green lights. So if you listen to Inuit and Eskimo creation stories, they don't say they came from Asia. They claim they came from even further north, like the North Pole. We're going to have to listen to some more.
The Georgi, the Sakuras, and it says what number would the inhabitants make up, that live in America. And again, it mentions some places like Virginia, Florida, New Spain, Guatemala, and it's saying what many of these would live there. It would be worth our time to compare the likeness between the Scythians and the Northern Americans. And yeah, it just goes on to talk about how they are very similar. But the most interesting thing, of course, being Jakarta. Jakarta marched into North America around 1241, according to this document. Once again, for reference, I came to this book just
in 14. Oh, wait, what year? What year did he say?
Around 1241, according to
1241. Tartarians came into North America from the north in 1241. Did you hear that? Did you catch that? This is where that East Asian DNA comes in. People. This is why they're trying to call us Siberian and Asians and all that, people. This is why they're trying to call us that. I took a DNA test. I don't got no Siberian. I don't got no East Asian. There's Native Americans that do. I've never seen them have more than 2%, and not all natives have it. So that's another way way how they try to steal our land and try to justify it. Is like, oh, they're not from here. They're from East Asia. And if you look up who's all related to East Asians, it will say everybody on the planet is related to East Asians. Everyone on the planet is related to Siberians. So does that mean everybody's Siberian now? It would be, according to their logic. That doesn't make us Siberian just because somebody's related to them.
This document. Once again, for reference, I came to this book just to make sure that, it talks about Jakarta here, it talks about Changas, and then chosen by subjects, caused Jakarta, his eldest son, to be crowned king. So there's Jakarta, and down here we can see Jakarta, i.e. Ogadai or Oktai. So we know who that is. Now, onto this book, which has some interesting information up here. We can see, in 1380, one of the naval squadrons of the great Tartar conqueror, Kublai Khan, which sailed to invade Japan, was wrecked on the western coast of South America. The shipwrecked mariners...
Wait, what? In 1380, one of the naval squadrons of the great Tartaria conquered Kublai Khan, which sailed to invade Japan, was wrecked on the western coast of South America. This is where that East Asian Tartarian DNA comes from. It is not Siberia. When did Siberia get called Siberia, and was it called Tartaria before that? Yeah. Siberia became commonly known by that name in 16th, 17th century. So the 15 and 1600s, it became known as Siberia. Through the term Cyber, which appeared in Russian chronicles in 1407 prior to this. European cartographers in the 13th meaning the 1200 to the 1700s, broadly labeled Central Asia and Siberia as Tartary or Tartaria. Tartary was a geographic, not political term for the unknown land of Tartars people. So Siberia used to be called Tartaria, and it's only started getting called that in the 1600s, yo. Siberia is the new name. So from the 1600s, they called that place, it was from all the way up to the 1600s. They started calling it Siberia after that. Native Americans passed through Siberia, if they did. Hypothetically speaking, if they passed through there, it wouldn't have been in the 1600s. And then these old cartographers, these map makers, they're copying these maps from even older maps. They're drawing what they're seeing on older maps. So Tartaria goes way, 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 way back. Yeah, Siberia says Siberia was only in the 16th and 17th century. So Tartaria, that area is called Tartaria, and we can look at the images too. The Grand Tartary, where Siberia is. Tartar. Hold on. Tartaria map. Where Siberia and East Asia is. Tartaria is the region of Siberia, not the whole thing. It was called Siberia before Tartaria? No, it wasn't. So 1754, the Grand Tartary. They just want us to be Siberian, yo. They don't want us to know that. Hold on, look at this. Siberian hunting Indian. Look at this. Tartarian hunting Indian. So if you look at that. So this is how they depicted a Tartarian. A Tartarian or hunting Indian inhabiting the inland parts of North America. That's how they depict a Tartarian. Tartarian or hunting Indian inhabiting the inland parts of North America. So I also heard that they called us Indians. Christopher Columbus called us Indians because India used to be part of the Grand Tartary. And when they saw us, they were like, yeah, Indians. They saw Tartarians. That's another thing that I heard too.
Thereupon, through some unspecified turn of the wheel of fortune, founded the Empire of Peru. And we'll return to this document, which is the one we talked about before, the Isaiah Priest one with the Mongols and their appearing, because this one is, it mentions a little bit more in detail about that landing on Peru, just a little bit. And Isaiah Priest is the one that we heard about, who based all his work on Mitchell, but it does have this information. So it says, a cross made of fine marble, beautifully polished, about 3 feet high and 3 fingers in width and thickness, was found in an Indian temple. This, it appears, was kept as sacred in a palace of one of the Incas and was held in great veneration by the natives of South America. When the Spaniards conquered that country, they enriched this cross with gold jewels and placed it in the Cathedral of Cusco. But how came this emblem of Christianity in America? There were in the service of the Mongols in the 30s.
We already had the cross. We had every symbol that you see in all the cultures was already here. They're all Indian symbols. We already had the cross. We had the 4-pointed cross, the 3-pointed cross, all of them.
In century, many Nestorians, a sect of Christians, which we've heard about before, in the kingdom of Prester John, was supposedly a Nestorian kingdom founded in the northeast, and Genghis Khan had a war with Uncham, who controlled it, and obviously won, and then in some stories even married his daughter. The conqueror of the king of Eastern Bengal was a Christian, which was in 1272. Under this king, a part of an expedition was sent to conquer the islands of Japan. In large Chinese vessels, and supposed to have been commanded by these Christian Nestorians as officers, being more trustworthy and more expert in warlike maneuvers than the Mongol natives. This expedition by some means found their way from the Japan Islands, which are west from North America, to the coast of America in the same latitude, and landed at a place called in the Mexican language Culcan, opposite New California. And obviously Culcan, you can see where that might come from. And then it says in 1273, Kublai, as in Kublai Khan, a Mongol emperor, it appears, became master of all China. At that time, they were in the possession of the knowledge of shipbuilding, so that vessels of enormous size were constructed by them. They were solidly and conveniently made as to carry elephants on the decks. The Peruvians had a tradition that many ages before their conquest by the Spaniards, there landed on their coast at St. Helens Point vessels manned with giants, having no beard, and were taller from their knees downward than a man's head, and they had long hair, which hung loose upon their shoulders, and that their eyes were wide apart and very big in other parts of their bodies. This description is supposed to be a description of the elephants and the riders blended into one animal, as they did in later years when the Spaniards rode on horses. They took them at first to be one animal. There remains not a doubt that the Mongol Tartars found their way from China to the west of America in shipping. The voyage is not so great as to render it impossible, as that a French vessel in the year 1721 sailed from China and arrived at a place called Val de Nandras on the coast in 50 days. The Phoenician letters were known among the Mongol nations. If therefore they found their way to South America, we at once account for the Phoenician characters found in caverns and cut into rocks of that country. A description of what is supposed a Chinese Mongol town to the west, called by themselves when first visited by the Spaniards Talameco, is exceedingly curious and situated on the bank of a river running into the Pacific from the territory now called Oregon, only 4 degrees south of Lake Erie and in longitude 87 or exactly west of Ohio in latitude. It was well built and contained 500 houses, some of which are large and show well at distance. So we'll leave that document there because there's so much to go through, and we'll probably cover it in another video if we remember to. But that is just collating all the evidence that, you know, it seems like Mongols and the Chinese definitely went into Southern America and into Mexico and North America. That's definitely what it's looking like. This next document that I want to have a look at actually comes from a Pulp Fiction magazine, released in 1947, I believe. Yeah, 1947. So just once again, this is a Pulp Fiction magazine. It's still very interesting, but it's Pulp Fiction because this kind of...
It's still glitching. I'm sorry, yo.
Of text out of context, you could really use it for your own advantage. You could really help paint a false narrative with it, but it is Pulp Fiction. But the reason it's interesting is because what it says, this in this person's story, which was printed in the magazine in 1947, they start talking about entering a room, and the character has entered this room, large room with a window overlooking the sea, and he sees a map on one of the walls, but such a map that they'd never seen. So it's a very large map, and it was a map of the world, but a world which was a combination of the ancient and the modern. And it says Macedonia and Greece rubbed elbows, one as large as the other. The United States was called American Tartary. Russia was the land of the Khan of Greater Russia. Siberia of Lesser Russia. Germany was called Teutonia. China bore its ancient name Cathay, and Japan was part of it. So I found it very curious that a fiction writer.
Dang, a map that said American Tartary. Oh, here's my video.
Skittles.
That's cool. That's cool. My video pops up.
I recently came across 2 books that...
They don't want you to know about this history. They will never teach this in schools. Native Americans are not part Siberian. You are part Tartarian. You are also part Atlantean. Hey! If you got Aztec in you, you are.
That connect in a very interesting way.
But if you're Native American and you took a DNA test and you have East Asian in you, that is Tartarian DNA.
I want to try something unique here, and John Levy kind of refreshed my memory on this book. His last video related to this book and showed it, where it says the new and elegant general atlas containing maps of each of the United States. And it shows not only the United States, but so many countries all over the world, from Hindustan to Tartary to China to everything, and kind of hinting at the fact that all of these were considered states at one point, and they were united. And that's around 1817 or 1840 or 60, I think this came out, and the artwork is incredible, it's exceptional. And then I want to combine it with reading excerpts from this book, American Antiquities and Discoveries in the West, because I feel like they are both kind of connected in a way. And these maps of like showing that all those countries and states may have been united at one point throughout the world kind of proves why they will find amazing artifacts all over the country throughout time that are unexplainable, things of the Hindu throughout the world, and why the Native Americans are bred in a way that's very similar to the Tartarians. And this guy talks a lot about a bunch of different aspects.
Whoops. My bad, y'all.
Of this whole mystery. So I wanted to read these and then show the atlas, and feel free to stop on any of these excerpts. I highlighted the sections that I'm going to read, so you can just pause them and copy them, screenshot them, and read them on your own if you want. But I'm going to read these, and then I'm going to go and just show you a bunch of the pictures from that book, pretty much the entire book in its entirety with all the awesome maps. So feel free to pause those and zoom in on them as well. Here we go. From Dr. Clark's travels, it appears ancient works exist to this day in some parts of Asia similar to those of North America. His description of them reads as though he were contemplating some of these Western mounds. The Russians call these sepulchres lagrai or lograi, and vast numbers of them have been discovered in Siberia and the deserts bordering on the empire to the south. Historians mention these tumuli with many particulars. In them were found vessels, ornaments, trinkets, medals, arrows, and other articles, some of copper and even gold and silver, mingled with the ashes and remains of dead bodies. When and by whom these burying places of Siberia and Tartary, more ancient than the Tartars themselves, were used is exceedingly interesting. The situation, construction, appearance, and general contents of these Asiatic tumuli in the American mounds are, however, so nearly alike that there can be no hesitation in ascribing them to the same races in Europe, Asia, Africa, and America, and also the same ages of time. I felt that's interesting because we consider those mounds to be truly Native American, but they are definitely found all over the world and exact replicas of the ones found in Tartary and Siberia, which is awesome, very interesting. We can see their vast funeral vaults enter into their graves and look at their dry bones, but no passage of history tells their tale of life. No spirit comes forth from their ancient sepulchres to answer the inquiries of the living. It is worthy of remark that Breckenridge, in his interesting travels through these regions, calculates that no less than 5,000 villages of this forgotten people existed, and that their largest city was situated between the Mississippi and Missouri, not far from the junction of those rivers near St. Louis. In this region, the mighty waters of the Missouri and of Illinois, with their unnumbered tributaries, mingle with the fathers of rivers, the Mississippi. In the Indian language means fathers of rivers. A situation formed by nature, calculated to invite multitudes of men from the goodness of the soil and the facilities of water communications. The present race, who are now fast peopling the unbounded West, are appraised by the advantages of this area. Towns and cities are rising on the very ground where the ancient millions of mankind had their seats of empire. Ohio now contains more than 600,000 inhabitants. But at that early day, the same extent of country most probably was filled with a far greater population than inhabits it at this present time. Many of the mounds are completely occupied with human skeletons, and millions of them must have been interred in these vast cemeteries that can be traced from the Rocky Mountains on the west to the Alleghenies on the east and into the province of the Texas and New Mexico on the south. Revolutions like those known in the Old World may have taken place here, and armies equal to those of Cyrus, of Alexander the Great, or of Tamerlane the Powerful might have flourished their trumpets and marched to battle over these extensive plains filled with the probable descendants of that same race in Asia, whom these proud conquerors vanished there. And so this other next chapter is called Course of the 10 Tribes of Israel. There is a strong resemblance between the northern and independent Tartar and the tribes of the North American Indians, but not of the South American. Besides this reason, there are others for believing our aborigines of North America were descended from the ancient Scythians and came to this country from the eastern part of Asia. very interesting. This view by no means invalidates the opinion that many tribes of the Indians of North America are descended of the Israelites, because the Scythians, under this particular name, existed long before that branch of descendants of the family of Shem, called Israelites, who, after they had been carried away by Salmanassar, the Assyrian king, about 700 years BC, went northward, as stated by Esdras, through a part of independent Tartary. During this journey, which carried them among the Tartars, now so-called, but were anciently the Scythians, and probably became amalgamated with them, this was the more easily effected on account of the agreement of complexion in common origin. If this may be supposed, we perceive at once how the North American Indians are in possession of both Scythian and Jewish practices. Their Scythian customs are as follows: scalping their prisoners and torturing them to death. Some of the Indian nations also resemble the Tartars in the construction of their canoes, implements of war, and of the chase, with the well-known habit of marching in Indian file in their treatment of the aged. These are Scythian customs. Their Jewish customs are too many to be enumerated in this work. For a particular account of those customs, see Smith's view of the Hebrews. If then our Indians have evidently the manners of both the Scythian and the Jew, it proves them to have been anciently both Israelites and Scythians, the latter being the more ancient name of the nations now called Tartars, with whom the 10 tribes may have amalgamated. That the Israelites, called the 10 tribes who were carried away from Judea by Salmanassar to the land of Assyria, went from that country in a northerly direction, as quoted from Esdras above, is evident from the map of Asia. Entered into the Euphrates by the narrow passes or heads of that river, which runs from the north into the Persian Gulf. It is not probable that the country with Esdras, called Arsareth, could possibly be America, as many have supposed, because a vast company, such as the 10 tribes, were at the time they left Syria, which was about 100 years ago, after their having been carried away from Judea nearly 3,000 years ago, could travel fast enough to perform the journey in so short a time as a year and a half. So just some more interesting information from a few different sources, which just tells more. I found this book very interesting, and especially these excerpts, although the rest of the book is pretty sweet as well. Another one on page 60 says, like instances we have of later date, the mountain Picus in one of the Moluccas was so high that it appeared at a vast distance and served as a landmark to sailors. But during an earthquake in the isle, the mountain in an instant sunk into the bowels of the earth, and no token of it remained, but a lake of water. The like happened in the mountainous parts of China in 1556, when a whole province, with all its towns, cities, and inhabitants, was absorbed in a moment, an immense lake of water remaining in its place even to this day. So I'm showing this excerpt because I want you guys to see just think about how many times this stuff might have happened and how many cities are just lost and buried.
Sorry guys, been writing in my language that I made. So this is Iroquoian, Northern Iroquoian language that I had invented. This is called Sky Dome language. So this is got that discount. This is Cattaraugus in our Sky Dome language. Pretty cool, huh? Northern Iroquois. Working on my language. That's one word right there. Got that discount. Cattaraugus.
Year 1646, during a terrible earthquake in the kingdom of Chile, several whole mountains of the Andes, one after another, were wholly absorbed in the earth. Probably many lakes over the whole earth have been occasioned in this way. Lake Ontario is supposed to have been formed in this way. So there could be a giant city where Lake Ontario is. The greatest earthquake we find in antiquity is that mentioned by Pliny, in which 12 cities in Asia Minor were swallowed up in one night. But one of those most particularly described in history is that of the year 1693. It extended to a circumference of 2,600 leagues, chiefly affecting the seacoast and great rivers. Its motions were so rapid that those who lay...
Who was talking about Tartaria and sun worship first, bro? Be real. Bro, talking about our culture, about my culture, that you talking about things you guys have no connection to and spreading misinformation, and then me having to get on here and correct you guys is not stealing content. This is my culture. This is my shit. You guys, listen, you guys are talking about us and we got to correct you. Nobody's stealing content from you. You guys are talking about Native Americans, our culture. Our culture. We was Mongolian and Turks and shit. Were you? I wasn't. I'm Indian. I'm indigenous, bro. But you see what I mean? You guys flip-flop every other day, bro. You don't know who the fuck you are. You're a dung hut from the Niger Congo.
Their length were tossed from side to side as upon a rolling billow. The walls were dashed from their foundations in no less than 54 cities, with an incredible number of villages were either destroyed or greatly damaged. The city of Catanea in particular was utterly overthrown. A traveler who was on his way thither at the distance of some miles perceived a black cloud hanging near the place. The sea all of a sudden began to roar, Mount Etna to send forth great spires of flames, and soon after a shock ensued, with a noise as if all the artillery in the world had been at once discharged. Although the shock did not continue above 3 minutes, yet near 19,000 of the inhabitants of Sicily perished in the ruins. In 1821, on the bank of the river Desperes in Missouri, was found by an Indian a Roman coin and presented to Governor Clark. This is from the Gazetteer of Missouri on page 312. This is no more singular than the discovery of a Persian coin near a spring on the Ohio, some feet underground, as we have shown in another place of this work, all of which go to encourage the conjecture respecting the presence of the ancient Romans in
You were
America.
just claiming to be Mongolian and Turkish, bro. No, I wasn't. The fuck? Dude, like, why are you guys, like, more annoying than white people? Seriously, why are black people way more annoying than white people? Honestly, why? It's like, you guys are pests, yo. Honestly, it's like, we gotta block you and mute you and, like, yeah, dude. It's like, you guys are mad annoying, yo. To be honest. Like, mad annoying. Like, no one's looking to be, like, accepted by y'all. Get the fuck out of here! No one's looking to be accepted by y'all. Nobody's looking for your approval. So why are you in my space? So why are you in my space trying to fuck with me, yo? Honestly. So only the guys that know all the songs get to be chief? Body, exposure, and sexual behaviors. Let me reset. He's reporting me now. Yeah, we just got reported. Dang, yo. Making history right now. Created my own language, yo. Our own language. Haudenosaunee people have their own language, yo. We got our own alphabet. We got our own alphabet now. This is my name. That's my name in Skydome language. Here's some other words I've made in Skydome language.
The remains of former dwellings found along the Ohio, where the stream has, in many places, washed away its banks, hearths, and fireplaces, are brought to light from 2 to 6 feet deep below the surface. Near these remains are found immense quantities of mussel shells and bones of animals. From the depths of many of these remnants of chimneys, and from the fact that trees as large as any in the surrounding forest were found growing on the ground above those fireplaces at the time the country was first settled by its present inhabitants, the conclusion is drawn that a very long period has elapsed since these subterraneous remnants of the dwellings of man were deserted. Hearths and fireplaces, are not these evidences that buildings once towered above them, if not such as now accommodate the millions of America? Yet they may have been such as the ancient Britons used at the time of the Romans first invaded their country. So this just kind of talks about them finding chimneys and fireplaces all over the place, and all these different ruins, these different bones, the remains of all these dwellings, these coins, showing that people were probably embracing commerce from all over the world in America at a very interesting time when all these states were united. Page 51, a great deal has been said and not little written by antiquarians about this cup. Oh, this is about the triune cup, which I'm going to tell you about. It was found in one of those mysterious mounds and is known by the name of the triune cup. And there are those who think the makers of it had an allusion to the Trinity of the Godhead, hence its name.
Part of Abraham Ortelius' atlas from 1570 showing Norumbega, among others, somewhat
There were many Native American tribes who knew of the city of Shalaga, such as Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi tribes. For the Tartarians, the white cities were spiritual gathering sites, and American Indian tribes such as the Menominee, the Meskwaki, the Kikapoa were very aware of Great Tartaria. To endorse and honour the demise of Great Tartaria, the World's Columbian Exposition was held in the remnants of Shalaga from the 5th of May 1893 to the 31st of October 1893 in Chicago in the eastern United States. This 1893 World's Fair displayed numerous technical inventions from Great Tartaria. There were many Native American tribes who knew of the
sixth root race. Let's see.
Humanity
is not what we've been taught. And when you come into this ascension, awakening, for us to truly awaken to our power, true power is to realize who we are. Christ conscious empire of Tartaria. She was channeling Deja Qual, which was an ascended master.
What if the story of American origins is incomplete? We're taught that the Americas were isolated continents, that indigenous peoples developed.
Hold on. In 1866, Cherokee Treaty states freedmen and free colored. Bro, you're claiming. Why you claim now you Tartarian? Dude, I'm Seneca. Why are you so obsessed with me, yo? Listen, you know why they watch us so much? So they can copy us more. So they can copy our mannerisms, how we wipe our nose, how we look, how we fucking dress, all that. That's just so they can copy us more. Notice how they're all starting to wear braids like that?
Developed independently with no contact from advanced civilizations across the ocean. That history began in 1492 when Columbus arrived. But there's a manuscript written in the early 1600s by a man named Fernando de Alva Ixtlilx.
Okay. Let me explain this again. The reason why they're so obsessed with us and they watch us so much is so they can copy us more. In a couple years, you're going to see black kids talking with a res accent. They're all going to say they're indigenous or Indian or Native American. They're going to start wearing our culture.
Xochitl. And yes, that name is difficult, so we'll just call him Fernando for the rest of this video. Fernando was Aztec nobility, direct descendant of the kings of Texcoco, one of the major cities in the Aztec Empire. He had access to oral histories and records that mostly disappeared after the Spanish conquest.
1866 treaty. Okay, where are the native non-reservation Indians? They mixed into the white and black society. So that's why 33% of white Americans have native ancestry and 5% of black Americans have native ancestry. They mixed in to you guys.
And Fernando documented something that doesn't fit the mainstream narrative. He wrote about ancient migrations, about peoples who came from the far north, who traveled vast distances to settle in Mexico. At the same time, Fernando was writing, European mapmakers were creating charts of the known world. And when they drew the vast territories of northern Asia, the steppes, the unknown lands stretching from Eastern Europe to the Pacific, they labeled it
True Injun. True Injun. Why do you want to be Injun, bro? True Injun. Come on up here, bro. Don't be scared. Talk to a real Indian. Just so you guys know, I sent him a request, y'all. He's scared. He was scared. He talked to a real Indian. He's scared. You don't want to talk to no real Indian.
With one name, Tartaria. Now, mainstream historians tell us Tartaria wasn't a specific kingdom, just a vague European term for regions they didn't understand.
Yo, look at this.
A catch-all label for the mysterious North. But what if the connection is real? What if the peoples Fernando described migrating from the north were the same populations Europe?
Nigga, we mixed with Indians for hundreds of years, you idiot. And you're a Seneca. You're not even from the southern tribes. And you're over here trying to argue, but we've been mixing with the southern tribes for a long time. The Virginians are black.
Europeans were.
Europeans paint images of black Virginians.
Listen, okay, yeah, you may have mixed in, but that came later. You guys came later. You guys didn't start here like us.
Bro, Bro, we've been here. The Taino people said that we came.
Oh, now, so which is it, Taino or Virginia? Which is it, Taino or Virginia?
Okay, when we came over to Virginia, we mixed with the Virginians at a time from the African tribes.
See?
We're painted as black.
Exactly, they mixed in. They mixed in. You guys are not the originals. You guys came from Africa and mixed in.
But you're not, bro. Your people came from Yasrael. They came from the northern tribes.
No, bro, you're trying to, no.
Yeah,
No.
you did.
No, you didn't. No.
BCE,
No. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. No, you don't know what you're talking about. You're making shit up. You're making shit up, bro. No, you're making stuff up. That's not our history, bro. Native Americans have DNA way older than 5,000 years. Listen, dude. Did you know black people are not the oldest? They're actually one of the youngest. White people are the youngest. You guys actually used to look like us, and then you guys got burned by the solar flares from the third age sun.
You look like us. You have our nose.
No. You guys wish. Listen, you guys, listen. It's so weird that you guys are trying to, like, connect yourselves to me that way. Like, you guys are, like, anything to try to be connected to an Indian, right? It's weird that you guys are trying to say I look nothing like you guys. You look nothing like me, bro.
Adam and Eve were black. And then you are...
Woo! That's funny, bro.
Mapping.
Adam and Eve were black? They were not black. How come when we look up any picture of Adam and Eve, none of them are black?
They are made from the dirt. Dirt is brown. Brown is black.
No, Adamu, red earth, red clay, red earth, the red man.
We're reddish black.
No, you guys are supposed to be blue. You guys are supposed to be blue.
Africans are blue. We're not African.
Yeah, you are. You guys are mulattoes. You guys are mulattoes.
Bro, we're from the Africans are called Hamites.
Yeah, you guys are Hamites and mixed with white people. You guys are, listen, you guys are British, watered down, bro. We both can't do this, bro. You guys are watered down, whitewashed Nigerians.
Bro, we moved to Nigeria and we didn't breed with white people. We were bred in America.
Yeah, you guys were bred on the breeding farms. You guys are Cabbage Patch babies, bro. You guys were bred on the breeding farms. Cabbage Patch kids.
Because they would have upgraded it, but obviously they would have ruined their genetics and stuff like that, and also us being the strongest slaves. Why didn't they pick you if you're so dominant? Why didn't they pick you guys?
Listen, because we're not submissive by nature, bro. You guys are submissive by nature.
You're signed in with the white people right now. What are you talking about?
Listen, just because I'm going against someone that's black, and you're not even real black, you look half white. Listen, just because I'm going against people that are black doesn't mean I side with white people. Both of y'all are wrong. Listen, you guys, the reason why you guys are trying to claim to be indigenous is because you guys have an identity crisis, and you guys are ashamed to be black.
No, I'm proud to be black.
Are you African? Are you African? Are you African?
No,
yeah, you're ashamed to be African. That's why. Yeah, see? It's old. Listen, I'm black, but I'm not African. No, you're fucking African, dude. You're whitewashed African. That's why they hate Africa so much, is because they got the slave master's DNA. That's why they hate Native Americans so much. They got the colonizer's DNA. White supremacy has won over those people so much that they deny their African ancestors. They deny slavery. They don't want to get revenge or any reparations for slavery. They're trying to steal our identity so they can get casinos and free land. Straight up scammers, yo. Scammers. They're tricksters. They're trying to trick y'all into thinking that they're the Indians. And they're not African. No, these are whitewashed fucking Africans. They're not even real black people. You guys are not black. If there's natives and Mexicans that are darker than you, I'm sorry, you're not black no more. That's the reason why they're saying they're copper colored. Copper is salmon pink. Copper is salmon pink. You guys are supposed to be blue. You guys are supposed to be blue, yo. I'm telling you. The ones over here are all whitewashed. 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 Watered down. Semi-watered. Real black person. 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 Watered down. Whitewashed. 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 You see what I mean? The ones over here are not real black. The ones over here are pink and hairy. They mixed with the colonizers. That's why they call everybody else white or pale face or European, because they live in a black and white world. They want you to pick them. They think that if you don't pick white, that means you got to side with them. They're trying to use reverse psychology on you. So when they try to call you white as like an insult, they live in a black and white world, and they're subliminally trying to, they're using reverse psychology on you, and they're trying to make you side with blackness by saying, ho, ho, you're white, ha, ha, ha. They're trying to use reverse psychology to make you pick them. No, I don't pick with either of y'all. Just because I'm going against someone that's black does not mean I side with white people, okay? And just because I'm going against someone that's white doesn't mean I side with black people. Both of y'all are foreigners in my land. Both of y'all are foreigners in my land. Put the copper coin on your pale skin. Listen, Native Americans are supposed to be lighter than black people. So calling us pale, yeah, you guys are darker than us. It's because you guys are African. We're not supposed to be darker than you. So that doesn't, calling me pale don't hurt my feelings, bro. I'm not supposed to be darker than you. I'm supposed to be lighter than you. Native Americans are supposed to be lighter than black people. So when a black person calls you light or pale, that should not bother you. And if they call you white, they are saying that you are the people that dominated them and conquered them. So that is not an insult, especially if it's a black person saying it. They're subliminally trying to use reverse psychology on you, and they expect you to live in a black and white world because they do, and they want you to side with blackness by trying to make you feel uncomfortable by saying, oh, you're white, you're Caucasian, you're pale. They're trying to make you side with blackness. No, I don't fucking side with either of y'all. Both of y'all are immigrants. One is from Africa and one's from Europe. You respect that? Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do. They live in a black and white world. When they call you white, they're subliminally using reverse psychology on you to make you side with blackness. That's all that is. And I don't pick either or. I don't pick blackness or whiteness. I'm red. I'm not black or white. I'm red. And that's what they hate about it. Is because this is why they want to be red. Right? Because they got watered down. Now, oh, look, I'm red. No, you're supposed to be blue. You're supposed to be blue. But because they got the colonizers' DNA, it made them pink. They went from having purple lips and purple gums to having pink lips and pink gums. That's why they're so hateful. These are not real black people. That's a real black person. That's a real black person. That's a real black person. Watered down, whitewashed. Watered down and whitewashed. Watered down and whitewashed. Real black person, whitewashed. Real black person, real black person, whitewashed. You lost the war. The war's not over. We will never lose. The war's not over. How are we losing when my tribe's got 5 casinos? We get paid every month. How is that losing? How is it losing when they're just giving us our land back? How is it losing when I still got pride in me and my ancestors? You don't have pride in you and your ancestors. You're ashamed of your ancestors. I love my ancestors. That's the difference. I honor my ancestors. You deny yours. 2% of the population. Yeah, I'm the last of a dying breed. And it's not 2%, but we'll let y'all think that. Nah, dude, you don't got a job. Listen, that's the slave mentality. I don't bow down to the society norms, and that's why y'all hate me. It's because I'm not a slave. I don't need a boss. I don't have a master. I don't got no manager. Living on substance? Yeah, dude, you guys project. Not everybody is like you, okay? Not everybody is like you, all right? The master is your paycheck. Yeah, bro. You're weird, bro. White supremacy is winning on y'all. You're not even a real black person. Alejandro looks darker than you. You see what I mean? It's always the fucking pink hairy ones that are fucking whitewashed ones that are mad at natives, yo. Real black people aren't hating on natives. They're proud of their roots. They don't deny being African. The fucking pink hairy whitewashed ones are the ones hating on everybody. They don't want to say anything now because they don't want their picture to show. Because it's true. They're all mulatto. They're all mulatto. We didn't fold like you who sold for casinos. We built our own casinos. The fuck? Sold for casinos? That's what you think happened? Oh, man, yo. You guys are special, yo. Folded for casinos? Nah, you guys bow down. We were the ones that didn't fold. You guys bowed down. You guys are still bowing down. You hate yourself. You hate everything about you. That's why you want to be me. The fuck? That's why you claim everybody else's stuff but your own. It's because you don't love yourself, yo. I lost at the casino. You'll win. Go back again. You'll win. Canadian tribes are barely a tribe. Yeah, dude. You don't even have a tribe. You don't even know what tribe you are. You're just mad. You're just mad that we actually have a spiritual connection to the earth and the cosmos. You don't. Everything you guys have is fraudulent and fake. You sound hurt? Nah. Listen, I'm smart. I woke up. I broke free from the matrix. Everything that they teach you in the movies and the propaganda, it's not real. That's not reality. The fuck? Yeah, cash tribes. Yeah, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about, bro. I'm sorry. You have no idea what you're talking about. None of y'all do. You're so sad. I'm so happy, yo. I love my life. I love being native. I love being indigenous. Medusa is European. No, this is Taradaho. This is Taradaho before they combed the snakes out of his hair. Dude, you came from us? I didn't come from no pink hairy dude. I'm sorry. I didn't come from some dude with asshole hair all over his head. I'm sorry. You guys come from a red person. You guys actually come from Asians. Asians come from us. So let's look up the oldest tribe in Africa. Why do they look like Asians? How come the oldest tribe in Africa look like Asians, yo? How come this is your guys' ancestor? Why do they look Asian? Why do they look Asian? Why? Why do they look Asian? And these are your ancestors. It's because y'all come from us. Oh, okay. The migration happened in reverse. I get it. Why are you always so disrespectful? Why are you always so disrespectful? If you don't like what I'm saying, don't watch me. You're just going to get your feelings hurt. You're just going to get your feelings hurt. So we talk about this all the time. How society has lied to everybody, right? Black people are not the oldest people. Native Americans are. Indigenous people are. I'm going to name the original humans of the planet. All right? These are the original humans of the planet. Native Americans, Alaska Natives, Caribbeans, Mexicans, Asians, Hindus like Indians, Middle Easterners, Egyptians, Aboriginals, Polynesians, Hawaiians, Samoans, Tongans, Polynesians, Oceanic,
Indonesians, Cambodians, Mexicans. Those are all the original South Americans, Peruvians. Those are all the original humans of the planet. Everybody else descends from those people and are just mutations of those people. It's okay, little bro, you want to be us. I literally go out of my way to be nothing like black people. I used to listen to rap, and once I seen your guys' true colors, want to be nothing like black people. I don't listen to rap. I try not to dress like y'all. I go out of my way to be nothing like y'all. Same for white people. I go out of my way to be nothing like either of y'all. We got our own culture. I listen to our own music. I listen to our stuff. We got a country too. Yeah, the Niger Congo. The 10 Lost Tribes original, not y'all. The 10 Lost Tribes of Israel is the original humans. Oh my God, dude. That's so funny, yo. It's so fucking funny. These people are funny. Pull the Crip sign right now. This ain't a Crip sign, but this is the gun at sign. I think it's funny how you guys think. Listen, I'm sorry I give you gangster vibes and all that, gang member vibes, but no, never been in a gang. I don't need to. I'm a tribal member. That's something way more scarier. Gang culture is just mimicking tribal culture. Getting jumped in, that's the gauntlet. In order to join my war party, you had to withstand the beating of our clubs to join the war party. You're the big homie, your war chief. Fighting over territories, that's tribal. What else? Talking with their hands. We invented sign language. Indian hand talk on the warpath, the trade route. What else? Yeah, yo, it's all tribal. Totem poles, your gods, your god. That's on the whole other side of the country. See how they view Native Americans? They know nothing about us. You guys know nothing about us, yo. Nothing about us at all. Everything you guys say about us is completely wrong too. Native American history and knowledge and teachings is the foundation of modern day science. Science has yet to catch up to reality. The original race of the planet is the red race, the original humans. Life started on Turtle Island. Asians are just Native Americans that walked out of the Americas. Black people descend from Asians. All black people are considered Afro-Asiatics. These are the ancestors, the Khoisan. They descend from these people. Black people descend from Asians, and Asians descend from Native Americans, and Native Americans are the oldest. I know you guys need a white person for you guys to say it in order for you to believe it, so don't worry. I got you. I know you guys need a white person to say it for you to believe it. Literally, that's the society we live in. They need white people to say it for them.
Vibe coders, ready to build more? Meet Base 44.
We will focus tonight on your Terran physical form. It matters little to those who hear you, Alex, who do not listen. Please share this regardless of any emotional return to you in challenge. When your science truly removes their bigotry, they will discover of the wisdom of it.
Oh shit.
The last grave conflict
right here.
Race went from green to red to yellow to black to white. Let's run this again. Your skin, your race, skin color went from green to red, it's the Native Americans, the Egyptians, and the Mayans, to yellow, which are your Asians, to black, which are African and Afro-Americans, to white. Your white races were then considered to be genetically the weakest.
Yeah, so black people came in the third age. Actually, they got burned by the third sun. Right here.
During this pan-generational solar event that occurred through the end of the third age and into the beginning of the fourth age, close to 55,000 years ago on the surface of the Earth, affecting most extremely certain latitudes, locations, and leylands. It is said as well that their hair turned thicker, fuller, and spiraled into varying degrees.
They used to look like us, actually. Everybody used to look like Native Americans, South Americans, Central Americans. The original race looked like us. Middle Easterners, Hindus, Polynesians.
Of kinky or woolly to help generate a more powerful native electromagnetic field to help protect this.
I'm in Buffalo, New York.
Diaspora from the solar radiation. This diaspora's nostrils is well widened to a degree to adapt to the low amount of oxygen in these certain locations, latitudes, and ley lines on the surface.
You thought all life started in Africa? No. Yeah, come through, bro. Cattaraugus Indian Territory. I guarantee you won't. But anyway, you said you thought all life started in Africa? No, that's the lie. That's the lie that they're pushing. The first mammals and primates originated in North America. Hold on. Look at that. The first primates appeared shortly after the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction after 66 million years ago, were the earliest known stem primates appearing in North America. While early true primates likely emerged in Asia or North America, the first mammals appeared much earlier, originated from the here in North America. So this is the lie that they're pushing. So the winners of war write the history books, right? The winners of war write the history books. The elites believe that only a certain amount of people can get into heaven. 144,000 people. So they need to lie to 9 billion people about what year it is, how many months there are, where the origin of man began, keep them disconnected from reality, the universe, and God. So you're not even playing the game right. The elites, so the Illuminati was started the same year the United States was. The Illuminati was started by a Freemason. Also, Mormonism was also started by a Freemason who was raised by Freemasons. The three are connected because they all have the same teachings and beliefs. They believe that the Garden of Eden is in North America, and these are their ancestors, were the pilgrims. You take a pilgrimage to a sacred or holy land. They thought they found Atlantis, the Garden of Eden, lost cities, lost tribes, golden cities, fountains of youth. They thought they hit the jackpot, the motherland, the Holy Land. So they took pilgrimages coming over here. Right? They called us Indians. It comes from Indios, in God. They thought we were the children of God. We were pure. And that's what killed us, was our immune system. We died from disease, not from the battleground. They couldn't beat us on the battleground. They had to use, the only time we lost was to our own kind, when they used pinned our own people against us. That's why we withdrew from the Revolutionary War, because they tried to make us kill our own kind, and they call us cowards for that, because we wouldn't kill our own people. But life started here on Turtle Island, and the migration happened in reverse. The Smithsonian and the Vatican are in on it. They're covering up the bones. So the world's oldest forest is in Gilboa Forest, upstate New York. That's where the Garden of Eden is, where Sky Woman planted the trees of life, right, from her world. Also, that's where the Finger Lakes is, where God blessed the land. Believing in a God from the whites? I don't believe in the God from the whites, bro. What are you talking about? I don't believe in none of their shit, bro. This is a white mane. Listen, maybe you guys are, nobody believes that. You know that? I mean, I got a drop in me, but that don't make me white. The fuck? I got a drop of black in me too. So am I black? Who is your God? I'm not going to share it with you. I got a God though. Not just one, many. I want to see if your so-called natives keep this energy in real life. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I mean, just so you know, natives got guns too, so we know how y'all roll. But yes, I would love for one of y'all to pull like some goofy ass prank on me or like try me in the real world, yo. I've been waiting to fucking wig out on one of y'all. Really, I feel bad for the next person that tries to fuck with me. Yo, honestly. I feel bad for the next person that fucks with me. I go downtown every single day hoping one of y'all fuck with me, dude. Honestly.
Surface of the Earth, where this solar event impacted
You ready to slide? Yes.
extremely, where there was a depleted atmosphere and thus much less oxygen available. Examples of descendants of this very special and sacred specific third age races, black-skinned, kinky-haired, and wide-nostril diaspora or phenotype still live on as the haplogroup R populations, most commonly found in Australasia, Papua New Guinea, southern India, Melanesia, Malaysia, Polynesia, Australia.
Yeah, so these people only came around in the third age, just so you guys know. They're not the oldest. You're going to go to my playlist. Life started on Turtle Island.
I lost $50,000 because I didn't buy a domain name. My advice, head to Wix and grab yours.
So if you look up the world's oldest forest, it used to say Cairo, New York, and it would say the world's oldest.
You said you live in New York? I live in Buffalo, New York. Yeah, Buffalo Creek.
We found the world's oldest forest.
I live on territory off res.
And it's actually in Gilboa, New York. Not too far from Cairo. This ancient forest dates back about 385 million years to the Devonian period. Imagine a time.
Yeah, so we know that, Google. They all used to look like us, actually. They used to look like us, and then the sun singed them up, burned them up.
And towering trees ruled.
You can look at the Polynesian phenotype, looks so similar to Native Americans. Yeah, they mixed with us, and that's how they got sweet potato. They were also seafaring. They're the ones that really taught the world the maps and all that too. The Polynesians, and yeah, those are our people too. So I already named them in the list of all the original humans of the planet.
And giants, long before dinosaurs roamed the earth. Man,
see, bro, lost the plot when he thought he was the first people. We are the first people, bro. That's why they call us First Nations or Aboriginals or Indigenous or Natives or Naturals, bro. That's why our haplogroups are A, B, C, D. Leave the alcohol alone. I have for so long that my tribe awarded me with a blanket.
Gilboa Forest offers a glimpse into this.
I changed my life, yo. I used to be a terrible fucking, the worst of the worst. A real merciless Indian savage, yo. Real merciless Indian savage. I was a menace to society. Honestly, a menace to society. That's why I talk the way I talk and explain the things that I explain. Is because all that shit in the movies about people being scary and thugs and prison and all that, that's all in the movies. It's all a facade. It's all fake and fraudulent. We're talking about a group of people that were civilized to be butlers, maids, servants. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, master. No, master. Nothing tribal or wild about these people. So when they try to act all wild and tribal or indigenous, it's completely fraudulent. Completely fraudulent. They bowed down to the white people and all that, yo. They couldn't do that to us, yo. I'd rather slit my own wrist before become someone else's bitch. That's why they couldn't do that to us what they did to them. Is because they got a gene in them that lets them be that submissive. They got a submissive gene in them. It's called a worship gene. It goes back way to where they came from. They were not only were they slaves over here, they were also the slaves in the fucking Bible too. They were slaves in the Bible, but it was because their own people sold them out. That's how long they've been slaves for. That's why right now they're trying to create a new identity for themselves of this real dark-skinned person with straight hair. But you could pull that fucking hair off. That's not their real fucking hair. They got curly fucking hair. They go out of their way to try to hide that by shaving it, matting it down to get waves, fucking braiding it up. But they go out of their way to try to hide that from people because they're ashamed of it, because it tells that they're African. That's how much they hate being African so much. But this is what I mean, y'all. It's all completely fraudulent. The veil has lifted. If I used to be naive too. I used to stick up for these people. I used to say, oh, they're not all like that. But they're all like that, y'all.
Historic world, where the plants began to evolve into the complex ecosystems we see today. Fossils found here reveal fascinating details about the early development of trees and transition of the plants from water to land. Scientists have discovered ancient tree stumps, some
what about
as wide
Irving?
as a car, which
Irving,
provide
New York?
clues about the forest structure.
Irving, Wanda.
This remarkable site continues to be a
NBA star?
treasure for
What about him?
paleobotanists and
Kyrie
nature
Irving?
enthusiasts alike.
Yeah, what about him? What about him? I want to get those mountains with the hey! I want to get those white mountain shoes with the fringe all over it. It's got fringe hanging around the whole shoe. It looks like a moccasin. I want to get those, but all black.
Offering insights into Earth's distant past. Key takeaways: the world's oldest discovered in Cairo, New York, is over 385 million years old.
Okay. Africans descend from Asians. Wait, what? Okay, here we go.
Why does music only have 12 notes? I mean, think about it.
Don't wanna waste another second, cause it's all I do.
How do you get studio?
They call Native Americans First Nations and Indigenous or Aboriginals, right? The first people, the original people, for a reason, and I'm gonna prove to you why. So it is believed that Africans are the first humans, but I'm going to debunk that for you guys. When you type in human evolution, they never depict the first human as looking like an African. I'm not saying the first humans were white either, but they weren't black. They evolved to get that dark. Pick the first humans as looking like a Native American. So right here it says, yes, human skin pigmentation evolved in a response to environmental factors, and darker skin evolved in Africa as a protection against the sun's intense ultraviolet radiation. It is believed that the early humans had lighter skin. It is believed that the early humans had lighter skin. The original man looked like this. All humans come from people that look like this. White people lightened up, black people got darker over time. And even if you look at the oldest people in Africa, they look like Native Americans. The original man is the Asiatic eye, straight black hair, copper-toned man. Even in Nigeria, the further you go back, the more Asiatic they look. Even the Europeans were darker. So the original humans looked like this. They were copper-toned, Asiatic eye, straight black hair, and brown eyes, right? These are genetic mutations of this. Everybody once looked Native American, and everybody will look Native American again, because everything goes back to its original self. Even if you ask AI, this is what AI thinks everybody will look like in 1,000 years of everybody interglobally mixing. Everything goes back to its original self, how the first humans began. So if Africans were the first people or the original people, why don't they call them? They call Native Americans. So people that look like me have been demonized for their belief systems, and
here we go, right here.
So I'm someone that believes Native Americans
are the original people. So the human race is the giant race. We're just a lot smaller from what we used to be. All life, all creation began on Turtle Island.
Here we go.
The digital life. It can get a little weird these days. That's why we built WebRoots all.
Native Americans are called First Nations, Indigenous, Aboriginals. The colonizers called us naturals. We're one with nature. We have the original instructions, and we are taught that we are the children of the earth. We were made from clay of the earth. And actually, I believe that the true Garden of Eden was in the Americas. And
I know. So this is something that I've been talking about for years now. And this is probably what I would like to be known for, is to be the native that proved that, hey, what we're saying is true and life did begin here. We didn't walk here. Why don't I have Asian DNA? Why only some natives have it? How come the rest of us don't? Right? Right, though? Come on.
I have proof to back it up. So they say that Adam and Eve, right? Adam was made from red earth, red clay, and red skin, or Native Americans, are associated with being from the red tribe. They are the 4 tribes of man: red, black, white, and yellow. And I actually believe that everybody used to look like Native Americans. When you look up human evolution, they always depict the first human as being our skin tone, having straight black hair, brown eyes. Africans used to look like us 15,000 years ago, and Europeans used to look like us 10,000 years ago. The original man is the red man. Adam in Hebrew, or Edom, is red, associated with red clay, red earth. And if you look at the earth, right, it's this color. We were made from the earth. We were made from the clay. Now, our language is very poetic. It's the Creator's language. It's a pure tongue. And when we say that we're made from the clay, does it mean if I bite my arm, I'm going to be biting into clay? No. So what is clay? It takes something that takes millions, that's natural, to form. That's how poetic our language is. It has very deep meaning there. It's very descriptive. There's a lot of stuff in their Bible. A lot of their stories are similar to our stories, the flood and a lot of it, actually.
So they had the Atlantean army. There's an Atlantean naval army that built an ark to protect the animals for during the flood and all that too. So we're gonna learn more about that. This Atlantean naval ship and this captain that
is a grandson of Adam, right? And he built his ark out of gopher wood. Gopher wood is indigenous to South Florida. Noah built his ark for a flood, and it floods once a year down in Florida, hurricane season, right? It doesn't flood like that over in Jerusalem or wherever, the Middle East, the pile of rocks, right? Adam and Eve were also giants that were up to 90 feet tall. So in the Quran, Bible, and Torah, they always depict Adam and Eve being our skin tone and having black or brown straight hair with brown eyes. And there was a golden age.
The original race of the planet is your medium brown man with black to brown straight hair and brown eyes. Not your ginger, not your blonde, not your Afro or African. The people that look like Hindus, Native Americans, Mexicans, Middle Easterners, Egyptians, Polynesians, South Americans, Asians. Those are the original race of the planet. Not white people or black people. They're not even the majority. Both of them together don't even make up half. We are the majority. And that's why they've enslaved us. If you're a Native American, they have enslaved us on our own land. The greatest prison... The greatest prison on the planet is the prison that the prisoners don't know that they're in. We've been enslaved with certain rules. They just changed the names of slavery. Like, yeah, we got our land, and yeah, we got freedom and all that, but with them being in charge, that's not real freedom. They're in charge, yo.
Used to live for 1,000 years,
and they would live forever because there was trees of life all over North America that got cut down so they could kill this race of giants, right? And here's all the giants that they find going up
in Haudenosaunee territory. Ha! Look at my face.
Through New York. That's why you got the New York giants. Mohawk is Narragansett for man-eater, right? So you had cannibal giants coming from the South Midwest up to the Northeast. That's how you got the football team, the New York Giants. And they depicted these giants as being red-headed and cannibals, right? Even in their Bible, Qurans, and Torahs, they talk about a race of giants called the Nephilim, the sons of gods, mated with the daughters of man.
So basically, we're all Nephilim. We're all hybrids of alien and organic human or earthling.
Right? And they came out as giants, and this is where they find the most giant remains in the whole entire world. This race of giants in every ancient culture, and this is the home of the giants. So it's possible that life did start in the Americas. All the tribes are saying the same thing. Just put the arrows on the other end, and it makes sense. So if you guys like this content,
the arrows are facing the wrong way. That's what happened. The arrows are facing the wrong way. Pretty good video though.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast...
Pretendians, yes. So it goes, their pretendianism goes back to like when they first came here. So when they saw our ancestors, they were infatuated with what they saw. They are now living their ancestors' best dream come true by wearing war bonnets, claiming to be Indian out loud. Like they were only claiming Indian like when they have like family gatherings and Christmas and Thanksgiving, I guarantee you they're all sitting there saying, yeah, yo, we got Indian in us, in our family and all that. Like that's how much they put us up on a pedestal, you know? Like white and black people are both racing to any DNA test to find out how much Indian they got in them. Native Americans are not racing to DNA test to find out how much white or black they got in them. So you see what I mean? How they put us up on a pedestal like that, having our DNA it's like mythical or magic. It's like having God's DNA. You have some of the original human DNA. They don't want to come out and publicly admit that, but they know. They know who we are. We're the original humans of the planet, not black people. Black people got burned by the sun in the Third Age. This is indigenous knowledge that I'm teaching you right here. So the fact that they're telling the whole world that everybody comes from them, does that make sense to you? That you used to be black with curly hair and somehow you changed and you got lighter? I'm sorry, black people cannot get lighter. Lighter people can get darker from the sun. That's the way it happened. They used to look like us. I'm not saying the first humans were white or black. I'm not saying the first humans weren't black. And just because I'm saying that, I'm not saying the first humans were white. They were neither. The first humans were red. That's what they don't like about us. That's why they're all trying to say that they're us. So they can tell our story wrong and write it in the way they want. Yeah, indigenous means original. That's what indigenous means.
What if everything we've been told about the peopling of the Americas was wrong? Not slightly off, not a few thousand years misdated, but wrong by hundreds of thousands of years. There's a site in central Mexico that might hold the key to rewriting human history, yet almost no one talks about it. Why? Because the evidence didn't just threaten mainstream archaeology, it shattered it. And when that happened, the establishment didn't respond with curiosity, they responded with guns. The site is called Huatlaco. It's near Puebla, Mexico. And if the data is to be believed, humans, or something like us, may have been living there not 10,000 or 20,000 years ago, but possibly 250,000 years ago or more.
Check that.
That number sounds crazy.
And they say mankind or human beings are only 300,000 years ago, are only 300,000 years old. This isn't the only thing. So if mankind is only 300,000 years old, why are they finding artifacts in the Americas that are hundreds of millions of years old? Explain that. And check this out. You're gonna enjoy this.
These are website names that are still somehow available. So for Australian non-believers, Australia isn't real.org.
So a lot of the stories in the Abrahamic religions, the Quran, the Torah, the Bible, are actually indigenous stories. They were whitewashed. And I'm going to share the similarities between our stories and their stories in the Bible, starting from the creation all the way to the apocalypse and many other things. So in the Bible, they say that Adam was made from red clay, right? Well, we also, here in America, the indigenous populations believe that we were made from clay as well. Also, there was a flood. Almost every culture has the flood, but we definitely have a flood story in almost every single tribe, even down to Noah's Ark. His ark was made out of gopher wood, and that only grows in Florida. So also, in the beginning of the time, everybody was bigger, and they called these people the Nephilim, the sons of God, mated with the daughters of man, right? So this is the land of the giants in the Americas. You find giant remains all over North and South America. And they were also red-headed cannibals that were raping our women. And that's why the DNA still lives on in us today. And that's why they study our blood, and we have ghost DNA and undetermined DNA. The ex-CIA director said that Cherokee blood specifically has alien DNA. Even with the Tower of Babel, the Zapotec and the Toltec built pyramids and disobeyed the sky gods, and they corrupted everybody's tongue. These are the same stories from the Bible. We had these stories first, and somehow they ended up with them and put it all in a book. So you also have like sibling rivalry, Cain and Abel, the twins. That's in almost every culture, but left hand, right hand in our culture. That's the Iroquois creation story. You also have how they got fire and how we got fire and like laws. Like, so Moses went up and he met God and saw a burning bush. They gave him fire and these 10 commandments. Well, we have a story of how we got fire too, and a set of laws as well that is similar to that up in the mountains. So they also say that God spoke life into creation, right? By his word.
And everything that I'm talking about isn't just my tribe, it's all the tribes here in the Americas.
It's well, out in the South Midwest, they got Hopi creation songs. So God speaking his words, and then our God singing the song, making creation. So Adam and Eve were kicked out of the garden because they disobeyed the rules, and there's tribes that talk about that we left like our own paradise, right? And we had to leave.
Same with Sky Woman, that involved two beings in a paradise with a tree being the center of that paradise. Something happened to this tree and they left that paradise. That's the same story we have.
Because we disobeyed the rules, right? And now all the stories that are in the Bible are similar, not just to one tribe, but all of our stories together, right? And we all say we're related to one another over here. We come from the same ancestors, the same grandfather. And the garden, the real garden, is actually on Turtle Island. So in the Bible, in the Quran, and Torah, you have a lot of divine messengers, people that were angels or sent from God. We also have our own messengers that were...
We have a whole bloodline, actually. We have bloodlines of these people that are chosen, actually. Holy bloodlines, yo. Straight up. Of just straight prophets. And they believe that, Mormons believe that this bloodline of prophets is in the Northeast, and they're looking for this bloodline, yo. Hold on. We say that life was breathed into the first human made from clay, yeah?
Sent by God, and even virgin births, couple virgin births, like Deconstructing.
Yeah.
He was born of a virgin birth. Sky Woman's daughter was born of a virgin birth, the mother of the twins.
Yeah.
So even being judged by God with fire, you got Sodom and Gomorrah lit up in flames, and when the frequencies and energies on the surface world, right, get out of tune, Mother Earth will reset herself, and this was the first world. The first world was destroyed by fire. Even down to the sacred foods. So, like, you had foods that were given to us as a gift from the...
And then you got unclean foods, too.
Gods, like corn.
So these are all the similarities and proof that our teachings were the... Indigenous teachings and knowledge is the foundation to everybody else's stuff.
I think
Indigenous culture is the mother culture.
They were gifted of food from the gods because they needed it. So here's another interesting one. The forbidden fruit, right? They had the apple, right? You couldn't eat the apple. I heard it was grapes before, but we'll talk about...
You see it? Okay, I'm glad I can put my relatives on to game. So... Indigenous people of the planet are the original humans of the planet. You do not come from Asians. Asians come from us. Those are our relatives. It's not that we come from each other. We're the original. Native Americans, Asians, Mexicans, Polynesians, Aboriginals, Hindus, Middle Easterners, Egyptians, Cambodians, anywhere where there's pyramids and mounds. Those are the original humans of the planet. The medium brown, straight to wavy, black, brown hair with brown eye is the original inhabitant of the planet. Just so you know, not white people or black people. They came way later after us. They came so much later after us, yo. Way later.
The apple, right? Forbidden fruit that gave them knowledge. They realized they were naked after they ate from that fruit. It gave them some type of knowledge, right?
Are you a Maya here?
The Cherokee have a story of how we only used to be...
Oh, yeah, you are.
We're only allowed to eat fruits and vegetables, and that we learned from the animals that we can eat meat, and rules came with that. Also, trees of life, trees of knowledge, to...
Yes. Tree of lights, the tree of knowledge, tree of life. Same stories.
That's a huge theme that we have in our culture and in their religions. So with Egypt and the Maya, right? They both build pyramids and they align to the same stars and all that. Even their underworld animal, the Anubis or the dog, is the same, the Quetzalcoatl or whatever. Forget how to say its name, but Egypt was plunged into darkness.
Today we do.
And that also happened. Another good you had these birds. Listen to this stuff.
Left a good job in the city.
Help us when we're migrating and war, all types of stuff that we use these messenger birds for. So you had the Israelites wandering in the desert for 40 years. You had tribes in the South Midwest wandering in the desert for a period of time, being led by visions, a man that was having visions. So in the Bible, you had Joseph interpreting dreams. In our culture, we have medicine men or shaman that interpret our dreams. Dreams are very important to our people.
We got dreams.
So in the Bible, Moses struck a rock and water came from that, right? And here you have the Hopi and the Incas with the same story. A man struck these sacred rocks and water springs came from them. Another huge similarity is Israel has a covenant with God, right? They're like a
motherfucker!
Well, we are also God's
I know, yo. She just scratched me, yo.
We have the original instructions, right? We have a purpose, so we're chosen in our own way. And
damn, yo.
Jesus was resurrected from the dead. We also have a story of a man being resurrected from the dead. His name was Skanidayo, Handsome Lake.
Hold on. my boy, you can't deal with the truth, so you block people. Bro, me blocking people being hateful does not... Bro, what truth have you said? You haven't said anything truthful but hateful shit. So yeah, people get blocked. You guys block the truth, yo. We tell you guys are from Africa and you block us, yo. Straight up. It's so funny that you guys think you're not African. That is the most hilarious shit on the fucking planet. That you guys can literally sit there and say that you don't look African, you're not African. It is literally fucking tattooed on your fucking face, yo. It's tattooed on your face. Why you keep grinding your jaws? I'm not grinding my jaws, the fuck? Why you studying me? Yeah, yo, why are you so obsessed with me and studying my mannerisms and my movements, yo?
He lay down for 3 days and he woke up and he preached his visions that he had from Creator. And then finally, the end times. We have many prophets on both sides that predict the end times. I believe that all the stories you hear in the Abrahamic religions were once our stories. I believe that we are the most ancient people. I believe everybody used to look like Native Americans. I believe everybody used to speak our languages too, and that's another reason why they thought we spoke Paleo-Hebrews, because all their languages over there on that side of the world stem from Latin, Greek, Paleo-Hebrew, and our language, they said the chosen people will speak a pure tongue. Thanks for watching.
Damn, that's a
What if there was a song
that I never finished?
Let's finish it.
In middle school, I wrote a song and
So all the pyramids and the mounds in the Americas have been built by the indigenous people that have been here since time immemorial.
I grew up dancing on that turtle mound.
These man-made structures are some of the oldest man-made structures in the world. They're older than the pyramids of Giza.
Hey, look, who is that? Who is that? Yo, what? Who the fuck is that? Hey, yo, what? What? Who's that at the pyramids right there? Who's that at the pyramids right there? Hey, you're the one true and the true one and only.
Like Teotihuacan, that lines up with Orion the same way Giza does. These temples, these sun temples, they were for our sun rituals. The sun was thirsty for our blood, and we believe we're on the fifth sun. My people call the sun Etisoitoikagakwa, our grandmother moon. We are related to,
That's Etisoitoikagakwa, and then that's grandmother moon. Sedwesi and Kagakwa as our daytime sun, our elder brother sun. Sedwa. Ooh, what was Egypt like? Did you feel any weird vibes at the pyramids? No, not really. But Egypt is in Africa and it's not what you think. No Africans. It feels like Iraq or Afghanistan or in the Middle East. There's barely any Africans there. There's no Africans there, yo. When I was in Egypt, and then all the paintings of the stuff, Africans were in ancient Egypt, but they were the slaves. You can tell. And I think it's funny how they try to say they're the Egyptians, and it's like people from the Niger Congo that look like they're from the Niger Congo. They're trying to say they're the Egyptians. It's like, dude, no, dude. Your people lived in dung huts. You lived in straw huts, and you smeared poop on the walls to make it stronger. You guys are not building pyramids at all, or mounds. There's mounds in Africa, but they're built by termites. Do you understand? The mounds in Africa were built by termites, not y'all.
That's
Ooh-wee.
You're right, bastards. It's great hearing from you. When you hear the fall, and the eyes, before like forever. Make me cry. You're just like an angel. You're beautiful. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. It's okay that hurts. Don't wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want me with a brand new perfect soul. I said I want you to know that when I'm not around, you're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? When I don't belong here. I don't belong here. I don't belong here. What the fuck am I doing here? I don't belong here. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever you want. So fucking special.
Okay, here we go.
Looking for birds to feed rather than to eat. As I hang out here with these 5 beautiful white ducks, I'm reminded of the symbolic role birds play in mythology.
with no greater example than the phoenix, which plays a significant part as an alchemical sign of the resurrection of the soul. This ancient theme of a death and rebirth was most commonly associated with the cyclical pattern produced by celestial bodies, most notably the setting and rising of the sun. While solar religions are defined by their adherence to worship of the sun, this is an oversimplification, where the sun is revered
all the Hanjeets left
as a symbol of light, and more specifically, light in a spiritual
25?
context.
You want to go still?
During the Hellenistic
Okay,
period,
yeah.
religious policy required that the gods in all religious cultures conquered by the Greeks were to portray their gods with human characters in statues and in scripture. Failure to do so could result in death. This is for this reason that Thomas Paine, who was very influential in American history around the time of the American Revolution, once said, quote, "The Christian religion is a parody on the worship of the sun, in which they put a man they call Christ in the place of the sun, and pay him the same adoration which was originally paid to the sun."
Sunday.
While many Christians will find this statement as blasphemous,
Monday
as there's
is
many
moon
aspects
worship.
of modern Christianity
Saturday
that is
is
admittedly
Satan,
unrelated
Saturn,
to any other sect or
Friday
belief.
is Frick, Thursday
Most
is
Christians will
Thursday,
concede
Thunder's Day.
that certain aspects of their faith
Odin,
stem from earlier
Odin's
pagan
Day.
roots, such as
Monday,
mistletoe and the birth date of Jesus coinciding with the winter solstice, also shared by many other solar deities, from Mithra to Horus. Since the Gospel does not mention the exact date of his birth, the anniversary of his nativity was not celebrated by the early church. It seems clear that when the church, in the 4th century AD, adopted December 25th as his birthday, it was in order to transfer the prior archetypal devotions honoring the blessed birth of the Son to Jesus, who was called the Son of Righteousness.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube
Like,
and
slavery
all
never
of-
ended either. So the sun worship never ended. They just changed the name. Slavery never ended. They just legalized it and called it something else. Yeah.
So let's just take a few moments then together and try to remember, why is Christmas Day on December the 25th?
And it's the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ. It's a midwinter solstice. It's a pagan festival that's been appropriated by Christianity.
There is a great deal of truth in that. It was indeed, there's a Teutonic, Celtic, and pagan view that if you survived the winter solstice on the 21st of December, you have a feast to celebrate. But also, there was the Roman god. Was it Saturnalia? There was the Saturnalia was also at that time of year, but there was Mithras. He was a saviour, Mithras, sent to earth to live as a mortal, through whom it was possible for sinners to be reborn into immortal life. He died for our sins, but came back to life the following Sunday. He was born of a virgin on December the 25th in a manger or perhaps a cave, attended by shepherds, and became known as the light of the world. He had 12 disciples with whom he shared a last meal before dying. His devotees symbolically consumed the flesh and blood of him. Because Mithras was the sun god, he was worshipped on Sundays, and Mithraists gave each other gifts on December the 25th. The leader of the religion was called a Papa, and their HQ was on Vatican Hill in Rome. Well, a lot of Christian scholars have since been very angry at some of this research which came out in 1903 about Mithraists, and they claim it's nonsense. There's a great deal in Christianity that is traditional. And however wonderful people think the story is, it's frankly not original.
By looking at the Gospels through the eyes of an astronomer, we can understand why the Gospels follow the same story out of Jesus, or of the Son, takes place within one zodiac year, which is divided into 12, the same number as Jesus' apostles. By breaking down the Gospels according to each of the 12 zodiac constellations, we can track Jesus, Jupiter, which has a 12-year orbit along the sun's ecliptic, through references to each motif that the constellations correspond to. Astronomical timetables are enumerated into 12 ages, which not only speaks to the 12 months of the solar year, but on a great cycle spanning almost 26,000 years. The age of Pisces began around 6 BC, which is why the latter parts of the Gospels refer often to fish. That said, constellations play a pivotal role in astrotheology, and today I'd like to focus on the role of the unicorn. Monoceros,
So the protectors of the unicorn is the wild man, actually. So we did a couple classes ago. Wait, did I break this rubber band? Does the rubber band snap? Okay, it felt like it snapped for a second. I don't know. Felt like it snapped. But wild men are protectors of the unicorn.
Is Latin for unicorn and is a name of the constellation of the unicorn, only visible in the winter months in the northern sky. Then it disappears from view, reappearing again the following winter, and so appears to die, but then is reborn again the following winter, December 25th, which also coincides with the winter solstice, where the sun is reborn. So, in an astrological context, the unicorn has been associated and represents Christ. During the medieval period, the church demonized astrology. In other words, it was not allowed for the general public. While Christian writings interpret the unicorn and its death to Jesus, certain occult circles regard an esoteric significance to it which predates Christianity altogether. Where Christian scholars interpret some aspects of the unicorn.
Look at the back on him. You see the hair? They're protectors of the unicorn, the wild man. This is probably a wild man underneath all that.
As an allegory for Christ's relationship with the Virgin Mary, the pagan myths involving the unicorn's horn refer to sacred acts that were virgin, or at least elements of chastity. The unicorn symbolic of purity, and that divine energy that many call God or Goddess. The hunt of the unicorn are a set of 7 unicorn tapestries that date back to the Middle Ages, which were purchased by John D. Rockefeller Jr. in 1922 for about $1 million, which translates to $25 million in today's money.
As a result of fathers and mothers' interest in medieval art and architecture, when they heard from a dealer in France whom they'd known and through whom they'd bought a certain number of things of the event.
Hey guys, welcome to another Tales of the Old World episode. My name is Andrew, and we're going to jump right in today because this one is nuts. Alright, so throughout human history, there have been many groups that were obsessed with keeping their bloodline pure. And many of them still do this to this day to some degree. But in ancient...
Native Americans do this. Did you know that? We do this. We still do this to this day. We have a clan system. Clans before plans. You make sure your partner has a clan. Now, these clans are represented by stuff that is indigenous to the Americas, whether it be a plant, a bird, a fish, or an animal. Me, I belong to the birds. My daughter, she belongs to the animals. Yanya de. My father, Hotayoni Gao. My mother, Hodai Onga.
Ancient times, and even up to just a few hundred years ago, it was taken very seriously. All the way back to the beginning of human history, the people who ruled over us were all from a specific genetic lineage. And this is still true to a large part today. Not just today's monarchs, but also many leaders of nations, including American presidents, can trace their lineage back to this royal bloodline. But what is this bloodline? And why have humans been so obsessed with it? And who exactly does it originate with? They themselves actually tell us. They literally believe to this day that they are the descendants of the old gods from mythology. And because of this divine origin, they are the ones meant to rule over the rest of us. At least that's what they believe. And they won't publicly say this, but it's what their fathers and grandfathers taught them as children. That's why they call themselves the elites, because they believe they're genetically better than the rest of humanity. But it gets deeper than that. Not only do they say they are descended from ancient gods and demigods, but some of these royal families literally believe they are descended from what are depicted in ancient art as serpent beings and dragons.
It's not popping up for me.
Whether they think this is real or metaphorical is up for debate, but that's what their ancestors say in the historical texts that have survived. This is where that whole reptilian theory comes from. But I don't think these people are really shapeshifters or half reptile or anything like that. But they are.
These are the dragon bloodlines, yo. So Mexico, India, Egypt. So these are those bloodlines that I was talking about. Now, in all three, you can find people that wear mohawks. That's of Atlantean military nobility. And then you got people that wear the Seneca. The Seneca is the patch of hair. If I was to shave all this off and just leave a patch in the hair in the back, of long hair in the back, that's called the Seneca. That's a priest bloodline. That's how they keep track of these priest bloodlines. So here in the Americas, in the Northeast, you got bloodlines of straight prophets and chiefs that go back thousands of years, yo. Straight up, the Shawnee, the Delaware, Lenape, Seneca, even Onondaga, we got prophets, yo. Well, I wouldn't say Onondaga because I'd say Huron. Daganoweda was a prophet. He was more than that. He was a peacemaker. He was a very he was the one that brought us together, right? And united the 5 original tribes. His name is so sacred, they say you're only supposed to say it one time a year. You're only supposed to say it one time a year, yo. There's a certain time that you're supposed to say his name, actually. But anyway, Mexico, India, and Egypt. Look at this. These are going to be your dragon and serpent bloodlines. Mexico, India, and Egypt. All three have ties to Atlantis. All three have ties to Atlantis. So Mexico, the Aztec, Aztlan, Atlantis. India, Hindus and Mayans are connected because the Indian god Maya is a builder god that builds pyramids. He's a builder god that builds pyramids, and you find that's where the swastika comes from. You got so all three of these people are related. See, that's, you just got kneed in the head really bad, yo. I was getting ready. So, okay. So all three, Mexico, India, and Egypt, there's pyramids. White people or black people didn't build either of those. People that look like this did. And this is what they're mad about. This is why they don't like us. White people or black people, they don't like us. It's because we are the bringers of civilization. Tanadao, yeah, you got snakes in his hair. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got the shirt on right now. But we are the bringers of civilization. We are the oldest people on the planet, people. You predate white people and black people. You're the original inhabitant of Mother Earth. You are a child of the earth. They don't have a spiritual connection to the earth the way you and me do. The way you and me have a spiritual connection to the earth, they really are just mutations of us, yo. Because look at black people. They didn't always look like that. The sun burned them. The solar flares from the third age. White people, they got punished and banished to the middle of the earth and they lost their color, yo. So the human race may very well be the giant race. We are the giants. We're what's left of them. Everybody. All the humans are the giant race. That's what humans are.
Are descended from what are described as
You want to know what a human being is? It's a giant. A human being is a giant, you know. Literally, you're a giant. That's what we are, all of us. We're all giants.
divine and semi-divine beings who for some reason are depicted as serpents. Let's look into each of these stories and try to find some answers. Alright, I usually like to start with what's believed to be the oldest, the Mesopotamian civilizations and the Fertile Crescent.
So they say that's the oldest, but it's funny because you can find only people that wear feathers on their back over here. The people that, let's see if I got it on my phone. Yahoo, yahoo, hey, yahoo, yahoo, hey. yahoo, hey, yahoo, yahoo, hey, yahoo, yahoo, hey, yahoo, yahoo, hey. Here we go. Where the fuck is it? Oh. Yo yo hi, 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 yo yo hi. Woo wee. I'll find it soon. Where the fuck is this shit? There you go. American bald eagle. Only us dressed like that. And he's planting corn. And he's planting corn. Come on. You find Sumerian worship all throughout North and South America. With the twins, Inky and Enlil, is flint and sapling. Just so you guys know. Inky and Enlil is flint and sapling in the Haudenosaunee creation story.
And archaeologists in 1906, deep in the deserts of Iraq, found a list of Sumerian kings written in cuneiform that tells us who ruled all the way.
And cuneiform is the oldest writing on the planet, and you have found it here in the Americas too. Chief, you want to get going? Yeah, Chief Joseph had a 4,000-year-old Sumerian tablet too. Do you have a story about the baskets? Oh, the badge of office bag? Yeah, actually, it's on my YouTube. You gotta have. I've talked about everything. I've literally have talked about everything. So go check out my YouTube. I almost got 1,000 videos.